I have to go to Brazil now. I have to go to Brazil now because this shit post is too good. It's too goated. This shit post, bitch, too bad.
Esperando o Hasan começar a transmissão, direto da Califórnia pro Brasil e o mundão. Mas ele tá atrasado, o que foi que ele fez? O streamer tá dormindo, chat, agora é sua vez. Me dá um C, me dá um U, então me dá um M. O Hasan tá offline, deve tá de meme. Me dá um C, me dá um U, então me dá um M. O chat tá engajado, até os mods tremem.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday Fun Day. That's right. Yes, the intro music that I saw, I played was made with Suno AI. It was an AI intro music. It's true. I have done a great aggression towards the wonderful artists in this community. I shouldn't have done that, but I wanted to celebrate coming to Brazil, and that's what the chatter did. He used AI music. Anyway, are you ever going to do a workout with Jeff Nibbert and use his science program? Probably not. No, I'm kidding. I would love to. Anyway, this is crazy. She just waited. I swear to God, she waited for the stream to start just so she could be like, all right, it's my time to just like come and sit on the corner instead. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is Saturday, November 29th, 2025, 10:59 a.m. And there is a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. I'm obviously going to be explaining all of that to you right now, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. Hasan, if Turkish is an ethnicity, why do you call yourself white? It's because I am. Anyway, I swear if you don't play Dispatch today, I will join the stream tomorrow, but I will do so angrily. Okay, got it. In any case, every time you appear in offline chat, it feels like the cops are around. It's because they are. I'm always watching, even in offline chat. Okay, even in offline chat, I'm watching. No stream tomorrow, chatter? No, I'll be streaming tomorrow. But we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Today's going to be a wonderful day. We got Chadvice coming up. Obviously, that's going to be a big thing. But get excited for that. Have we, the left, just ever tried being nice to fascists to win them over? Yes, a lot, actually. It's just a failure, I think. But people do try that. What time will Chadvice be? I don't want to miss it. At 2 p.m. Pacific time. It's going to start at 2 p.m. Pacific time. But where was I? Oh yeah, personal news. It is 11 a.m. It is 11 a.m. Pacific time here in California, Los Angeles, 64 degrees and sunny. And let me tell you. Oh, has Cutie invited herself to meet Phineas on Chadvice? Unironically, I literally asked Cutie to be on Chadvice, and I said, Phineas is going to be on. Do you want to be on? And she is doing her own thing today. She's like going fit shopping for the Streamer Awards, I think, and just doing a bunch of stuff this morning, so she couldn't make it. For the record, I did ask, just so you know. Say you're on Tongva land? Yes, we are on unceded Tongva and Quiche territory, as always, coming to you live. But, bro, stop being so on time. Are you going to attend this year? Yes. Not only am I attending, but I'm attending after going to Ireland. Like, Monday, I'm going to stream my regular stream, and then afterwards, I am going to fly out to Ireland, and I'm going to be live in Ireland, and that trip is going to be spectacular. I'm very excited about that. I'm already setting it up with the Kneecap boys. But then After that, I'm going to come back. I'm cutting the Ireland trip short specifically so I can go to the Streamer Awards, you know? So get excited. But when we're in Ireland, I assume we'll actually start the broadcast earlier as well. But in any case, will you ever consider visiting Cuba or Scotland? Yes. Yes to both. This Dave Chappelle clip is very relevant right now. Okay, hold on. Muhammad, stop spamming your fucking viral tweets in the chat every time you get one off, okay? This one is not even a viral tweet yet, but just stop using this as an accelerator for your Twitter account. I noticed you have a tendency to keep spamming your hit tweets. Ray Douse, your gaming skills? What the hell?
Lon played it too? No, I doubt that.
I'm being slandered?
He's gonna play games.
I'm being slandered for no reason. I just got started. I just got started on the broadcast and I'm being slandered for no reason. Okay, that's messed up. That's messed up.
Saikuno played it too? Believable. He did?
I did play and I finished it.
And he beat it in like what, 3 weeks?
No. As a matter of fact, in a very timely manner. I think it was like 1 stream or 2 stream. Is it 1 stream? It's a pretty short game. You did better than her, not gonna lie. Of course I did. I'm a fucking capital G gamer. Like, yeah, a lot of people disrespect me in this industry all the time. They disrespect me all the time in this industry. They don't recognize that I am a real ass gamer. Okay? Rag, real ass gamer, and gay. Grade A yapper. Can you guys stop sending me the croakified Epstein, please? Jesus Christ. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, personal news wise, you already know what it is. You already know what's going on. You already know what's up. Ended the broadcast last night. I was very tired. What did I do? I ended the broadcast and then what did I do? Bro, I will eat you alive in chess. Yeah, I would get destroyed in chess probably. What did I do last night? Oh, I finally finished Rush Hour, which, holy moly, there is a lot of stuff in that movie. It's a very interesting movie. Very interesting because like it's in 1998, so it's right after the unification, One Country, Two Systems is announced. So it's actually very anti-British. And it's interesting because like every Chinese character in the movie, including Jackie Chan, obviously Jackie Chan's a big China guy, pro Communist Party of China guy. But instead of speaking Cantonese, they're speaking Mandarin. And also it's all about like the through line in Rush Hour 1 is there's a lot going on there about how like the colonial artifacts are actually being stolen by the British. The British guy is like the main villain, and there is this like not so subtle like we found 5,000-year-old artifacts finally and recovered them, and now generations of Chinese people can actually see these artifacts because the artifacts, turns out, were stolen by the British guy who was working with the triads or working with like whatever gang they said the gang was. And it's all about like, it's very like pro unification. And it's really interesting. The Juntao, not the triads. Yeah. But it's very pro unification. It's like very pro China in some ways. And it makes sense because like the timing of it is quite literally Jackie is seen as taking a heel turn in Hong Kong for his pivot from Hong Kong independence campaigner to CPC spokesman. Dude, are you high? Stop spoiling. I haven't seen it yet, motherfucker. Rush Hour 1 that came out in 1998. It's like it came out before most people. It came out before some of y'all were born. Okay? Sorry. In any case, what I was saying is like that part is interesting, but there's also a lot of like we were just slinging like the most bottom of the barrel race jokes back then, right? And it was just great writing, I guess. Like it was there's some real hack shit in there. Jackie Chan says the N-word in a bar, in like a black bar, and then he beats the shit out of every black person that's like, what the fuck did you say? And like instead of it being like, oh, it's a simple misunderstanding, he's just beating their asses. That was crazy. And then Chris Tucker's like, oh, you never touch a black man's radio. Like there's just a bunch of like crazy lines in the whole movie where I was like, damn, this is what a cinematic masterpiece this is. I mean, it's just, in some ways it aged poorly, and in some ways it aged perfectly fine. It's a classic. It's a classic. It's not one of those things where I'm saying like, oh, I'm too woke to consume this, or we need to censor it or anything like that. I just think it's nice to see. It's almost like an artifact of a different, like of a bygone era, you know? That one's right. My dad gets mad when I touch his radio. Yeah, this is before woke. It's pretty funny. Hassan and Penny arguing about Shishi Lauber. Oh, this is from Rush. Is this from Rush Hour 2?
You. No, not me, you.
Yes, I am you.
Just answer the damn questions. Who are you?
I have told you.
Are you deaf?
No, you is blind.
I'm not blind, you blind.
That is what I just said.
Or
You just
3?
said what?
I did not say what. I said you.
That's what I'm asking you.
And you is answering.
Shut up. You.
Yes?
Not you, him. What's your name?
Me.
Yes, you.
I am me. He's me. And I'm you.
And I'm about to whoop your...
Yeah, this is classic. This is a classic banger, okay? Like if you're like 12 watching this, you're cracking up. Like you're falling, you're pissing your pants laughing at this, okay? It's a peak.
Old ass, man.
Classic racial comedy. It's fantastic. I laughed so much at this scene when I was young, bro. No, I mean it's funny, but now it's funny in like a different way, if that makes sense. It's funny in a totally separate way. I know for a fact that when I first watched this, I laughed because I thought it was hilarious. Oh my God, his name is you, but look at this miscommunication. A classic hijinks moment, right? But then like now I watch it and I still laugh at it, but in a very different way, where I'm like, I can't believe that this was like peak comedy writing. Like, it's awesome that this was what was like getting slung around as like fantastic comedy writing, you know? First you defense on now CDs, now you're slinging poorly aged race jokes. Yes, because I'm racist. I thought we acknowledged this yesterday. I'm racist, but also I do land acknowledgments. I'm the first racist white boy to ever do it. Okay. It wasn't. People thought it was low tier comedy back then. I didn't think so. It is also kind of wild to think about how like Chris Tucker was on the Epstein flight logs. It's true. Like he's just straight up went. I think he was on the Epstein flight logs with Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey, which is so wild. And most people don't know that because it's fucking Chris Tucker, and like nobody thinks that he was like a real mover and shaker in the international pedophile business, right? So like he just kind of got a pass on that for sure. Unlike Kevin Spacey, who people do know for his misdeeds. The difference between your dispatch run and Myung's, what is this?
Robert Robertson.
Man, you will
Blazer
not
told me about
believe
you.
how
Really?
clingy she's
She,
been to
say-
me. Red flag.
She said, "Why
But
are you
I
so
guess
small?"
I could take care of you, phenomenon
The
man.
way you spoke of him made him sound
Wait, oh, she's trying to rizz up Phenomenon, which is crazy because Phenomenon sucks. I can't believe that in my dispatch run, I'm rizzing up Blonde Baby, okay? Blonde Babe, I'm rizzing her like she's my babe, Blonde Baddie. Meanwhile, Myung is out here trying to fuck Phenomenon.
impressive.
You don't need her.
Phenomenal. You
I'm
should
right
celebrate.
here.
Blonde Blazer.
Blonde Blazer, you're really starting to piss me off. You are getting in my way of a good time. Nah, whatever, dude.
He flies a little faster.
It was very nice to meet you.
God, that should have been me.
That's crazy.
How do I kill her?
How do I kill her? Remember, confidence like a muscle. Abi, yeah. How could I forget? It's my number one line. In any case, you know what's a good time playing dispatch? Okay, everybody needs to calm down, all right? Like, obviously, I'm going to cover the news first for a little bit after I'm done talking about my personal news. But yeah, I watched Rush Hour, woke up, went to bed early, finally went to bed at 9, finished the finished like caught up with what is it called? Finally caught up with Pluribus. So there's that, and finished Pluribus. The last episode was very good. It's getting really interesting, and I'm excited to see what happens next week, obviously. But Pluribus is low key gas. I mean, it's high key gas. What did she find under the tarp? I think it has to be human beings. Like it has to be like a Soylent Green moment, right? It's got to be a Soylent Green moment. Anyway, no spoilers. I mean, you can't. Anyway, whatever. We're moving on. Why the fuck are you spoiling a show that just came out? This is speculation. It's speculative. And if you haven't, like, okay, guys, there are different ways of spoiling certain things, okay? What I'm telling you is impossible to be a spoiler because we don't know the answer. And you don't even know unless you've watched it up to that point. Like, you have no idea what I'm talking about, okay? This is not a 50-year-old movie. It just came out. And so it's valid for people to say, oh, dude, you're spoiling. But, like, even if you haven't watched the last episode, you have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. So it doesn't even matter. It's impossible for me to spoil it for you, especially considering that I don't know the answer and neither do they, okay? And I didn't give you any, like, defining characteristics about any sort of, like, definable trait about what's going on in the show. So it's basically impossible for you to understand what the fuck I'm talking about, especially because it can't be a spoiler if I'm speculating, I'm theory crafting. I have no clue what is even going on in the show. Anyway, Lamau, we're gatekeeping talking about pop culture now. Hasan and Pluribus. Okay, your mind melds with Laura Loomer and Ian Miles Chong. I don't care if race amendment. Fuck that fact. Oh, it's true. It's true. And Benjamin Netanyahu. You're coping. Stop excusing your spoiling tendencies. I will never excuse that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but yeah. Went to bed early at a reasonable time. Okay. Went to bed early at a reasonable time. Woke up at a reasonable time. Woke up early. Did deadlifts. Did bench press. Okay. Absolutely ripped the 85s. Absolutely ripping 85s here. Okay. Look at that. Unironically impressed. Yeah. I mean, I had to put the work. I had to put the leftovers to work somehow. You know what I'm saying? Hitting a PR to this is wild. Excuse me. It gives me courage. It gives me strength. I think you guys need to be more understanding that this is my passion. This is my music. A lot of you said, Hasan, you don't listen to music. And to them, I say, excuse me, I do. You just don't like the type of music I listen to. Okay? It's just, music is music, right? I thought, as long as I'm going to kill myself if you don't stop playing that song. No, don't. Please don't kill yourself. Because if you die, then that's literally what they play in hell, I think. I'm just saying. But they also play it in heaven too. It's apolitical, bipartisan music that people enjoy. That's what I think. No need to justify our music taste. Why doesn't Twitch notify me when you're live? I swear I get notifications for everyone except for you. Does this happen to anyone else? I've talked about this before, but I think it's partially because like I have inconsistent start times. Same. I have inconsistent start times. Other people also have different start times. Like, I think there's a Fortnite event happening today. So a lot of the people on your follow list just started probably earlier than I did. So Twitch has like a finite amount of alerts that they offer you, and they weigh it across the board. So if you follow a bunch of accounts, and I'm starting at an inconsistent start time for the past week or so because I was in China, and then all of a sudden I'm starting at 11 again. The thing has no, like, the algorithm. The algorithm has no way of comprehending it. The algorithm has no way of serving you all of those things at the same time. You can toggle your notifications though if you want to know. He's right. I follow a shit ton of accounts and some I don't even watch. Yeah, but Hoscourt still alerts you, and also that's precisely the reason why we do the blast off on Twitter and the blast off on Instagram Live. I go to every platform and blast off specifically so that people know and they don't miss out on it. Do you see Heated Rivalry popping off? Should definitely watch it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that is. Dispatch ep for maybe later. Okay. Does Phineas have a Twitter account? I can't even @ people on Twitter now. It's so annoying. I can't it doesn't show up. Maybe equals no. I'm just giving you a maybe specifically because it's not a given. Okay? It's not a given. It's not a given. And I don't want to hear people freaking out. Have you watched Andor yet? Yes, I did. Dispatch maybe gaming is dead again. Wholesome message from BDBD chatters. Hasan streams simultaneously on 2 platforms. No matter how late he sleeps at night, he starts political commentary live stream at 5 and 6 a.m. in the morning. During this commentary, he's visibly exhausted and doesn't talk much. However, as soon as the BDBD camera starts rolling, he's instantly full of energy. He constantly monitors chat to avoid touching on any sensitive topics that might upset us. He's incredibly considerate. I'm so moved by him. Hell yeah. I miss my Chinese audience. I'm going to get back to doing dual streams to bring the Chinese audience in here. Holy frick, I forgot today is Chadvice Day. Man, put the gaming in the bag, little bro. No. Trump closed Venezuelan airspace. Light news. Saturday fun day. Chadvice today. FINNEAS+POKI solve your problems. Dispatch episode 4 maybe later. Get in now. What is this? Also on Bilibili? I love that you guys scour. I love that you guys scoured the Bilibili comments to see what the Chinese audience is saying, to try to figure out what the Chinese audience has to say about the streams and this community. Let Bilibili chatters in on Chadvice. Bro, how am I gonna solve Chinese chatters problems? Like, you're crazy. They have a whole different set of issues, I assume. I can barely handle American chatters and Euro chatters and their issues, you know? Rural China visit next time. Communist activities with Boy. Yes. We have the same interpersonal problems. Yeah, but the culture is different. So the solutions are different. Oh no, everything is too affordable. Yeah, they're going to be like, how do I... Like, the hardest one would be South Korean Chadvice. You know what I mean? That'd be even harder than... I'm going to be honest, that'd be even harder than solving Chinese chatter problems. Like, South Korean Chadvice would be insane. You know? It's like... I guess South Korean Chadvice is almost like American Chadvice, but in the future. You know? American Chadvice, but 10 years advanced. Because we're heading in that direction, right? Bella Hadid and Pedro Pascal, the host. Oh no, I know this is happening. I already reached out to Alana to see how I can help out with this. For the uninformed, what exactly is Chadvice? We did it we did it a couple months ago with Vanilla Mace and Adapt. It was awesome, and it's a long-standing community advice segment. Or it's basically like chatters sign up, they have issues, they have dating issues, they have financial issues, whatever. Like they have problems that are oftentimes very, very funny and very unique and very interesting. And we sit around and we give advice about those issues. I usually try to do my very best to give good advice, but I probably end up giving bad advice. And then my guests actually kind of carry every single time with good advice. Yes, funny. It is funny. It's fucking hilarious. People come in with like the craziest shit. How can you Chadvice something like this? Introducing iPhone Air Apple. iPhone Air Apple. What is the fuck? What? I don't even understand what the joke is here. Oh, is this it doesn't have the... Oh my God. I just realized the Korean one doesn't have this because this is seen as like a slur. The pinch in Korea is considered, anti-male. Oh my God, that's crazy. The pinch in Korea is considered like a anti-male hand signal. To say that you have a small wee-wee is considered like a slur. They need to, Korea needs to, first of all, abolish mandatory conscription, okay? Or at least like make it so that women also have to serve. I don't know, one or the other. Probably abolishing mandatory conscription. Like, you should probably stop that. And then also no more U.S. military troop presence, move towards unification, just like, this is crazy. It's getting out of hand, man. I mean, I know people get mad at me for saying this, but I feel like you got to get the U.S. out of there. You got to start working on, tackling some of these material problems that are taking place. Oh, abolish K-pop next. I mean, K-pop stay. It's fine. You know, whatever. It's just artistic expression. It's just explain the pinch. How do I start? The gender wars are incredibly polarizing in South Korea. Many youth in South Korea call their country, literally, they call it hell. Okay? Like the common way to talk about South Korea, especially amongst the youth, is that they're living in hell. Okay? Hell Joseon. And basically, there's a lot of misogyny. A lot of misogyny in South Korea, unfortunately. And I think some of that comes from material inequities paired up with this incredible work, this incredibly demanding work structure where you're spending most of your life aggressively studying for entrance exams to get to some high level, to get to the best possible educational institutions, only to then get to the, you know, one of the 3 companies that basically run the country, to have a shit ass job where you basically work yourself to the goddamn bone. And that is if you're lucky, because one of 5 companies owned by basically 2 families or 3 families are responsible for the entirety of the Korean economy. And in that neoliberal hellish nightmare, you also then have to serve in the Korean army. And I think a lot of people's brains get bricked in that process. And they're looking for a reason as to why they have so much pain and so much anger and resentment. So they basically take it out on women. They just suspect that it's the women that are responsible for all the pain and torment that they experience. There's also just a lot of unexamined misogyny as well from the patriarchal constructs that both exist in the United States of America, but maybe highlighted a little bit further. The expectation is that women also have to do all of these things, but then simultaneously take care of their family and the family of the men. Anyway, in this endless back and forth nightmare, the gender wars have been really have been extra highlighted, and basically the men's rights movement there is pretty poppin'. Like, we kind of laugh at, you know, the incels here, and they laugh at the incels there too, but the incels there are kind of right policy sometimes. And one of those things was, I think, like, women or just people that want to make fun of, like, South Korean incels started saying, like, you have a small penis, and did this, like, this pinch emoji. And they were able to successfully make that a slur. They were, the men's rights movement was able to basically make this pinch emoji that implies that you have a small penis, like you have small dick energy, into a hate symbol, which is why in that image that we just looked at, the Japanese and Chinese version features the pinch emoji, like the 2 fingers holding the iPhone Air, but in South Korea it does not. And before someone says, like, well, plus there's existing stereotype for Asian men. Yeah, except it's Asian women. Like, it's Korean women that started the pinch thing. It wasn't, I don't think it was like Westerners. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, I get it, but it's not like this is an internal thing. This is like a South Korean thing, right? Yeah, the 100 Thieves emote had to be changed in League of Legends base. There's been a couple different, like, high profile incidents like that. But yeah. Recently, which Korean president did that? The one after the one or before the rioting back earlier this year, if they sign it? Well, the one that where the rioting was taking place is literally like an incel president. He was a men's rights guy. He's also apparently a wife guy, which is strange, but he literally was the incel president. Like, he ran on, you know, what is it, like abolishing the Department of Gender or something? Like, there's just so much. I don't want to get into it any further than I already have. I think South Korea is a wonderful country. It's just been so aggressively destroyed by first Japanese imperialism and then American imperialism. It feels terrible. And it's just one of the most, like, fucked over countries on the planet. But because they have K-pop and LG and Samsung and Hyundai, people are like, no, everything is great. Look at DPRK. It's so much worse. And it's like, yeah, it's to varying degrees of fucked. Korea has been destroyed and fucked over to different degrees, basically. Yeah, it is unfortunately a capitalist dystopia, maxed out. Like U.S.'s Wonderland? No, it's not. I think if you were to spend any time in this broadcast, you would recognize that the United States is certainly not a wonderland either. But there's varying degrees of hell that people experience in these different countries, and I think like South Korea is basically the future of America. That's why I say it's kind of like, we'll have the flashy things. We have the flashy things. We have our treats. Have you visited South Korea? No, but I plan to. But also I will say like it's a wild set of circumstances, because it's like even the most like centrist kind of progressive liberal instantly is like considered a communist by the right-wing South Koreans. It's crazy. And they have the American brain rot. Like right-wing South Koreans have crazy American brain rot, dude. It is nutty. They'll be like, oh, you're pro North Korea, you're communist, you need to literally be thrown in jail. I mean, the guy, the previous president straight up tried to do a fake coup, and they were going to do it through, they were going to facilitate this fake coup through the idea that like North Korean infiltrators had actually taken over the country or something. So, they did fight it off. And I think part of that is because they have, part of that stems from the fact that, Koreans know what it looks like when they're under the control of a military dictatorship. It's not that long ago in their history where they directly were. They fought hard to even advance towards this capitalist nightmare pseudo-democratic process that they currently have. So, they're very sensitive to that sort of thing. So that's part of the reason why they were able to successfully thwart this coup attempt. Even the libs out there think vax is bad. Oh, yeah. We have just, let's be honest, it's not a democracy, bro. I mean, it's, cults are a huge problem in Korea too. Oh, that's another issue as well. Yeah, it's a big problem in Japan too. It's a big problem wherever the Americans have any sort of control over the governance. The more I learn about like Japanese cults and South Korean cults, the more I understand why China is so aggressive with their approach to any sort of anyone that comes out and has like anyone that comes out and has any sort of tendency in that direction. They're like, no, we're not doing that. What has the U.S. got to do with cult formation? It's not necessarily just the United States, but I think it's it's just a thing that has happened historically in a lot of these countries, and the ones that are, but still cults are less harmful than Christian. Well, excuse me, but I think if we're talking about South Korea, there is a very famous Christian one too. So what do you mean? Yeah. As a matter of fact, here's another like blowback style situation, but like the Unification Church is, partially or almost directly responsible for the Shinzo Abe assassination. It's a Korean cult that like made its way to Japan as well. And it may or may not have had a direct connection with the KCIA and the CIA in general. And it's like one of those ways in which, America has played a role in funding some of these cults. Okay. So that one, for example, is like, it's direct American involvement, or at least like indirect American involvement. And as far as blowback goes, off branches of the Moonies have actually basically gained foothold in American in domestic affairs as well. And what I mean by that is, you remember the church where they like fuck their guns, where they marry their guns? That's a different branch of the Moonies, basically. You know the gun church where they have sex with their guns? Rod of Iron Ministries. I mean, you should know. I talk about it all the time, but that's like a fucking American Rod of Iron Branch Ministries. This one. currently shortened as the Sanctuary Church, originally known as World Peace and Unification Sanctuary Church, is a schismatic offshoot of the Unification Church established by Hyungjin Sean Moon and Kookjin Justin Moon. Both of them are sons of Sun Myung Moon and Hakja Han. Their father was the founder of the Unification Church and its leader until his death in 2012. The group exalts the AR-15 semi-automatic rifle in its ceremonies, believing it represents the rod of iron mentioned in the book of Revelation. Proudly, I didn't know about this. Also, here, I mean, I'm going to blow your fucking mind, but sushi in the United States of America was almost entirely dominated by the Moonies. The Moonies are responsible for sushi in the United States of America. They brought sushi to the United States of America, and not only do they bring sushi to the United States of America, I think they still have almost like monopolistic control over all the distribution of the fish that people use at sushi restaurants, I think, or one or the other. They have like still a tremendous amount of control over the distribution of sushi grade fish. Anyway, 80% at one point, not sure anymore. Yeah, this is the cult that we're talking about. This is an offshoot of the Moonies, offshoot of the Unification Church, which the American CIA had full knowledge over. I mean, the guy that we're talking about, his father literally came and spoke to Ronald Reagan, delivered a speech, like all this shit. The KCIA played a role in this. And it's not an accident that they end up operating within South Korea and also within Japan as well, in spite of the fact that the Japanese are unimaginably racist towards Koreans in general. And that's part of the reason why after Shinzo Abe was assassinated, the assassin's wishes were actually met, because the public was like, why the fuck do we have a Korean church operating in our boundaries, stealing money from our Japanese, our big, beautiful, my favorite Muslim propaganda farmer? Yeah, this is propaganda, just an accurate reflection of events. Things that you didn't know about prior to coming to this broadcast that you found out about, that's propaganda. Yeah, if you're fucking stupid, I guess it is. Yeah, Muslim propaganda at that. Christian cults over the world are nearly all CIA's fault. The CIA is directly responsible for evangelicals dominating South America too. There were some thriving left-wing Catholic moves before them spreading there. Yes, the CIA will use anyone and everyone to destabilize. But yeah, inshallah, one day you will also say the Shahada and join. If you hate America so much, why don't you go and live in another country? That's cool. Hasan, this dude stayed in China for 14 days, streamed 12 days, 15 hours a day, and we still can't figure out a sexual orientation. That's so funny. But yeah. Where was I? Speaking of which, this is this is the other dangerous side of Chadvice, the sadder side of Chadvice. These are the people that need the Chadvice the most, but they're probably not going to get it because they don't come in here. The Andrew Tates of the world. I talked about this briefly yesterday. Before I get into the news, I'm going to briefly bring this back up. Andrew Tate says, let me make this loud and clear. If you're a straight man with a girlfriend in 2024, you're gay. Lots of people, for good reason, baffled by this, but I watched Nick Fuentes explain why they all say this now, and it's because they think modern dating practices are feminine and think that women should submit to marriage almost immediately. It's a proxy argument for trad wifery. I don't think that is like, I don't think that that's the case. I mean, that's part of it, but I also think that the initial assessment of these guys are preying on the vulnerable youth, the vulnerable and insecure young men, in an effort to string them along and basically force them into alienation from every other person in their lives until the only reliable source of news and community comes from the men's rights spaces that they operate in. That is what their goal is. It is, ironically enough, it is not dissimilar to the cults that we were talking about beforehand. It's the same as like identify predatory people, identify vulnerable members of the community, and they work tirelessly to separate them from their friends and family, and they constantly feed them a bunch of nonsense and tell them like the only way that you can actually win favors, or the only way that you can achieve your goals, is if you actually succeed within this community. And slowly but surely they isolate them further and further from normal people. And then the less normal these guys become, their sense of normalcy comes from operating within these communities. And the community has its own internalized metrics of success And, you know, the communities itself have their own internalized success metrics, and people just like operate within those confines. And ironically enough, they move further and further away from normalcy in that process, and it makes it virtually impossible for them to ever have a healthy attitude about interpersonal relationship and communications ever again. And it makes it really difficult. It makes it really difficult to snap them out of it the further they go down that rabbit hole. Anyway, I had a talk with my MAGA pro Pinochet dad at Thanksgiving. I asked him when he migrated to New York City from Chile if he would have a better life if he had free buses, childcare assistance, and better wages. He said absolutely, and I welcomed him to the Mamdani era. Nice. Did something happen in South Korea? Not anything, like nothing new. Oh yeah, the Bradley Martin is full tilt, getting radicalized, and is like hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Is devastating situation. Directly a consequence of Israel shit, by the way. Like, I watched it unfold in real time. I watched it unfold in fucking real time. Let that be a lesson for all of you. Let that be a lesson for all of you. Pro-Trump guy thinks Donald Trump is sincerely going to end all wars, realizes that Donald Trump is deeply invested in Israel, and starts going, what the fuck's going on here? Like, these guys are... You know, maybe these guys are not so wrong about what they're saying about Israel, and then they move on from Israel to, you know, maybe these guys are not so wrong about what they're saying about Jews in general. Pair that up with the notion that this environment of censorship, this environment of enforced censorship, is actually at the behest of Jews, right? Which again is not my assessment, but it is the way that a lot of these traditional media outlets basically communicate the exact same thing that fucking Nick Fuentes is communicating when they say Israel is for the Jews and all Jews love Israel, and if you speak out against Israel, you're anti-Semitic, and if you're anti-Semitic, you must be censored and you must be fucking cast aside. And people basically put those puzzle pieces together, and of course at the end of that is being open-minded towards whatever the fuck rabid anti-Semites are saying, open neo-Nazis are saying. Also proves your point that this kind of bigotry and racism is more attractive to right-leaning people than your anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist message. No, I think that if you're an anti-imperialist and an anti-Zionist, and you are fighting hard to communicate this message to people, and your worldview revolves around materialist analysis, it is always going to be an uphill struggle in a country like the United States of America, okay? Because everything... Why do you keep giving Bradley charitability when he keeps doing things like this? I think you're completely unable to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. There is no, like, making an assessment of someone, doing analysis on someone's, like, pinpointing their radicalization in real time is not, like... I don't know. I just don't understand why you think that that's like being charitable. You have to stop doing this. This is so stupid. This is not about charitability at all. This is just a straightforward analysis of how people end up finding themselves in Nick Fuentes' worldview. In any case, what's I don't think they're serious though. I don't know. No, I think that there are a lot of people who are serious about that, where they just like, they don't understand that you can engage in analysis, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you're endorsing people. Everybody does that, actually. It's a like I said, it's filter. It's a filter for a lot of people who are not invested in serious thinking or critical analysis whatsoever. What is this? You isolate from normal people. He's straying more. You sheer. He's making more for him. What? He's making more for his pocket. False. What? Okay. Whatever. Why don't you talk about your country of origin, Turkey, and the corruption and dictatorship under Erdogan? I have. Not that you give a shit about that. You just think that's a deflection. That's a solid deflection. You think you got me. I have. So much so that I actually can't return to Turkey and see my fucking family, including after my uncle passed away recently. So suck my dick, dumbass. Anyway, as I was saying, this is the danger of liberalism. These are the dangers of liberalism and liberal thinking, where it's like anti-materialist, and it also is openly antagonistic towards socialism and materialist analysis in general. So unless you get like unless you go to college basically and take like sociology courses or whatever, you're never going to encounter this worldview unless you find yourself by sheer happenstance in this broadcast somehow, and you have a level of charitability and you're like, okay, maybe I think I understand where this guy's coming from. But ultimately, because both liberals and the entirety of the right wing are antagonistic to socialism and leftists in general, you know, to varying degrees, they are openly express their animosity. It basically shuts off people from seeing that kind of seeing the world with that lens, with that framework, with that perspective. It's not helpful that there's also an openly anti-intellectualist slant on the right as well, and somewhat of an anti-intellectualist slant, I would say, in the liberal side too, especially when it comes to thought eliminating cliches that they deploy whenever they want to justify American imperialism or war, war or whatever, right? And I'm a fascist. Okay, you're a fucking loser. Anyway, the point is, that is why this environment, this information environment, this information landscape is so perfect for fascists to take advantage of, right? I think from one of the easiest ways to identify this is like someone like Barry Weiss, right? Barry Weiss or many pro-Israel people that position themselves as like liberals or centrists or center-right or whatever the fuck will oftentimes look to someone like myself and look to someone like Nick Fuentes and say, oh, from my reasonable, moderate, centrist position, there is no difference between Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker. And what they fail to recognize is that that doesn't actually make me look bad. That makes Nick Fuentes seem like a more normal figure in American politics. So if you actually do care about anti-Semitism, but you end up bracketing off anyone that is anti-Israel with the same like anti-Semitic, Holocaust revisionist, Holocaust denying brush, then what you're ultimately doing is you're saying, well, you know, if you have any sort of anti-Israel thoughts in your mind, or if you express any sort of anti-Israel sentiment, you're an anti-Semite. And it makes people go, okay, well, I am anti-Israel, so maybe I am anti-Semitic. Anyway, apparently the Afton Bain election is in 3 days. A collab virtual, of course, could be good. The left does a dogshit job of combating Zionists and Zionism, which leads to normies not understanding why/how Israel does what it does. No, I don't think so. I think the left has done a pretty remarkable job of combating Zionism. I think it's actually crazy to say that right now. Crazy to say that at this very moment, especially considering that the attitude against Israel, in spite of decades and decades of multi-billion-dollar propaganda and influence peddling operation, it has completely failed. And the overarching sentiment is anti-Israel, even in the United States of America, one of the most heavily propagandized countries on the planet. So I think that they've done a fantastic job. The left has done a fantastic job. The issue is, ultimately, there are still always going to be people that take advantage of the domineering narrative when Jake Tapper and Nick Fuentes are saying the same thing, which is all Jews care about is Israel, and Israel is the Jewish state. Israel must remain the Jewish state. And if you actually criticize Israel, then you're anti-Jew, because both Jake Tapper and numerous other liberal figures say this exact same thing. And Nick Fuentes says it as well. So if everyone is saying that, then people are obviously going to understand that that is the reality. They're going to think that that is the reality. That is what is being communicated from liberal outlets. The difference, of course, between Nick Fuentes and Jake Tapper is that Nick Fuentes says that and then says this is a bad thing. It's a bad thing that Israel is for the Jews and all Jews care about is Israel, whereas Jake Tapper is saying that's a good thing. He uses that as a defensive position, right? And for the longest time, due to how controlled the media narratives were when it came down to issues that are pertinent to American State Department goals, that worked. There was an environment of suppression. There was an environment of self-censorship. I myself have engaged in that self-censorship in an effort to make sure that I don't get fucking censored or dominated or lose my platform. Having said that, however, now that people actually recognize that Israel is a criminal enterprise and evil country that is doing a metric ton of violence and also is doing its very best to dominate the lives of everyday Americans and control flows of information in the United States of America, all of a sudden people have a negative opinion on Israel. So now they're leaning in the Nick Fuentes direction. But ultimately, they have been taught that everyone has been taught in the United States of America that no matter what, Israel's for the Jews. All Jews are Zionists. All Jews care about is Israel. And that if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If that's what liberals are saying and that's what the Nazis are saying, why the fuck would any normal person ever encounter my position? That anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are totally separate things. And that in many instances, anti-Semites are unironically utilizing anti-Zionist rhetoric to dominate the discourse and take advantage of the discourse to present an anti-Jewish slant, an anti-Jewish sentiment, and foment anti-Semitic opinions. You're not that special, little bro. Normal people are well aware of this. What? First of all, I never said I'm special. Secondly, I don't think normal people are aware of any of the things that I just mentioned. I don't think normal people look at Israel and think, oh, it's a violent country and it's a violent country that's totally separate from Jews in general. No, they see it as like the Jewish nation state. They see it as the Jewish state, and it actually creates animosity towards Jews. The point is, for years and years, these dumb dipshits kept saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And now that anti-Zionism is the norm, it has made anti-Semitism the norm. That's the simplest, most reductive way to put it, okay? That's it. The Zionist right has no idea what to do about the rise of MAGA's overt anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel embodied by Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson because it's never understood anti-Semitism or why Israel deserves critique. I think liberals don't get it either, if we're being real. I think Zionists don't understand it. They don't. I agree with the first part, but the effect this has is the legitimizing of Tucker and other dipshits, but I don't believe in the slightest that it's making people more anti-Semitic. No, I think there's nascent bigotry in the hearts of many Americans, right? Especially towards a group of people that they've never like personally encountered. There's not that many Jews in the United States of America, and they live in, Florida, New York, Los Angeles for the most part. So many people in the heartland have never actually encountered a Jewish person. However, they know certain things or have heard certain things about Jews. Like, oh, a lot of them are in the banking sector. A lot of them are in academia. A lot of them are in Hollywood. A lot of them are in, all these different industries. And they're actually pretty dominant in these industries. And ultimately that goes from, there is a higher percentage of Jewish people in these sectors to Jews control the media and Jews control the banks. Okay. It's a very quick, it's basically the next exit, right? Like that's the attitude that many people have. That's the thing that many people have seen. That's why the whole like, I'm noticing things is like such a, it's such an annoying way that people actually fucking do this shit where they go, oh, I'm noticing things. The point is, Jews are not a monolithic group of people, just like no one is actually a monolithic group of people. They don't have a monolithic understanding. If they did, there wouldn't be billions of dollars poured into trying to break the minds of young American Jews and turn them into wonderful, loyal soldiers for Israel. Okay, if that was the case, birthright wouldn't exist, right? They wouldn't have to do birthright. Automatically, every Jew would be, growing up as a ultra Zionist from the start. There would be no such thing as an anti-Zionist Jew. It doesn't work that way, right? The problem is there are plenty of Zionist Jews that turn around and say, no, you don't understand. If you're criticizing Israel, you're criticizing Zionism. If you're saying you're anti-Zionist, you're criticizing all Jews because all Jews are Zionists. Well, you're a fucking idiot for saying that. Not only is it untrue, but you're also a fucking moron for saying that because everybody that hears that goes, okay, I guess I'm anti-Semitic then. Like people don't understand how quick that turn is for people, especially once they, decided Israel is bad, once they realize that Israel is bad. Anyway, where was I? All right, let's get into Venezuela. The problem is Zionist Jews are pushing anti-Semitic stereotypes. Oh, 100%.
Tell me if like Jews control.
Like this is the person, Sarah Hurwitz literally is a speechwriter for the Obama team. Okay. She wrote many of Michelle Obama's speeches. She is a liberal in every sense of the word, but she's also incredibly pro-Israel. Okay. She's incredibly pro-Israel. She is a prominent Jewish person in American politics, right? So when you hear her say shit like this, what the fuck is the expectation from the average cornbread, Iowan who has never really encountered a Jewish person? They hear stuff like this and they basically go, oh, okay, so I guess Jews do control the media. I guess Jews do control the banking industry. And I guess Jews are, dominating American politics.
Hollywood, right? Because, like, you made us do that. I don't, it's like, I guess I would just gently push back on the idea that Jews have power in America. I think we have tremendous status. I think we have, we've certainly achieved, like, tremendous professional and cultural achievement. We certainly have achieved, wealth and, like, professional success. But I don't necessarily know, we're 2% of the population. So if the majority turned against us, I'm not totally sure what we would do, right? Like I'm just thinking about, like, power in very kind of practical ways. We definitely have power in Israel, like, as a state, right? But I don't necessarily think Israel is, like, the most powerful state in the world or all powerful. I think it's often kind of deemed the source of all the world's problems, and kind of, whereas, like, this is a state the size of New Jersey. It's not. I know we think it's very important. I certainly think it's important in the scheme of the world's thing. Like, I would probably focus more on, like, China, Russia, Iran. I think the obsession with Israel is it's a reflection of very old historical ideas about Jews. But I think I certainly think you're right. Like, what you're alluding to with, like, there is this trend in history to say there is this disgusting thing, and Jews, you have to do this disgusting thing because you can't do anything else. We're not going to let you do anything else. You're going to do this disgusting thing. And then when you do it, we're going to call you disgusting. So, okay, you can't, centuries ago, Jews were not allowed to be in guilds. They were barred from many professions, but they were allowed to do money lending, which was considered disgusting. And so they did. And people said you were disgusting money lenders, and they developed skills in finance. And so they became quite accomplished in finance and banking. And,
like, part of what she's saying is not untrue, and then part of what she's saying, especially because it's still paired up with, like, a pro-Israel sentiment, is also ridiculous. Okay, if she were to say, like, oh, Jews have been pushed into, like, Jews were not allowed to tend the land or own any land, so they were pushed into, like, banking because they were allowed to do usury, as opposed to, like, Christianity and Islam considering usury to be a sin or whatever. Like, there is a historical assessment here that's not untrue, right? Like, Jews are pushed out from other sectors, and then they get into sectors where they make do, and then people turn on them, and then shift the blame and responsibility over to, like, Jewish domination or whatever the fuck, right? Like, that assessment is not necessarily untrue. That assessment is not wrong. It's just that when you tie that to, like a pro-Israel sentiment at a time when everyone is anti-Israel, then it comes across like you're saying that Jews are dominating these sectors, and it's good, and we're going to use that power to keep cutting pro-Israel propaganda, which is how people see it, how a lot of people see it. So you're basically leaning into you're blurring the lines between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, but from a pro-Israel position.
We were kind of said, like, oh, you guys are disproportionate in finance and banking, right? Because you made us, right? Decades ago in America, Jews were pushed out of the more kind of classy art forms of, like, theater and publishing, and told, you guys, there's vaudeville, which is kind of like, crass down market. Like, that's the only thing Jews can do. So they were like, okay, I guess we'll do that. And it's like, oh, you're disgusting. But then they developed into Hollywood, and suddenly it's like, Jews control Hollywood, right? Because, like, you made us do that. I don't, it's like, there is something to it that's a little bit cruel. This idea that, like, you've succeeded in this thing that we forced you into, and now we're going to condemn you for that. And that, I just feel like, yikes.
For sure.
But look, we are not a powerless people, right? We have power in Israel. We have nuclear weapons and an army.
Whatever. Yeah, this is pretty funny though. Yeah, it's everything that Sarah Hurwitz has been saying is basically Norman Finkelstein's entire life's work. Okay, like Norman Finkelstein has written extensively about virtually everything that Sarah Hurwitz says, whether it be, like, you know, the way that like Holocaust education is paired up with pro-Israel sentiment, all this stuff, like weaponizing the traumas or the horrors of the Holocaust to justify Israel's violent existence, all this stuff. Like, she basically just says it out loud over and over again. And I think for the longest time, if you were to have these conversations, especially in the rooms that she's having these conversations, no one would fucking bat an eye because no one would really hear about it or no one would care about it. And the reason why no one would hear about it or care about it is because either people just didn't know anything about fucking Israel or thought Israel was a force for good because that's all they learned. But now that people don't think Israel's a force for good, doing this kind of propaganda unironically foments anti-Semitism. Because people go, what the fuck? What is this like high profile Jewish person saying right now? You know?
I sometimes get this weird gaslighting where people say, oh, okay, Sarah, you're saying that college kids can't criticize Israel. Well, look at you censoring free speech. I'm like, I would love people to be criticizing Israel. I would love them to be having a debate. But, you know,
no, you won't.
From water to water, Palestine shall be Arab. That's not criticism any more than from water to water, Israel shall be Jewish is criticism. It's eliminationism. It's that's not.
Yeah. Liberal Zionism and the extent of liberal Zionism, which is totally avoiding that is what Israel is doing currently. Water to water, all that will be Jewish is literally the Likud charter. And what Benjamin Netanyahu has time and time again said is the initiation of the Eretz Israel, Greater Israel project.
That's not a criticism. You know, Jews are, you know, Israelis are Nazis is no more a criticism than Palestinians are terrorists. Those are just
Anyway, I can't get over the Sarah Hurwitz video. She was a speechwriter for the Obamas, but she sounds exactly like some genocidal settler in the West Bank, and people in the audience applaud. Yeah. What is this? Yeah, here's one more Sarah Hurwitz video. New Obama speechwriter, former Obama speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz says she went looking for Israel's original sin and came up empty. Okay? Another crazy fucking take.
You have this chapter in the book called My Search for Israel's Original Sin.
Mm-hmm.
So can you talk a little bit about what is Israel's original sin and your and why you wanted to search for it?
So, you know, my first book, I was talking to a Jewish communal leader, telling her about, you know, the chapters on ethics and God and Shabbat, on and on. And she looked at me and she said, uh-huh. And the chapter on Israel? And I had this long thing about, like, no, and you know, it's distracting, la, la, la. And she looked at me and she goes, well, that's a cop-out. And the truth is it was. You know, I felt a lot of anxiety about Israel. It seems so complicated. And I hate to say this now, but I think on some deep level, I had a feeling that there was something probably fundamentally problematic about Israel's founding and existence that if I did enough research, I would discover and I would not be able to defend. And
that you would be part of the general agreement.
Exactly. Like I was actually, which is just, I'm so embarrassed by this now. It is such a painful thing to admit.
Sarah, this is what we're dealing with. I hear this all the time. So you're just saying it out loud from people who otherwise just say it quietly or in small, groups.
As I did the research, I was like, you know what Israel is, Dan? Okay, I'm going to say something shocking and wild. Brace yourself. It's a country. It's a country. It was founded like so many other countries in the mid-20th century. Countries founded in war, partition, bloodshed. I'm sorry, it's not pretty. I really wish it had, come about in unicorns and moonbeams. That would have been beautiful. I mean, look, this is how a lot of nation creation came about in the mid-20th century in the wake of World Wars I and II. Countries were partitioned, divided up, and in ways that were, I think, problematic in many ways. I'm not saying this is wonderful and great, but I think what struck me is that so often I think we educate our young people to think that Israel is exceptional. It's unlike any other nation, but it's actually completely unexceptional in its founding. And I think we have done a huge disservice to our young people.
Every country does genocide, guys. It's just how it is, except this one is doing it right now and also doing it with unlimited funds from the United States of America. So what's the problem? Well, that's the problem. It's happening currently in real time, and we can see it, especially after reading endless amounts of books about how wrong that shit is, okay? Ironically enough, partially as a consequence of like all the Holocaust education, which is something that she also personally recognizes, okay? Because remember, the whole Sarah Hurwitz saga started when she openly stated that a big problem with Holocaust education was that it was very successful in early on in terms of defending Israel's existence. But then people started seeing Israel doing a Holocaust and were like, well, isn't this kind of the whole point of Never Again? And she's like, oh, no, it's bad now, right? That's the reason why everybody knows who the fuck Sarah Hurwitz is, because she went viral for that take. She said the quiet part out loud.
When we have failed to educate them about how Israel is a country, and we have failed to normalize Israel for our young people. We have failed to say, like, here's a bunch of really unpleasant facts about how Israel was founded. And also, those same facts apply to these other many, many countries. Let's go through those as well. You know, I wish every young person could understand that, yeah, there's some really tough, hard stuff in Israel's founding, as there was in the founding of many other countries at the time. And I think
also there are certain things that Israel is doing that's just like not something that happens now. You know what I mean? Or has happened in history books that people genuinely consider to be disgusting. Like, you can't have a liberal society and have liberalism be in defense of like individual rights, whether it be, you know, private property rights, but also individual rights of like, equality and civil liberties, and then also maintain a fucking apartheid state. Like, you just can't do that. You know, this is even before the genocide, right? Like you cannot have a country that's foundation is ethnic cleansing and a apartheid state, and then expect Americans who learned throughout history that apartheid was inappropriate and unacceptable throughout their own fucking history, as a matter of fact. Like Jim Crow, separate but equal arguments no longer work in America, because Americans, whether there are still, existing racial wounds and racial inequities in this country, Americans, by and large, assume that, you know, Jim Crow is a thing of the fucking past and that it's not good. It's a bad thing, right? So unless you teach Americans that there is a racial hierarchy, which is illiberal in general, and you consistently hammer in that point that, you know, some races and some races are better than others, some religions are better than others, and they must be dominant and blah, blah, blah. Like, unless that is your new meta, okay, you're just not going to be able to get them on board with a country that still has this old school construct that many Americans consider to be inappropriate. It's ridiculous.
Our tendency to exceptionalize Israel because we want our young people to fall in love with it, it really sets them up for failure once they hit college and they hear their first bad fact and they're like stunned. They can't get over it. And they kind of freak out and throw out the whole thing.
This is pure anti-Semitic dual loyalty shit from her.
American Jews are kind of wrestling with.
Yeah, I've already covered this part. Anyway, let's get to Venezuela, because I've spent endless amounts of time talking about this shit. Okay, over and over and over again. So let's get to Donald Trump trying to invade Venezuela because he's bored. And because he doesn't want people to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, and because Venezuela has oil. That is where we're at.
To some breaking news out of the U.S. now, where President Donald Trump has just announced the closure of the airspace above Venezuela. Let's bring in Rosalind Jordan, joining us from Washington, D.C. He's announced this in a Truth Social post. Rosalind, tell us what he's said and what all this means.
Essentially, the post from the U.S. President Donald Trump says that this is a warning to airlines, to pilots, I assume both commercial and general aviation, drug dealers and human traffickers, that the U.S. is declaring the airspace over Venezuela. Of course, the U.S. is not in control of Venezuela, but the U.S. is considering the airspace closed until further notice. It does not say exactly how the U.S. is going to enforce this. What we have seen, but perhaps most famously in the case of the closure of the airspace over Iraq in the from the 1980s on until the wars that began in 2003, was that the U.S. military was charged with patrolling the airspace around the Iraqi borders in order to prevent any air traffic from crossing or going in and out of that country. We do not know if that is going to be the case here with the United States. It had been reported on Friday by the New York Times that late in the week of November 21st, a little more than a week ago, the U.S. president apparently had an unreported phone call with Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan president, where it's...
Yeah, he said Trump and Maduro discussed Venezuela's demands for a general amnesty for Maduro, his senior aides, and their families. Trump told Maduro that if he didn't leave willingly, the U.S. would consider other options, including use of force. I can't wait for the liberals and Republicans alike to say that, oh, it's actually better to forcibly take out Maduro, or it's actually better that our peace president was able to successfully intimidate Maduro into submission and install a puppet leader in Venezuela so that we can just take over their natural oil reserves. There is no such thing as like leave voluntarily or we will bomb you. What is the fucking voluntary function there? Leave voluntarily or we'll destroy your entire country. It's not exactly, that's not really, there's no real options there. You know, that's just, we're going to bomb the shit out of your country. And of course, the very same losers that wrote extensively on regime change in Iraq, regime change in Iran, are now advocating for regime change in Venezuela. Shouts out to Bret Stephens of the New York Times. Now, you might be wondering, how did Bret Stephens get this wrong every single time? And how does he still have a job? It's because of this willingness to demand more American imperialism. That is the reason why he has a job at the New York Times to begin with. These are not, these statements are not seen as failures in analysis, but instead propaganda, necessary propaganda from the Gray Lady, the paper of record, the New York Times. He's just doing his fucking job. Can you check the comments? U.S. military intervention is a horrible idea. I'm not really sure what kind of military action Brett is envisioning. Airstrikes, that won't work and could cause a rally around the flag effect. Limited ground invasion of Caracas and its immediate environs. This isn't Panama City. Too big and a result of very risky for U.S. soldiers. Full-scale invasion, not with 15,000 troops. Democracy and relief from long suffering endured by the Venezuelan people will not be brought about by another regime change nation-building operation with deployment of our troops from U.S. Southern Command, stationed in Doral, a.k.a. Doralzuela, based on elite exiles. The first wave established their faithful Trump voters. This is not Trump-instigated, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio's plan to go into Venezuela first. Trump is a deal maker. He believes in escalation to negotiate. Indeed, diplomacy is the most viable way to make changes with a concomitant lift of sanctions that affect the poor. Rubio is friend and ally to Nobel winner Maria Machado, who has demonstrated through her actions to be all in for violence and right-wing rule, exhibited in the 2002 coup attempt against Chavez. Her signing Carmona decree that would dissolve Congress, constitution, violent protests where right-wing killed civilians in 2014 and 2017, and now rallies in Madrid for Trump-style sweep of Europe. She's openly aligned with Bolsonaro, Milei, Netanyahu. America first. Make it a reality, not a cover-up to promote the spread of fascism. Use our taxpayer money to fix the problems at home first, not abroad. We need regime change here, perhaps. So who's trying to get richer off this one? The usual suspects, no doubt. Let's just drop the pretense. In the last several decades of American wars are not for noble reasons at all and drain more of our taxpayer dollars with nothing to return but death. These are the New York Times liberals, like New York Times liberals, who also fucking despise Maduro and would love to see an exchange of leadership in Venezuela. And yet, even they're not biting on it. Let me get this straight. No money for healthcare, food, or the American taxpayer, but unlimited money for more endless and pointless wars. No thanks. I'm telling you right now, this is precisely the reason why any fucking Democrat that makes a big fuss about this is going to do LeBron numbers. And yet the Democrats are also a part of this uniparty because American foreign policy is uniparty. Just like private healthcare is uniparty. There is bipartisan consensus on capitalism. There's bipartisan consensus on imperialism. Okay? This does not need to happen. And I'm not speaking to the politicians when I say this. I'm speaking to you, the average American person, the average American voter, when I'm speaking to you about this. Okay? This does not have to be the case. People need to make a bigger fuss about this. People need to force their politicians to make a bigger fuss about this. AOC needs to be out and about, getting ahead of this movement, being a leader in this movement, if she has ambitions of higher office, for example. Kudos for Bret Stephens for objective evaluation of the ground realities emerging from the recent announcement. Oh, my God. If you keep advocating for the overthrow of governments you don't like, maybe one day you will get one right. Number one, are we not done overthrowing strongmen when we do not have a plan for the power vacuum that follows? See Iraq, Libya. Number two, it's their country, none of our business. This was such a foolish and childlike analysis in this column. Open Presents with 100 gifted subs. Thank you, Open Presents. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Open Presents with another 25 gifted subs earlier as well, 125 today. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of subscriptions is the only way you can support the Piker Broadcasting Service. We run no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. Yeah, the Powell Doctrine still stands. The case for Venezuelan intervention, privatize Social Security, 20% VAT, privatize Social Security like Australia, dual mandate hawk. The middle class should pay more taxes. God, I love the extreme liberalism. This is like a radical liberal right here. The case for Venezuelan intervention is much stronger than the case for invading Iraq. I'm sure at the time of Iraq, if this person was, an adult, they would have said identical things. Oh, the case for intervention in Iraq is much stronger than the case for intervention in Afghanistan or the case for intervention in Vietnam, right? Do you think the citizens of Europe will condemn this as the illegal war like we did with Ukraine? Fuck no. Just like citizens of Europe might, maybe not to the same degree, but make no mistake. Just like when Israel started as genocide or accelerated as genocide after October 7, and it took 2 fucking years for Europe to ever make a fuss about it at all. And even then it was marginal. And very quickly they snapped back to their previous formation, like Germany immediately started sending weapons back to Israel as soon as this so-called ceasefire was implemented. They do not have any interest in ever criticizing America. They like America's imperialism. They even if they have an issue with American imperialism at any point, they will never make a big fuss about it. Don't be crazy. They do not give a shit. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
According to those who were sourcing the story, the two men were talking about perhaps having a face-to-face meeting here in the United States and were perhaps discussing ways to try to reduce tensions between the two countries. The U.S., as our viewers know, has been very angry with Venezuela. It blames Venezuela not just for fueling what the U.S. calls an unprecedented migration crisis, but also by fueling the fentanyl addiction crisis here in the United States by efforting the trafficking of that illegal substance into the U.S. territory and resulting in the addiction and deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans. The U.S. has also long been very unhappy with Nicolas Maduro being the president of Venezuela. The Biden administration had considered his reelection in 2024 to be illegal. The Trump administration has continued that posture and has strongly signaled that it would like to see Maduro removed from power.
So, Rosalind, what do we think this all means? I mean, and especially considering that over the past few weeks, there's been...
we want to tackle the fentanyl opioid overdose crisis in the United States of America, so we're just going to bomb a country that has nothing to do with it. This is cool.
An increase, I would say, in the number of military personnel in the region.
Well, it's probably not a good sign for the Venezuelan government, if I were to speculate. It is worth also pointing out that on Thursday and Friday, the U.S. Defense Secretary, or Secretary of War, as he likes to call himself, Pete Hegseth, was on board the USS Gerald R. Ford, which is the aircraft carrier that has been deployed to the Caribbean Sea in international waters, but not far from Venezuela. Part of that military show of force to perhaps intimidate the Venezuelan government from carrying out what the U.S. says are illegal criminal narcotics activities. But this is certainly part of that context. Does that mean that military action carried out by the United States is imminent? We can't say that, but certainly it's one more piece of circumstantial evidence that the U.S. is trying to put very overt, very blatant pressure on the Venezuelan government and not just use diplomatic language to try to change course in that country.
What kind of debate has all this sparked in the U.S.? Because, again, over the past few weeks, we know that the U.S. military has killed more than 80 people in boat strikes as part of what Donald Trump and his administration are describing as the anti-drug trafficking campaign.
Well, there hasn't been much in the way of public uproar, but there's been a lot of uproar on Capitol Hill. Congressional Democrats and a few Republicans are very disturbed by this campaign on trying to deal with drug trafficking that traditionally had been carried out as a law enforcement action, with the U.S. Coast Guard basically interdicting these vessels allegedly carrying narcotics, and then arranging for the detention and then transfer to U.S. officials for prosecution, as opposed to carrying out these strikes without notice, without any legal authority on these vessels. And in recent days, you've seen more people, especially on Capitol Hill, but also in the legal community, raising very serious questions about whether the U.S. is carrying out war crimes by basically targeting people without any due diligence, and basically acting as judge and jury rather than going through the long-established, decades-long process of arresting and then prosecuting people for criminal behavior.
Rosalind, stand by for just a moment, because as you were saying, the U.S. has been rapidly increasing its military presence in the Caribbean. Since August, more than 10,000 American soldiers.
Do you think China has any interest in intervention? I mean, ironically enough, a lot of these initiatives, or the domino theory by dismantling Venezuela and then kicking up a wave of destabilization through tens of millions of people displaced in Venezuela that will go to all these other Latin American countries, is directly done to extract all the oil with no regulatory control or no kickbacks to the fucking Venezuelan population whatsoever, but also to move South American countries away from aligning with China. Having said that, however, I don't think China will do anything about this. Who knows? Maybe they will, but I just don't see China doing anything about this regardless, because China notoriously does not engage in proxy wars with the United States of America, even if it's an ally or at least like a regional partner that that they would benefit greatly from aiding, or at least like leaning into. No, China does a lot internationally. It's just not their policy to intervene against America in these proxy wars. At most, they will offer some support to Russia. Russia is much more hands-on in terms of the direct intervention that they engage in. But Russia is also not China and has a lot less capacity to do so, especially because they're currently fucking waging war in Ukraine. Never did you forget Vietnam? I mean, are we really? You think China now resembles China in the Vietnam era? It's like saying, oh, what about Korea? Yeah, I'm talking about modern People's Republic of China, okay? The established hegemonic superpower. Not hegemonic, but like the established superpower challenging the hegemonic superpower of the United States of America.
Soldiers and fighter jets have been deployed near Venezuela. This is the largest deployment of U.S. forces in the region in decades. The U.S. Navy's largest aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford, has arrived in the southern Caribbean, and this is the largest ship of its kind in the world.
You think South America would try to intervene? I feel like completely dominated Venezuelan oil reserve. You mean South Africa or like South America? Would try to intervene. None of these countries have the capacity to intervene against the United States of America. Don't be crazy. Saudi Arabia? No. At most, you'll see posturing against American imperialism from other Latin American countries, but I don't think they will actually. I don't think they'll actually militarily engage with American soldiers. I mean, that's crazy.
With its own air wing of more than 75 fighter jets, helicopters, and early warning aircraft. And a Navy destroyer carrying guided missiles, helicopters, and Marines has also arrived in Trinidad and Tobago near Venezuela's coast. Venezuela has put its armed forces on high alert, deploying thousands of troops and a reported 5,000 Russian-made missiles across the country to counter the buildup. And now, what we hear in the past 30 minutes or so is the U.S. President Donald Trump announcing the closure of the airspace above Venezuela. Rosalind, was this expected at all? And do we know why now?
It was not expected. We don't know why. We are trying to reach out to sources across the U.S. government to find out exactly what is happening. I should note that after he made that post about the U.S.'s closure of Venezuelan airspace, he has now posted about a completely unrelated topic, the ongoing issue of tariffs on goods being imported and sold into the United States. So we don't know if this is actual military action that is about to happen, or whether this is one of the statements that the president is prone to make as he very actively and very publicly carries out his foreign policy. This is not a government that does things in quiet negotiations, in mini summits, in world capitals. This is a man who very much says what he believes ought to happen, and he goes right to the U.S. public and to the global public through his social media channel.
Okay, Rosalind, we'll let you go for now. Thank you so much for that reporting.
Trump doesn't have the political capital for an invasion, could easily destroy his admin and legacy. This is why I suspect pressure campaign, but they could just go all in. Yeah, but also he's a madman and desperate for deflection, and the people in his ear, the people that he trusts, the sycophants in his ear, like Marco Rubio, might be feeding him wrong information, saying, oh, Mr. President, they'll actually rally around you, just like they're telling him, like, oh, this is good for both oil and also for, stamping out drugs. I don't even know anymore. I don't know. I don't think these guys are making accurate calculations anyway. How is he going to sell pardoning Honduras narco-trafficking former leader to his MAGA base? They don't give a shit about that. It's Honduras. Many of them will never even hear about it. I mean, with the way that Donald Trump operates, though, I think the more likely scenario is like trying to get Venezuela to concede with limited airstrikes or something like that, which is horrible. I mean, it's horrifying to think of, but like a Iran style situation, so he can present himself as like the great deal maker, the great negotiator. 15,000 troops are I don't think enough to do a ground invasion of Caracas or Venezuela in general. So it kind of feels like it's more so an aggressive militant posture against Venezuela, with the hopes that they can just thwart Maduro and install the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Machado as a puppet leader. Yeah, the three people that are pushing for it in the admin are Rubio, Miller, and Ratcliffe. They're the ones who are aggressively and very hawkishly trying to do regime change. To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That's how he announced it. Yeah. Trump administration officials assert Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, sits atop a cartel network. He has insisted the country does not export drugs. Keg's Breath has no ideological interest in this beyond being a dick rider of Donald Trump and fulfilling whatever ambition that Donald Trump has here. This is an older story all the way back in September, by the way. The push by top aides to President Trump to remove Nicolas Maduro as the leader of Venezuela has intensified in recent days, with the administration officials discussing a broad campaign that would escalate military pressure to try to force him out. Anyway, so that's there is no serious opposition to this, which is expected, I guess. I'm so cynical about all this stuff and the lack of interest from liberals in general. It's very frustrating. But
from Washington, D.C., we'll speak to Al Jazeera's Latin America editor, Lucia Newman. Lucia, you're joining us from Santiago in Chile on the telephone. Can you tell us if you've seen any official reaction, first of all, from the Venezuelan government to this development?
Well, we had heard just yesterday from President Maduro saying that the United States was increasing its, what he called excuses and lies to try to justify an intervention in Venezuela. And that was before this announcement was made by President Trump. But I can say that the Trump administration has been systematically increasing the pressure on the Maduro government, while at the same time we have been hearing, or reading, I should say, about attempts by President Trump to have a phone conversation with Nicolas Maduro. This has not been confirmed, but it is being widely reported that this conversation did take place in order to have some kind of a face-to-face meeting. Again, this has not been confirmed, but so he's sort of going hot and cold. But what clearly this very week on Monday, he declared the so-called Cartel of the Soles, a narco-terrorist organization, which he says is led by Nicolas Maduro. And then the White House said that
not even the New York Times is buying what Machado is selling. This is from 3 days ago. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado faces criticism that she is exaggerating threats posed by Venezuela's leader to justify U.S. force to overthrow him. I have no doubt that Nicolas Maduro, Jorge Rodriguez, and many others are masterminds of a system that has rigged elections in many countries, including the U.S., Ms. Machado told Bloomberg News, referring to Venezuela's president and the head of its National Assembly. Yeah, not only are they actually shipping metric tons of fentanyl into the United States of America, they're also rigging the American elections. Mr. Trump followed over the weekend by amplifying unproven assertions that Venezuela interfered in the 2020 election. I hate how stupid American politics is, by the way, that you can just be like, Venezuela is doing white genocide in South Africa and also rigged the 2020 election. So big, beautiful President Donald Trump lost. And Donald Trump will be like, that's true. This is the truest thing that anyone has ever said. We have to destroy Caracas. Oh. Ms. Machado and other opposition leaders have also argued that Mr. Maduro simultaneously heads two different drug trafficking organizations threatening U.S. national security. The Trump administration has similarly sought to link Mr. Maduro to both groups. The Trump administration has designated those groups, Tren de Aragua and the Cartel de los Soles, as terrorist organizations. Trump officials have also claimed that the United States was in a state of armed conflict with narco-terrorist drug cartels to legitimize the strikes on 21 boats, which have killed at least 83 people since September. But the administration's own intelligence agencies, experts on Latin America's drug trade, and other Venezuelan opposition figures have rejected the idea that Mr. Maduro wields control over two groups or is weaponizing them against the United States. While experts agree that figures in the Venezuelan military have been involved in drug smuggling, some doubt these organizations are even transnational drug cartels. JCS chairman and Trump's top advisor, Dan Kane, is on a tour of the region right now. He started the task force base in Puerto Rico. He then met with the president of Trinidad and Tobago. Hexed is visiting the Dominican Republic today to strengthen security cooperation. Can this even be called manufacturing consent? It's too stupid. I think at this stage, because Americans are so invested in whatever the fuck's going on in their immediate lives that they don't even care about this shit, is my point. They will care if American troops are invading Venezuela militarily, or like on the ground, and then returning home in body bags. Okay, at that point, some people will start getting mad, but most people are against this. The overwhelming majority are against this, but it doesn't fucking matter. That's my point. Just like the overwhelming majority are against giving weapons or any money to Israel, and it doesn't matter. We are at a stage at this point where you don't even need to manufacture consent anymore because people have just completely checked out of the process. Yeah, you can just kind of do whatever the fuck you want if you're America. And even Americans are just not going to mount a significant opposition. I saw some TikTok comments making fun of Maduro. The U.S. military has him dancing for his life. Yeah, I know. That's the reality of the matter also is that, yes, Maduro is very weak and completely unable to stop a land invasion or any sort of fucking violence that America might bring about. So there is not really, it's just making the dumbest Americans feel strong, like a playground bully that identifies the most vulnerable, the weakest, to actively reassert their dominance over everybody else by dominating that person. That's what we're doing in Venezuela. People underestimate how popular he is in the countryside, especially. There will literally be a massive civil war if they do a coup. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily matter to America, right? If there's a failed state there, that's still better. If there's a failed state in Venezuela, that's still with a tremendous civil war, that's still better than fucking having Maduro control Venezuela. That's not true. The Venezuelan military is one of the only things that's been funded since Chavez. This isn't Iraq. There isn't enough troops in the region. No, I'm saying that let's say Maduro makes the calculation that it's better for Venezuelans not to just fucking die, okay, with airstrikes or whatever the fuck America is threatening to do, and he leaves the country. Then Machado is the one that is installed as a puppet state leader. This will be an incredibly far right government that is entirely invested in selling what remains of the natural resources of Venezuela to European and Western capital for pennies on the dollar, with none of those funds going back to redistributive policies. There will be a lot of anger and resentment from the remaining Chavistas. There will be a lot of anger and resentment towards this initiative, because at the end of the day, even if people hate Maduro, at least in my experience, from what I know with what the failed coup that took place in Turkey, and from everything that I've read about how the domestic population responds to direct Western intervention, people are going to be very frustrated with the Machado administration. She will have a hard time securing all of the national forces to thwart whatever kind of instability that happens, and the country will be permanently destabilized. So even if there are Venezuelans right now that are like, I don't fucking know anymore, I hate Maduro, maybe American intervention is good, I think they will change their minds when America is dropping bombs on their heads. Not the Venezuelans that live in America right now, even though the Venezuelans that are living in America right now are very thankful for Donald Trump for offering them TPS, but now they've very quickly learned that they were simply a pawn in a political game, because now they are identified as threats to the fucking state. Just like the American Venezuelans, like the Venezuelans living in America, very quickly realized that Trump is just going to sell them out on a moment's notice to push for whatever kind of reactionary white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment that he wants to foment. The Venezuelans that are living in Venezuela still, that hate Maduro, will very quickly realize that maybe American domination isn't a better overall. At least that's usually what happens when countries actually get invaded. I'll give you an example from the opposing side. There were plenty of people living in eastern Ukraine that identified as ethnic Russians, that found themselves to be Russian, that were sympathetic to Russia, that did not actually mind identifying as Russian. A lot of those attitudes shifted after Russia invaded eastern Ukraine and blew up their fucking apartment complexes, killed their parents, killed their grandparents. All of a sudden, they were no longer as pro-Russia as they used to be. That's just kind of how it goes. So just remember that. Especially, like, even amongst people that identify as ethnically Russian, for example, they have a very different opinion once the invasion is actually implemented. People always have buyer's remorse. Things that they think that they want, they very quickly find out they do not want at all once those things are implemented, and it's implemented in a very violent way. Yeah. Maria Corina Machado, the far-right U.S.-backed Venezuelan coup leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize, promised a massive privatization if Trump can put her in power. She vowed to sell off $1.7 trillion of Venezuela's oil, gas, gold infrastructure to U.S. corporations. It's crazy that she's worse than Guaido. I don't even know how, but I feel like the Venezuelan opposition to Maduro has gotten way more overt. It's wild. Buyer's remorse for invasions is pretty high. Yeah, from the domestic population, yes. Yeah, Machado met with IMF, oil and investment groups last month, and she went to the America Business Forum as well, and basically talked about an imminent invasion as a positive, and like sold it to American capitalists as like, this is going to be a fantastic business opportunity for you. These guys are not even hiding it anymore. It's like this is the type of shit that people like myself used to say, and then every liberal would turn around and go, isn't that a little conspiratorial, sweetie? Even with Juan Guaido, they used to say this shit. Liberals, whenever I said Guaido did not even take advantage of the legal limited time frame that he had to actually assert any sort of control over Venezuelan politics, because he spent every waking moment petitioning Israel and America to literally militarily invade Venezuela. Liberals at the time would turn around and say, oh, how dare you say that? Well, Maduro's really bad. He's really violent. He's eating babies or whatever the fuck, right? Now they're just openly saying it. They're saying the quiet part out loud. This is the type of shit that, like, leftists would, this is the type of shit that leftists would say in their analysis, and then liberals and right-wingers would go, oh, why do you hate America? You're just making stuff up. You must be a conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, because of the, I guess, enshittification of everything, even the manufacturing consent machine has enshittified, and they don't even have any sort of interest in hiding this kind of thing or taking a liberal stance, taking a more liberalized propaganda stance on why Venezuela must be invaded to like liberate the gay Venezuelans that Maduro is killing or some shit, you know?
And this is amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining.
This will help the Venezuelans for sure. You don't understand. This is going to be so helpful to the Venezuelan population. You don't get it. Yeah. The Venezuelan population of Chevron, Exxon, Shell, British Petroleum. Those are the Venezuelan constituents that Machado thinks about.
In gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a...
Like, this is the type of shit that used to be discussed in cigar smoke filled rooms, okay? In back rooms. This is the wheeling and dealing that used to take place in secretive back rooms, okay? Not at the American Business Forum where Joker face ass Nobel Peace Prize winner is just straight up saying like, oh, please come. She's not even saying my people yearn for freedom at this point. She's literally saying my people yearn for privatization. I will sell it to you. I will give all of it to you. I will give you all the bounties of the natural resources of this wonderful country as long as you fucking murder a decent chunk of the population at my behest so you can install me as a puppet leader.
17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed, certainly for technology and AI and tourism. You know, Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for...
This is like, this is unironically like the reason why America was invested in the Batista regime in Cuba, no matter how cruel or no matter how awful it was for the Cuban population. She's basically saying, we're going to do the exact same thing here. Please install me as a puppet leader. It is fucking crazy.
Foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
U.S. government-funded Venezuelan coup leader Maria Corina Machado promised this massive privatization and fire sale of $1.7 trillion of her country's assets at the American Business Forum in Miami, Florida. Donald Trump spoke after her at the same event. Isn't that fucking nuts? Are they maybe also interested in a future dispute with Guyana? I mean, that stuff is, that's just icing on the cake, right? So yeah, that's where we're at. And I'm sure Brett Stevens has a great take on this.
The anti-drug offensive that we have been seeing in the Caribbean, that this anti-drug offensive will begin on land. So that is certainly sending the message that they're...
I guess at this point, I will say this over and over again, but at this point, the only thing we can rely on is the sheer and utter incompetence of the administration. Okay? The utter incompetence of this administration, comprised entirely of loyalists with no understanding of how these things are supposed to be conducted, will end up finding a way to fuck this up. So that's it. Because we cannot rely on a anti-imperialist, anti-war left flank here creating a major fuss about the peace president opening up a new front, right? That's not going to happen. Let's be fucking real. There are very few Democrats that have even said anything about this, and the top Democrats have only criticized the fact that Trump is not giving us enough information. We would be, willing to. We would be totally on board. We would be totally on board with the invasion of Venezuela if you just simply gave us all the information about what you're planning. Like, that's what they're pissed off about. So It's not happening, right? That shit's not happening. If you're relying on the Democrats here, good luck. However, the one thing that you can always bank on is that this administration is so fucking stupid and so fucking incompetent that they will find a way to ruin this, okay? They will mess this up.
Could be some kind of a military action within Venezuela itself.
So how much of an escalation is this, Lucia?
I'm sorry?
How much of an escalation? How much of an escalation?
Well, it is an escalation on of words and on paper, but we haven't seen an actual escalation.
Thankfully, we are supporting those Democrats so they don't destroy our amazing agenda. The left flank is too busy supporting Jeffries. Yes, you're right. Zoran Mamdani is personally responsible for this. You are so correct, Chatter. Your eyes are on the prize here. You got it. Okay, you got it. You got it. Zoran is personally also excited at the prospect of bombing Venezuela, and he's doing it. And I think we should be yelling at Zoran in this moment. No, you're right. I'm glad that you've identified exactly who is at fault here. Okay, you're right, and you should continue doing that.
He would actually go so far, now I'm speaking about the Pentagon and the administration, whether they would actually attack Venezuela, which is the fear that is being raised, obviously, from everyone in the region. When you tell
I'm Venezuelan, and I don't like the idea of selling my country to the U.S., but what would actually be an actual way to fix the current situation? Maduro is an actual dictator. The last couple of elections have been clearly rigged, and the amount of misery in the country is facing is clearly something that is to be dealt with. I don't know how to argue against intervention to my right-wing family members. I mean, a big chunk of the fucking economic issues, aside from Maduro's incompetence, directly is because the United States of America has designed it openly. They've said that they wanted to make the Venezuelan economy scream, and they did with their sanctions regime. And it's the same exact dynamic that's taking place here, which is either you leave the country, Maduro, either you leave the country and allow us to install this puppet, okay, or we bomb you. And in prior to this newer development, it was either you leave the country, either you give up your power and allow the American government to install whatever puppet dictator that they want to, a puppet leadership that they want to, or we're going to continue destroying your economy. We're going to continue making it so that it's virtually impossible for you to feed the fucking nation. And it's always America putting their hand on the scales in this regard. But ultimately, the best possible thing you can do is point to Iraq. Okay? That's it. Look at Iraq. Do you think Iraq is better off after American intervention? Or is it not? Where do you think Maduro would flee to if he had to? Probably Turkey. I think that's what they were saying. He could, yeah. The thing is, the argument is always that speculation. But how is that speculation? Is it speculation when you look at Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria? Is it speculation or is it just American policy? At that point, it's not speculation. It's just the evidence is all of the other instances where this has happened. This exact same thing has happened. Middle East is not the same. Venezuela is not Iraq. Venezuela is not Iraq. Middle East is not the same as America continent, bro. I don't know why you're saying this. I understand that, but like, what do you think? Like, in terms of American intervention, are you familiar with any sort of South American history or American intervention in Latin American countries? Like, what do you mean? We've been doing this for, I would say, longer than we've been doing this in the Middle East, actually. I don't even know what your position is here with what I'm saying. Do you think they will do another Iraq in the same continent? They will not. If you have, wait, what? Are you kidding me? I think America absolutely would do it. Yes. Why wouldn't they? We're fucking belligerent. What, you think America gives a shit about the tens of millions of people destabilized and removed their homes, and then the flows and the migration patterns that will take place after that? Well, guess what? We're already designing a concentration camp initiative and a massive Gestapo force to basically rid the nation's boundaries of anyone that we've deemed to be non-American or not American enough. So whatever wave of migration that comes to the southern border after this destabilization, they will deal with militarily. They'll set up fucking AI turrets on the border and start lasering people that come near the goddamn border. That is the direction that we are heading it towards. Why haven't they done it then? Wait, what? Why haven't they done it thus far? I mean, these things take time. And also, I'm saying that I don't know. I don't know if this will be implemented. I'm just saying that that is the direction that we're heading towards.
That when you tell airlines not to go to Venezuela, when you say that the airspace is now being closed, you're sending a very, very aggressive message. Whether this will play out.
Your chat is full of LATAM expat hogs living in America who want to consent to imperialism. I mean, sure, I kind of understand that mentality, except many of them and their positions on U.S. soil is now in serious contention, right? Because if you are a Venezuelan who suffered due to the sanctions or due to like whatever your parents' political position was under the Maduro administration or under Chavez or whatever the fuck, and you escaped to America, right? And America was like, oh yeah, we'll give you citizenship. You have to recognize now, especially, that like America is not exactly a safe haven for you, right? Like no matter how hard you dick ride America, America seemingly wants you to hop off that dick. America seemingly wants to purge you of its national boundaries. They're very open about it. They're like, Venezuela in this last election cycle became the #1 ops for the Trump administration. Fentanylzuela must be freed by America. Yeah, exactly. Just like Iraq. I am one of the 40 leftist Mexicans that watch this. So no matter how hard you tried, no matter how much you thought, oh yeah, we're just like the Cubans. We're just like the Cuban Americans. Like we are, advocating for, Yankee soldiers to come and destroy Venezuela in an effort to destabilize the nation, install a puppet leadership so I can just like go back and forth between Venezuela. It'll be wonderful. There is no example of that actually taking place and being a successful, becoming successful at all, especially in Latin America.
Matter altogether. But this has been going on now for a long, long time, and it's unclear whether the administration is willing to actually go into Venezuela or not, but it is supposed to put very, very strong pressure on my...
I'm a Venezuelan who had to return after TPS was ended, and I have people here telling me Trump loves and wants what's best for Venezuela. People here are brain broken. What do you say? What do you say? There's fucking hogs everywhere, including in Venezuela. There's hogs in America. There's hogs everywhere. There's always going to be people that go, no, this is awesome. We will welcome them as liberators. Of course, their attitude will shift very quickly once the bombs start fucking flying. But, why do you think this invasion will be so special? Wait, this person is unironically saying it's good. As soon as they kill Maduro? Wait, you think that... Oh, chatter. I thought this person was saying like, no, Venezuela is not Iraq. Like America wouldn't dare try to bomb Venezuela. It turns out he was just saying... No, Venezuela's not Iraq. This time it'll be fine. Yeah, blowback season 8 incoming. There's always a guy that has this mentality. Hey guys, I know that American imperialism is a litany of failures, right? And has led to significant amounts of blowback and hatred and animosity and destabilization that is horrible for every region that we've decided to implement a grand design over, but this time it'll be different. All those previous wars were bad, but this time, let me tell you why it's good. Okay? Let me tell you why it's good.
Perhaps, and this is the speculation, perhaps to sit down and negotiate his withdrawal from power.
And up until this point, any sign that this pressure that the U.S. government has been trying to put on Venezuela has worked?
None whatsoever, none that we can certainly measure. They've said that they will not cave in to this kind of pressure.
This war will destabilize the entire Middle Eastern region and set off a global shockwave of anti-Americanism versus no, it won't. Published in March 26, 2003 on The Onion. Okay? George W. Bush may think that a war against Iraq is the solution to our problems, but the reality is it will only serve to create far more. This war will not put an end to anti-Americanism. It will fan the flames of hatred even higher. Counterpoint, no, it won't. It just won't. None of that will happen. You're getting worked up over nothing. Everything's going to be fine. So just relax, okay? You're really overreacting. This war will not put an end to anti-Americanism. It will fan the flames of hatred even higher. It won't. It will harden the resolve of Arab states to drive out all Western influence. Not really. A war against Iraq is not only morally wrong, it will be an unmitigated disaster. Sorry, no, I disagree. Give Bob Scheffer a column in the New York Times right now. Because ironically enough, at the time, The Onion was making fun of this fucking asshole and many others like this fucking asshole. And guess what? The same fucking asshole is still doing the same fucking article. It is crazy. I cannot believe it, dude. It's just, I just can't believe that there are still Americans out there who just look at the situation and go, yeah, but this time it'll be different, I think. What leads you to believe that this time it's going to be different? What leads you to believe that? Like, what leads you to even have any confidence whatsoever that the American government does stuff like this for you? Okay? When the last 20 years, the last 30 years have been nothing but pain and suffering and material conditions worsening for you, while America has done this all around the world over and over again. What leads you to believe that this is going to be any different? Donald Trump said Friday that he had sort of made up his mind about his plan for Venezuela, but he can't tell you what it would be with an aircraft carrier strike group and some 15,000 service personnel deployed to the region. It's sort of hard to imagine that the president's decision will be to stand down and go home. Okay? What is this? Why were you so sure about Russia not invading Ukraine, but now so sure that the U.S. does want to invade Venezuela? Do you consider Russia less imperialist than the U.S.? Brother, the very same reasons as to why I think it was a fucking spectacular failure and would cause unimaginable pain is the very same reason why I'm saying I hope America doesn't invade. I did not want Russia to invade Ukraine, just like I do not want America to invade Venezuela. Jesus Christ. I can't believe people still hold on to this fucking thing, especially when every other thing that I've said about Ukraine has literally happened. Whether it be the massive amounts of death and destruction that will befall both the Ukrainian side and the Russian side, the animosity, and also additional support for NATO in general, all of that came true. It was, in many respects, a gift to the Biden administration, especially in terms of like hardening their position and support for NATO. You got 2 new countries that are also a part of NATO now. And Donald Trump can just come in and say, yeah, 5% of your GDP should be spent on U.S. manufactured weapons, or at least your own domestic weapons manufacturing industries. I like that the NatSec NATO lovers refuse to entertain every single point that I've said where Ukraine has the maximum leverage now. They should actually immediately implement some sort of ceasefire negotiation. They have been consistently wrong since then, but they still always go back to, well, you said Russia would never invade Ukraine. You're fucking stupid. Yeah, my mistake for assuming that, foreign adversaries also behave in a rational manner. What about all the fucking, Ukraine is going to win and purge the Russian orcs from their fucking national boundaries any day now, guys? What happened? They've spent the last fucking 3 years saying that was going to happen, and it seems to have not happened. Why don't you go get mad at them for a little bit, for a change? Any day now. Manhattan Institute says, yeah, the irony is also, I think, like, it was a miscalculation, and that there is, people who cope on the pro-Russian side, or at least, like, on the campus side, will say, no, Putin never had an ambition to, like, take over Kyiv, right? And he actually just simply wanted Eastern Ukraine. That's cope. That's bullshit, okay? I do believe that Putin was also misinformed and thought that it would be much simpler to overtake Ukraine. Maybe a little bit more difficult than taking over Crimea, or just like marching over and just like militarily annexing Crimea. But it would be a successful military operation, a successful special military operation nonetheless. Maybe it wouldn't be 2 weeks, maybe it'd be a month. But it was very clear that Ukrainian defenses were far better than they had previously assumed, that they were not able to immediately implement air superiority over the entire country, for example. Okay? You may be shocked to hear this, but everyone in Venezuela I know is tired of waiting and wants U.S. military action as soon as possible to end Maduro once and for all. Their problem isn't the United States. They want America to intervene. The problem is 26 years of socialism. Thank you, Danielle DiMartino of the Manhattan Institute. Mr. Trump, my people yearn for bombs. I am, of course, in New York, but my friends in Caracas are demanding Tomahawk missiles take out their apartment complexes immediately. Thoughts from a friend in Venezuela wanting regime change. I really wish something would happen soon. I can't sleep from thinking about it, waiting for the moment, and I get frustrated that nothing happens quickly enough. And if there is change, the days will be incredibly difficult, but after the storm, there will eventually be calm. This is just one opinion, not suggesting 100% of Venezuelans feel the same. This guy's in his 20s, a student from a poor background. His family and neighborhood used to support Chavez. People in his extended family are still Maduro voters. If Trump heard that Maduro is bigger than Arnold Palmer, do you think he'd resolve this conflict with a bit of Kirk diplomacy? No. If you are wondering why anytime America's invested in like destabilizing a foreign country, a foreign adversary, the only voices that you hear are expats or people just like living in America that are demanding more and more bombing of said country. This is part of the reason why America actually brings a shit ton of people from said country that they want to destabilize. It's always the same, whether it be Cuba, whether it be Venezuela, whether it be Iran. My people yearn for freedom at the end of a American Tomahawk missile.
Reached out to their closest allies, that is Russia and China, for help, but both have been rather lukewarm and certainly have not come out publicly to say that they would stand up and by Venezuela's side, especially militarily, if there were to be increased military action around and inside of Venezuela.
Has Venezuela taken any sort of preparatory action in case this were to escalate? We know that the U.S. has amassed more than a dozen warships and thousands of...
Here we go. I very much appreciate and respect the determination by President Trump to deal with the drug caliphate countries that inhabit our backyard, chief among them Venezuela. For over a decade, Maduro has controlled a narco-terrorist state that is poisoning America, and he has created alliances with international terrorist organizations like Hezbollah. He is an illegitimate leader who has been indicted for drug trafficking in U.S. courts and maintains control of Venezuela by a reign of terror. Narco drug trafficking hub and a drug caliphate, an Islamic style drug dealing situation happening in Venezuela. President Trump's strong commitment to end this madness in Venezuela will save countless of American lives and will give the beautiful people of Venezuela a new lease on life. I hear Turkey and Iran are lovely this time of year. Yeah, the socialist drug Sharia caliphate of Vuvuzela.
Troops in the region, they're branding their operation as an Operation Southern Spear. That's what they're calling it. What has Venezuela done to prepare?
Venezuela has, from the very beginning, when this was not, when this was just a few U.S. boats and troops around the area shooting and destroying.
What does he mean by I hear Turkey and Iran are lovely this time of year? He's saying Maduro needs to immediately escape to Iran or Turkey in order to avoid a land invasion of Venezuela.
Boats that were allegedly carrying drugs in the area began to mobilize its army, began to mobilize ordinary people, teaching them how to be prepared for an invasion, that sort of thing, which we have seen in Venezuela over the decades. This is not new. The real question is Venezuela really in a position to defend itself, whether to be military action from the United States? I'm sure they would resist. But the strategy, according to people who are in the know, both there and abroad, is that this is to tell the Venezuelan military that they should now withdraw their support for Maduro and that there will be no sanctions taken against them if they do that. This is what we have been hearing now for at least a month. This is for them to desert, basically, Nicolás Maduro and the upper echelons of the military forces of Venezuela so that there will be regime change. That seems to be really the end game.
Okay, thank you. Lucia, we'll let you go for now. Thank you so much for that reporting from Santiago in Chile.
The man accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. is now facing a first-degree murder charge.
Is this why she received the Peace Prize? Yes, as I told you at the time. As I told you at the time, the reason why she fucking received the Nobel Peace Prize is for this reason. Anyway, Brett Stevens says, I've been outspoken in calling the administration to act against Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship in Caracas. A column I wrote in January ran under the headline, Depose Maduro. With war looming, possibly within days, it's worth making the case again and thinking through the ways it could go wrong. Let's take it point by point. Is there a vital American interest at stake? There is, and it's not just the one the administration keeps talking about, drugs. Not that there's much doubt that the regime is deeply implicated in the drug trade. Yes, there is much doubt. What are you saying? The reason why it's a Wall Street Journal article that is annotated in this fucking op-ed and not the New York Times article is because the New York Times article openly and clearly states that there is no evidence that there is any sort of serious drug trafficking taking place within Venezuela. Okay? As someone who has written an op-ed for the New York Times, let me tell you, New York Times loves hyperlinks that go back to New York Times articles. It means that they can't actually hyperlink a New York Times article here, so they had to go with the fucking Wall Street Journal dish rag. Okay? Trust me. The most careful analysis I know of, a 2022 report by the Insight Crime think tank, knows that the principal role of the president and his henchmen is to ensure the drug trafficking systems functions. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit. The drug argument is complete nonsense. The real argument is oil and and destabilization for the entire region, and also moving them forcibly because of this destabilization away from dealing with China directly. Okay? That's the real reason why they're doing this. That's the American national security interest here. It's oil, it's gold, it's all the fucking natural resources that Machado says she is going to sell at, bargain bin basement prices to Western capital in exchange for her sitting on the seat of power in Venezuela. And that's it. And also, not having any sort of positive relationships with China or Russia or any of America's foreign adversaries. Okay? But the larger challenge posed by Maduro's regime is that it's both an importer and exporter of stability. An importer because the regime's close economic strategic ties to China, Russia, and Iran. Why wouldn't they have close strategic ties to China, Russia, and Iran? America has never even attempted to have a decent relationship with any of these countries. What is this? What is this? Why aren't you answering my question? Are you on the Ukrainian front lines line now? What is this? What is this? What is this? What? Figured you would pivot? Why are you guys arguing amongst one another about Venezuela from the perspective of Russia and Ukraine? Genuinely asking here, what is the basis behind the whole drug propaganda? How is it markedly untrue? I think Trump wanted to tie it to like whatever he ran on during the election, but the Rose Cartel or whatever was like a fucking made up thing. I think like many decades prior to this, and they just unearthed that bullshit as a reason to claim that Venezuela and its like military and its leadership is engaged in drug trafficking. They think that it's a better way to argue to go to war with Venezuela, to claim that it's actually responsible for the fentanyl deaths in the United States of America. It's no different than claiming that Trendaragua is basically MS-13. It's bullshit. Is this just rage bait being on the New York Times, or are there genuine hog readers? No, the New York Times, or at least Brett Stevens' role in the New York Times is to specifically do this. Anytime America is like trying to invade another country, Brett Stevens and many other, intelligent right-wingers have to come out and say how good this is. Someone has to do the propaganda. Someone has to do the dirty work. And Brett Stevens has a long track record of doing exactly this dirty work for every single dirty war that America is engaged in. Like, neocon, New York Times columnist Brett Stevens has been wrong pretty much about everything in his entire career. He obediently regurgitated CIA lies to justify every U.S. war of aggression against Iraq, Libya, Syria, and Iran. Now he's calling for the overthrowing of Venezuela's government in yet another U.S. imperial war based on lies. No amount of bloodshed will ever be enough for these neo-colonial warmongers. Their goal is to topple every last independent government until the U.S. empire controls the entire world. In other words, they want a global imperial dictatorship, which they ironically claim to be based on freedom and democracy. The case for overthrowing Maduro. 20 years on, I don't regret supporting the Iraq war, Brett Stevens says. The Syria opportunity. Israel had the courage to do what needed to be done. Yeah. Opinion, how to choke Iraq. Bomb North Korea before it's too late. Bomb Syria, even if it's illegal. Bombing Iraq isn't enough. By Bill Crystal. American bombs made Iraq stronger by Ronald Steele. To stop Iran's bomb Iran. John Bolton. Look at the many familiar names and faces. The connection between the Fort Bragg cartel and the Department of War. I mean, this is actually a good article. Yeah, Bill Crystal, ironically, is way more woke now than all of these other guys, which is the weird thing here. But yeah, old Bilbo Crystal. I just received information that Venezuela is days away from developing a nuke. Yeah. Anyway, the alleged National Guard shooter now faces a murder charge, U.S. attorney
After
says,
one of the soldiers died.
one of the two National Guardsmen that he shot succumbed to her wounds and died. So there's that.
Investigators executed a search warrant at the suspect's apartment in Bellingham, Washington State, about 80 miles north of Seattle Thursday. The Afghan national served with a CIA-backed unit during the Afghanistan war. Authorities are still searching for a motive behind Wednesday's ambush-style attack. 20-year-old specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries. 24-year-old U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Nicole Skanga is following the investigation. Nicole, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. Intelligence analysts are combing through the suspect's digital footprint for any signs of foreign influence or radicalization. So far, sources tell CBS News there have been no confirmed links to extremist networks. The suspect remains in the hospital on a ventilator, which is creating challenges for investigators trying to probe him for information.
New video of the ambush shows the suspected gunman raise his revolver as a National Guard member sprints down the street. Seconds later, returning fire.
Somebody drove across the country, came to Washington, D.C. to attack America.
Officials tell CBS News the 29-year-old suspect carried that gun, registered to a deceased man in Washington state, thousands of miles cross-country. 29-year-old Rahmanallah Lochinwall served for 8 years on a CIA-backed Zero unit.
CIA trained him well, right? I mean, yeah, this is a CIA-trained killer, yes.
Paramilitary force fighting the Taliban. U.S. and Afghan officials tell CBS News he suffered from PTSD as a result of his experiences.
There are certainly many more charges to come.
The suspect now faces first-degree murder charges. West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey.
I can tell you that there are a lot of people that are very, very angry about what's happened, and they want to make sure that justice is done. And
do you believe the death penalty should be pursued?
Look, I think when people commit the most grievous of crimes, that the death penalty should always be on the table.
CBS News has obtained this photo taken when the alleged gunman first entered the U.S. in 2021 through a Biden-era program dubbed Operation Allies Welcome. But he was granted asylum last April. In Washington, dozens of emergency vehicles processed downtown, carrying the body of 20-year-old Army specialist Sarah Beckstrom in the pre-dawn hours Friday, as National Guardsmen line the streets to salute one of their own.
It's a tragedy.
Marcy Vaughn worked with Beckstrom at a West Virginia behavioral health center.
Her coworkers will tell you that she had a great sense of humor. She liked to laugh.
Beckstrom's father, Gary, mourned her passing on social media, writing, "My baby girl has passed to glory."
I'm trying to send a message that West Virginians are going to stand strong behind the Guard, behind these families, and behind these people, these brave, courageous, young men and women.
As the state grieves a national tragedy.
Governor Morrisey also told us that Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is fighting for his life. The governor would not rule.
10 to 15 years down the line, maybe we'll have some CIA-backed death squads from Venezuela that we bring into the United States of America after the civil war ends in Venezuela and the Venezuelans actually purge or force the United States occupation to leave Venezuela. And then those guys will end up doing similar things on U.S. soil when they also have a really hard time surviving and are crippled with PTSD that they have from all the unimaginable crimes that they did at the behest of the CIA and American imperialism. But this time it will be different, okay? It'll be different. It will be Venezuelan style, which is totally different.
Out sending more guardsmen to Washington, D.C., but says right now he's focused on the families, Vlad.
Yeah, and sending prayers to both of those families. Nicole Skanga for us in Washington. Thanks, Nicole. President Trump is intensifying his immigration crackdown after his administration says the National Guard shooting suspect should have never been allowed in the U.S. Trump is spending the holiday weekend at his Florida resort. Weijia Jiang is traveling with the president. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Vlad, and good morning to everybody. In response to that shooting, President Trump has announced new policy proposals to curb immigration, even threatening to expel migrants who are already here in the United States, who are not a, quote, net asset to the country.
President Trump blames the Biden administration for allowing the shooting suspect into the U.S.
There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out.
CBS News' Nancy Cordes pressed Trump on what his own administration found about the more than 76,000 Afghan nationals who entered the U.S. after the chaotic end to the Afghan war in 2021.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here. And you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
The Department of Homeland Security now says it will be reviewing all asylum cases approved under the Biden administration. And officials tell CBS News the Trump administration has directed that all current asylum decisions be paused. A DHS official tells CBS News the suspect's asylum case was approved under the Trump administration earlier this year.
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out.
Trump also announced he would permanently pause migration from, quote, third world countries and called for a review of all green card holders from 19 countries of concern, including Haiti, Iran, and Afghanistan. Sean Van Diver is an advocate for Afghan migrants.
This shooter is solely responsible for this period. My number one concern is that all these 195,000 Afghans that came here during the last administration are going to be painted with the brush of this man.
And in a new announcement, President Trump says he is canceling all executive orders that former President Biden signed using an auto pen instead of his hand. Trump, without evidence, claims that when the auto pen was used, Biden was not involved. Biden has repeatedly addressed the attacks on his use of the auto pen, insisting that he was the one who made decisions when it came to executive orders, pardons, and legislation. Lindsay?
Weijia, thank you.
They've literally asked Trump why he pardoned the BitConnect guy after the BitConnect guy gave him after he was involved in his cryptocurrency rug pull. And he just straight up said, I don't know. This might come as a surprise to you, but I don't know anything about the guy.
Same time, he's also...
Or not BitConnect, sorry, Binance. I apologize. I fucked it up. The Binance guy, not the BitConnect guy. So for him to be like, yeah, Biden was using the auto pen for pardons is really funny.
Also going after former President Biden's executive orders and pardons signed by the auto pen on Truth Social. He writes, I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally. Joe Biden was not involved in the auto pen process, and if he says he was, he will be brought up on charges of perjury. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah, and you look at just the sheer volume of the auto pen, 88%, I believe, were auto pen.
He will be brought up on charges of perjury is so, I don't think that's how it works, you know? What do you mean you're going to bring him up on perjury?
You can see it here, signed by auto pen, 846 out of 958 total documents, 82% signed while Biden was in D.C. And as the oversight committee, James Comer's oversight committee has looked, he wasn't even present a lot of times the auto pen was being used, which is why it's of course a startling frequency that it's used, but that's not really the point of it. What the point of it is was it actually authorized?
Yeah, the Constitution does not say anything about an auto pen. It says things about the President of the United States signing things, but it doesn't say anything about a machine.
Yeah, famously, Trump loves the Constitution. From the network that brought you for the last 8 months, why due process is bullshit and the Constitution can suck my dick, comes President Trump, the defender of the Constitution, is actually constitutionally defending the use of the auto pen.
Machine that is designed to make an imprint that looks like the president's signature doesn't say anything about that. And so it really does raise a lot of very important questions. And obviously the pardon thing, you know, we'll get into all of that. But there are actually cases where the auto pen signed documents, part of the signature was, you know, as president hereby sitteth in the throne of the White House or whatever. And it turns out when you go back and you look at his calendar, he was not even in Washington, D.C., or he wasn't even in the United States when these things got signed.
Right. And to be clear, you know, it's interesting because in the estates and wills and estate planning sort of realm of this world, there is never and also with, by the way, judicial orders, you cannot imprint via a vehicle your signature. Like, it requires your actual hand, right? And judges' orders have been ruled vacated because there was a stand.
Yeah, but I wonder why they have an auto pen to begin with if that's the case. Maybe it's because it's the equivalent of clicking on a DocuSign. Perhaps that could be the case. Like, why the fuck would they even design an automatic pen that is a robot arm that perfectly crafts the signature of the president? I wonder why.
Used instead of the judge's signature. But to your point about the auto pen here, that the issue is not the use of that. But the issue is whether the delegation of executive authority was in fact authentic, was in fact legitimate. And we know that any president can override prior president's executive order. So this, yes, as long as I think the sort of implementation is beyond just a Truth Social post. So the issue here in the pardons is squarely whether indeed it was President Biden's intention to have those pardons executed. We know the Hunter Biden one, sure, that's in a different pot. But the issue is whether in the cases of the auto pens, whether Biden's mind was even involved. I spoke earlier with Andrew Cherkasky, the constitutional law attorney, who said that Trump can indeed terminate those Biden orders, but it's something else to say about the pardons. Watch.
President Trump has absolute authority to cancel prior executive orders, whether it was done with or without a auto pen. So his decision and the announcement that he made actually is to some degree is surprising. He could have on day one undone any executive order that was done by President Biden. The fact that it was or was not the auto pen is not even an issue that prevents President Trump from pulling back those executive orders. The more interesting question, I think, comes in when we start to look at the pardons that President Biden signed with an auto pen. The nature of the text alone suggests that President Biden was just engaging, or his staff was engaging in pardons that have no meaning or effect when played out in the long run.
Yeah, letting out child murderers and recidivists, homicide. I mean, it is. What word am I using for that's specific? It is appalling to see the individuals whose sentences were commuted and pardoned.
And think about how many lesser documents we as just citizens have to get a notary public to sign, where the notary is sitting there looking at your driver's license.
Dog, he's the president. What are you talking about? His farts are matter of public record. Like, what is happening here, man? What is this fucking argument? Oh, God, this is the dumbest point of contention yet. This is one of the consequences of just like having to defend whatever the fuck Trump is mad about at any given moment. I don't think anyone gives a shit about this.
It's watching you actually with your hand sign your signature on some, again, lesser document than the documents that this auto pen were just signing willy-nilly at the direction of Lord knows who.
Well, and, you know, some of the pardons that we know the auto pen did were members of Biden's family, not Hunter excluded, but they're family.
He got the special one.
You got General Mark Milley, you got Dr. Anthony Fauci, you got members of the
members of the Biden family, Dr. Fauci, and woke General Mark Milley.
The January 6th committee, so it's going to be interesting to see where that goes.
It sure will be.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Family.
If you've been online.
Oh, yeah, I've been meaning to watch this. And we don't have a lot of time until my guests arrive, but I will watch as much as I can. Infiltrating Nick Puente's Groyper Army. It's a banger vid from It's Been a Minute and Eric Hovagim. Let's take
for the past couple of months.
Let's watch.
You may have heard a word that you were unfamiliar with.
Groypers.
Groypers.
Named after a version of the viral Pepe the Frog meme, Groypers are a fastly growing subsect of the far right, led by none other than political commentator Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Your best friends in life are the most Asperger's, like autistic, racist people you meet on the internet. Those are your best friends. So,
if you're not familiar with Nick's content and ideology, let me lay down his beliefs before we go any further. Nick Fuentes is a white Christian nationalist who says the quiet part of the modern-day American conservative movement out loud.
And yet, if she were a little bit more racist, she'd be alive.
He is nativist, sexist, Islamophobic, homophobic, anti-Semitic, and a Holocaust denier. And Nick and his beliefs have been quickly reshaping the new alt-right. But what separates Nick from other right-wing political pundits is he can be hypercritical of Donald Trump, the Republican Party, and Israel. But don't be fooled, because it's not for the same reasons that you probably hold.
I have a hot take about it, of course. Spoiler alert, it has to do with the Jews in Israel.
And we'll be getting to that. Nick also isn't afraid to criticize popular conservative pundits, like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and even Charlie Kirk.
It's a good thing Charlie Kirk.
I saw a really funny clip about this from Tim Pool complaining that every major conservative commentator knows exactly why Candace Owens is popping right now and their view counts have plummeted. And it's because she's evil and all the other major conservative pundits are scared to be just as evil or whatever. And it's just because like she's anti-Israel. Like that's it. That's literally it.
Kirk's daughter was born to a rich man in America who lies for a living and is paid by billionaires to do it, and wasn't born in Gaza.
The spread of Nick's influence isn't slowing down anytime soon, and it seems to be quickly reshaping the future of the Republican Party post-Trumpism, whenever that may be. So today, I want to try to understand why Nick is becoming so popular, and really try to pinpoint what he is doing seemingly right in the right-wing space. But most importantly, and probably why you clicked on this video, is I want to see if I can emulate it. Could you take Nick's language, charm, and bluntness and turn it woke? Can I use the Groyper language to convince thousands of young, angry white guys that it isn't actually a Guatemalan immigrant who is the one raising their rent? But you know what they say.
Good line. Good line, Ben a minute.
Sometimes to truly understand someone, you must first become them.
As a matter of fact, you couldn't name 5 countries. You couldn't tell me what continent China is in.
This feels like a Marvel crossover movie.
Who knows, maybe that's like step 1 to radicalizing them. I want this guy dead.
We're fighting for our civilization.
I'm just excited to become a Groyper.
Let's Groyp it up. Hey, it's been a minute. And today I'm going to infiltrate Nick Fuentes' Groyper army.
You stole your whole flow? Come on, chatter. There's a reason why I say what I say, so that others say it too. The fuck you mean? There's no such thing as theft. It's all our talking points, comrade.
When you're infiltrating the system, you have to wear a mask. And you have to assume an identity. It's a spy game. It's tough.
All right, well, I think a good place to start in trying to understand Nick is to watch him where most people watch him and where most people discover him. And that's through the clips. Because Nick has been banned off most of the woke mainstream sites like YouTube, his content has been able to find a nice home in the form of shorts, reels, and TikToks posted by fan accounts. I guess the woke apps don't really care as long as the hate speech is short, to the point, and under a minute long.
We're putting you in the Labubu. I don't know how to say this, but you're going in the Labubu. And Gavin Newsom will put you there.
Okay, so from first glance, I guess I kind of get the appeal of some of his content. I mean, if I had no idea who this guy was and I just saw this...
All you have is your vote. It is the billionaires, it is the oligarchs that make the decisions for all of us. It is the billionaires that make the giant campaign contributions. They make the decisions in the public and private sector that affect all of us. What do we have? We have our vote.
I would agree with him. And this is what makes Nick not just unique in the vast pool of right-wing commentators, but also extremely dangerous for the future of American politics. Whether you love him or hate him, Trump and his administration is becoming more unpopular every day. And I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't think MAGA or the new Republican Party can survive without Trump himself. And one day, who knows when, but one day, there will be no Trump. And the Republican Party is going to have to find a new identity post-MAGA. Well, I believe Nick knows this, and is planning and laying the groundwork for what comes next for American conservatives. And I promise you, it's not going to be J.D. Vance. Nick and I can both agree on that.
J.D. Vance was created by the fortune created by Palantir.
So far, Nick has been able to fill the gaps.
Yeah, it's not JD Vance. It's Tucker Carlson. Isn't that bad because it makes so much money for every social media company? You got to think about the CEO too. They need a second boat. I agree. Some people on the right are saying that their current infighting is a result of Kirk being gone. He was the one holding us together, etc., which is some wild revisionist history. A big reason Fuentes even has a career was the visceral hatred young right-wingers have for Charlie. I guess it makes sense from a Groyper perspective because he capitulated to them so much on so many things. To them, this role was a legitimizer of Groyper shit that the right-wing powers that be would have fought against if he wasn't signing off on them. Yeah, the difference is Israel. That's it. The difference is public attitude against Israel. For the longest time, when people, by the way, talk about like Nick Fuentes being debanked or whatever, from what I understand, because I saw a clip of him actually explaining the situation, the reason why he got debanked wasn't because of fucking Israel. The reason why he got debanked was because of January 6th, because he got gifted Bitcoin to the tune of $250,000 right before January 6th, as a matter of fact, from a foreign donor. Okay. And then he participated in January 6th. So the administration that was investigating all of the fucking top, actors, top participants of January 6th, saw that and obviously froze all of his fucking assets in the process of that investigation. Then they concluded their investigation. They found that it was like some French hacker who I guess was giving money to, or at least this is Nick Fuentes' statement about it, but it was a French hacker that had stolen a bunch of money from other people, and before he committed suicide, he sent, these gift donations. Kaya, nope. These gift donations to a bunch of people that were quote unquote defending Western civilization from his perspective. Anyway, so that's the reason why he was debanked, not because he was like saying the truth about Israel, but you could say that he was censored from all social media platforms, from major social media platforms, not necessarily because he was, talking shit about Israel, even though that probably played a role in it as well, but because he was an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier who was anti-miscegenation and thinks that, white people are racially better and superior to all other non-white races. That is the reason why he was censored on all of these major social media platforms. But the reason why he was debanked is not because of Israel, but because of his participation in January 6th. Just so we are clear.
With the majority of disenfranchised young people who are starting to doubt Trump's leadership and overall plan for the country. Through economic populist rhetoric, Nick speaks to relatable problems for any young person, or more specifically, young white men.
Oh, okay, you won't forgive my student loans? Okay, well, that's because the free market said so. The free market says that Republicans have enough money to bomb Iran, but not enough money to pay for my student loans. And I'm going to vote for that because I'm an idiot.
With leaders in neither political party being able to speak like this, other than a few on the left like Zohran Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, and now I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene?
This is the number one issue I hear about in my district.
There's legit 50x times more Fuentes content on IG Reels than Hasan content. He's not really censored. I will tell you like this. There are more people on the right that like Nick Fuentes, and more Groypers that like Nick Fuentes, more like extremely online people that like Nick Fuentes than there are extremely online people who like me. For example, Bradley Martin just did a fucking post with Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes went to Zoo Culture, they worked out, whatever. Bradley Martin, I know for a fact, would get more shit if he were to do a similar thing with me than with Nick Fuentes. One must ask the question, why? Perhaps it's because all of the apolitical centrists and all of these other like right-wing accounts and right-wing associated accounts, all of these cultures that actually, all these accounts that dominate like cultural critique on the internet have more smoke for someone like myself than they do for someone like Nick Fuentes. That's the reason, okay? Because Nick Fuentes himself is a creature of the right, or a creature of the internet, rather. Sorry. That is the fucking reality. I know for a fact that Bradley Martin would get more shit for doing a fucking video with someone like myself than he is getting for doing a video with Nick Fuentes. If that is the media landscape that we have created for ourselves, as like liberals on the internet, leftists on the internet, then the expectation that like it wasn't inevitable that a figure like Nick Fuentes would be able to be the only voice that penetrates broader consciousness with like fake left populism, it was inevitable. This is the same thing that happened with Tucker Carlson when he was on Fox News. He was doing the same WASP nationalist, white supremacist commentary that was that was the only game in town for any sort of left populist sentiment, any sort of pro-worker sentiment. MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, all of the liberal outlets were antagonistic towards a class-first politics. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson on the far right was able to do that on Fox News. So many people gravitated towards that because class-first politics or pro-working class politics is successful. It's popular. It's the largest group that we're talking about. In the past, before Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro did a similar thing. At the time, when TYT was, the biggest name in progressive news, many people had hatred for TYT that they did not have for the likes of Ben Shapiro or the likes of Jordan Peterson. This is how these guys create a robust network of center-right to far-right to straight-up neo-Nazi influencers that are constantly cross-pollinating amongst themselves. Okay? Meanwhile, the left is consistently fighting amongst itself. The left is consistently trying to undermine whatever the most visible version of the left actually looks like because he's not perfect, or because I watched one too many clips, or one too many different influencers that decided that this person is actually bad and secretly a fucking fascist. This is just the unfortunate reality. Okay? This is how it works. There's more people who hate Hasan, libs hate Hasan, centrists hate Hasan, right-wingers hate Hasan. Hasan gets more online harassment than I've seen online. Yes, I will say this, like, Nick Fuentes is a straight up neo-Nazi, white supremacist, Holocaust denier who is against race mixing. And I know for a fucking fact that while I have a much larger profile than Nick Fuentes broadly, I also have much a much more robust force of haters than Nick Fuentes does. Because, like, think about how many times, I don't know, all these like slop tubers have actually covered Nick Fuentes. How many times have they done videos on Nick Fuentes, whether it be that more Pegasus guy or whether it be the Willie slop tube guy? How many times have they covered Nick Fuentes? Some of them are friends with Nick Fuentes. This is how it works. If the apolitical dullards actually get their political notes from slop tubers, okay? If they get their political notes from slop tubers, and those slop tubers are all in unison, constantly fucking shitting on me, and they spend zero time shitting on Nick Fuentes, who is literally a fucking Holocaust denier, why would the random fucking young, like, apolitical people that get their political notes from these fucking dipshits ever feel like Nick Fuentes is a threat or is in any way, shape, or form controversial? They'll just hear other people in mainstream news say he's fucking controversial, and they don't give a shit about mainstream news. Mainstream news has no motion. Mainstream news has no motion for people under the age of 35, and especially for people under the age of 35. They are getting their information from fucking slop tubers and TikTokers. And if those TikTokers are spending way more time shitting on the largest left-wing content creator and consistently saying, oh, socialism means he needs to be poor, but I'm saying that as a leftist and I'm not a fucking reactionary right-winger, or any number of different idiotic things that they find to make content around, then of course people are not going to develop any sort of resentment towards Nick Fuentes. He's going to be able to get through that process. Doors open. Women, queer people, and people of color in general don't care about Bradley Martin in the YouTube commentary sphere. That's why the disgusting fuck would get less shit. The online commentary and drama sphere is right-wing. Exactly. That's my point. And the same reason, that is also precisely the same reason why Jonathan Greenblatt has focused more on me than him. Was good. All the time. It's annoying. So, let me put a chair for you. Huh. Yeah, thank you.
I'd love a water. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Oh. All right. We're currently doing commentary on one of my
oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
One of my HasanAbi heads.
Yes.
That infiltrated the Nick Fuentes Goriper army, but we're not going to be doing politics. Unlock the mics, no politics. Yeah, I just did. We're done. No politic here. Phineas in the building, ladies and gentlemen. You already know. Yesterday I said I give a clue about who was coming on for Chadvice, and I used the Apple TV intro music that you. It's pretty solid. Every time
Thanks,
I see
bro.
that, I go, ah.
Thanks, man.
I know the guy who made that.
It means a lot.
That's sick. Have you been watching Pluribus?
I haven't actually watched Pluribus.
Oh, it's bomb.
Are they doing an episode a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I might wait and just like
you're
through
banking.
season 1. Well, because like I travel a lot to play shows, and sometimes it's nice to like be on a 15-hour flight and blast through like 10 hours of television.
Oh no,
enjoy that.
I love doing that shit too. That's why.
What
I
did you watch
anime.
on your way to and from China?
I actually slept both to and from China, honestly, because it was a red eye, and I was able to just like sleep throughout
Pass
the
out.
entire time. But I've been watching. There are certain TV shows that I watch that make me fall asleep. I swear to God, it's like
Handmaid's Tale.
No,
Because you just brought that up. I was like, I couldn't fall asleep to Handmaid's Tale.
No, Witcher. I don't know why.
I haven't seen that show.
When I'm watching Witcher, I've been trying to like watch it because I wanted to see how like they go from season 3 to season 4, where like they change the main character,
Right, because it's Henry Cavill leaves, right?
Henry Cavill left, and now it's the sexy guy from the sexy Hemsworth brother, but not the sexiest. The second,
I know the sexy one as opposed to the other one. It's not sexy at
the-
all.
the
They're
less
both
sexy.
very sexy guys, those Hemsworths.
Yeah, the less sexy Hemsworth, Liam. But I mean, they're both so sexy.
Handsome-
Regardless,
handsome fellas.
I don't know why. I keep falling asleep while I'm watching that.
Watching Witcher?
Yeah, so that's what happened. But yeah, I've been watching Pluribus, and also I have a lot of anime that I bank for that sort of thing because I feel like for the like South American mom that loves telenovelas and soap operas, like because there are unlimited episodes of them. For me, that's anime. Unlimited episodes.
Got it.
But yeah, have you been to China?
I've not been to China. Not yet.
It's fucking sick.
This is your first time?
Yeah.
Amazing.
It was insane. But you're all over TikTok, so I'm sure you've at some point seen like the holy shit China's amazing TikToks, or has that never come across your
I also
For You page?
enjoyed watching all of your holy shit China's amazing TikToks.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
I did do a bunch of that.
It was awesome.
But it is
What was your favorite food? What was your favorite bite of food you had while you were there?
Ooh, the don don noodles that I had were pretty bomb. In some random like random super old restaurant in Shanghai. That was sick.
You brought you rolled pretty deep. You brought your whole squad.
Yeah. We went like 10 people deep plus like security plus like a tour guide in every city plus like there was some I was also live streaming on Bilibili, which is like a Chinese app.
Yes.
And so we had like translators and like the Bilibili technical staff too. So it was a massive team.
That's awesome. How long did it take to coordinate in advance? How long did it take to advance it?
My manager was working on it for like
a year,
for months for sure.
Yeah.
Not a year, but like definitely for months. And it was Will who was like, bro, this is like touring. Like, cause at some point we were like, damn, we're going to like 14 days.
Yeah,
and
a lot
we
of
went to
different places.
four cities. So we were every 4 days we were just like flying. We were flying to a different city, but it was so sick.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm sure you want to go back.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I can't wait to go back. Even though they gave me like a single entry visa because I'm like the owner of my own business technically, I guess. So there was no guarantor that could guarantee that I would come back to the United States of America. So they gave me a 1 entry visa, right? As opposed to everyone else on the team got multiple entry visas. So now I'm hoping that
Walk me through this. You had no guarantee that you could go back to the United States?
Yeah, like because I wasn't employed by someone else. Whereas like when you're employed by someone else, you're like, well, that's your guarantee that you're definitely, because it was a business visa.
Yeah.
So the guarantee is that you're gonna return to America because you have a job. But if you're the owner of your own business, then it's like there's no guarantee that you'll ever return.
Yeah.
And they're not wrong. I mean, but
like
the
when
Chinese
you watch
embassy.
you watch like a fantasy movie, you know, and they travel through time or outer space, and they end up on a different world. Here we go. Anyway, there's always one person in the squad in the fantasy movie that's like, I'm staying.
Yeah.
There's nothing for me back home.
No, that's true. That's how I felt. That's how I felt the entire time, low key.
Would you like me to switch over to third row?
It don't matter. We
I
can
have
do
no
whichever
pref.
way. We'll ask Pokey what her preference is. Yeah, you can have shoes on.
Hi. Nice to meet you. How you doing today? Is there a place you'd rather sit amongst these two seating options? I'll happily rearrange.
I'm gonna probably switch to this camera. So
No problem.
So make your preference on that. Hold on. This is how we're gonna do it.
I walked into the
Oh, you did?
in my defense, the door was open.
Yeah, they were just like, come on in.
And it looked exactly like your house.
Damn.
AKA the house next door.
Damn. Okay.
I was like,
Well.
did he move his streaming setup?
Oh, you walked in and you were like looking for.
Yeah, they were moving out. So the
Yeah.
door was wide open. I was like, oh, I guess he just like leaves his door open.
You're like, where are all
Yeah.
the samurai swords?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
Wait. Okay. What do you got? You got a
Speaking
big
of the
bag.
samurai
Here, you pull it in the towards both of the sides. Oh damn! You brute forced it. That was crazy. Compare you and Poki's China trip. Oh yeah, Poki also went to China. Her mic is off. No, I turned it on. I now turned it on.
I come bearing gifts.
What did you
Oh,
get?
snap.
Wait, for us?
Yes, of
Wait, ain't no way.
Hello. Does this work?
Poki.
This thing on?
Must.
Poki, I see one of your gifts, and I have it right here.
Okay, well,
That's
let's
crazy.
start off by saying, of course, I'm a fan of your work, but I also adore your fiance.
She's the best.
I adore her vlogs. I got you guys something special. It's a really, really cool couples experience.
That's so nice of you.
It's a private room, massage,
Oh,
sushi dinner.
snap.
It's really
Damn,
lovely.
I don't
Dude,
get you.
Congrats
shit.
on your
rule.
engagement. I
This
hope
is
you
me.
enjoy
You're
it.
gonna make, you're making me
you're
look
putting
bad.
me to
No,
shame.
no, guys, this is not a you thing. This is a me
I
thing.
feel
This is
I
not a
feel
you thing.
very grateful and suddenly super self-conscious because I wish now that I had come bearing tremendous gifts. Thank you so much.
Do
This
not
is
fret.
very
Do
exciting.
not fret. You guys can open it together.
I have
Enjoy.
Chinese
I'm gonna
cigarettes.
save it
if
Don't
you
worry
wanna
about it
smoke
at
one.
all. I'll sniff it, and I feel like that's enough to just do the trick for me.
That's
This
my
is
gift.
exciting.
And
Thank you so much.
Hassan, I mean,
maybe
I
I'll
love
put it
everything you have going on here. So I was like, that would be great to add on to. But I feel like I got you such a good gift that you already got it. So
Yeah,
I
no.
guess now you'll.
Yeah, what'd you
I
get?
have
What is
two
this?
now. It's a mega Labubu, 400 times larger Labubu that is
Thank you.
That was the-
specialty edition Tony Chopper, which you're right, this is a perfect gift for me because
I know
I
you love
literally
Socialist
stole
One
this
Piece.
from my nephew. In
Well,
the,
now your nephew, that can be your nephew's
no, but he
gift.
doesn't fuck with One Piece, so he didn't even care about it.
Yo, you got to put him on.
He just chose. I've been trying. He doesn't care. He's like a jock. It hurts my feelings.
He's like a jock.
No, yeah, he
How
plays
old?
like football. He's 15. He
That's
plays
a jockey age, I feel like.
Yeah,
That
he
is
plays
true.
football, and the only video game he plays is fucking Fortnite and Madden.
God, Fortnite.
Yeah, but it's just like Fortnite's fine, but like it's just Fortnite and Madden. And I've been trying to put him on like anime and From Software games like Dark Souls, stuff like that. I bought him like a Nintendo Switch with like Zelda, like the specialty Zelda edition Nintendo Switch, and I tried to get him to play Zelda, and he's like, no.
What's
I
the
don't-
qualm? Why
Yeah.
not Zelda? What do they got against Zelda?
He just doesn't like it. He thinks it's nerd shit.
Honestly,
and it's
I
true.
think
It is
he
nerd
needs
shit.
a gateway game. You know what I mean?
What's a gateway game in your opinion? Like what would do the trick?
Honestly, Zelda, that was my
That was your gateway.
No, I loved that game when I was a child, but I was a nerdy as fuck child. So I'm like, you need something cooler. Like COD, I think is like a cool boy game.
Yeah, but he plays
then
COD
Fortnite.
sometimes,
COD's
What's the in between a Fortnite and just becoming hooked on anime? Maybe Pokemon, but Skyrim, or maybe he just needs a friend
People
who will
really
do the
like.
gateway.
I think Skyrim is. I think
Pretty
that's
good.
the right answer.
Yeah, and then he gets into like storyline games and goes all in. Maybe.
I did a voice in the game Fallout 4
So cool.
No
years
way.
ago.
I'm
This
so
is when I was like
jealous.
18, and then they sent me a copy for free as an 18-year-old because I'd done the voice, which was big, a big
It
deal to
really
me.
was.
And I was playing with my friend, and I like those games. But my friend David, who you've met, we spudded together. He's a real like terminal reader, log reader. That I couldn't really quite get down with. Like every time we'd pass by a screen in Fallout 4, he'd read, and he'd be like reading all the
When
logs.
I'm really into a game, I
You
do
do
that
that?
too.
Yeah, and
I'm
nothing
like, I
against
need to
him.
explore every corner
Yeah.
and do every quest.
Yeah. See, again, this is clearly the and the developers and the artists and writers are writing all of this great content. I just have a shorter.
That's how you. It's
shittier
called lore
attention
maxing.
span.
is
I-
lore
Lore
maxing.
maxing?
You got to figure out the lore. That's the only way you can learn it.
I don't know if anyone in the chat is like this too, but growing up, I had to kind of earn every single game I played. So to me, it's almost like a money thing. Like I had to earn, yes, I had to earn my games via chores or doing whatever. So
Okay,
when I
got it,
buy a $40 game, I'm like, I need to enjoy every single percent of it. Otherwise, I don't get my money's worth.
I felt that way about Gamer Score. I was like playing on an Xbox growing up, and there's like achievements in the games on Xbox. If you whatever, that was like a Halo 3 thing. If you completed the game on a certain difficulty, you'd get Gamer Score. That was the version of that I tried to get all the Gamer Score out of a game.
Wait, have you guys played Megabonk? That's been my recent obsession.
No, what's Megabonk?
To be fair,
I've heard it's really good.
it is like a drug of a game. It hits every little dopamine receptor in your mind. It's really satisfying though.
Oh no, this looks great.
Oh, you wait till you see the gameplay. Like in some ways it looks janky, but when you play it, you're just constantly attacking stuff. Yeah, there's a lot
Hey,
of
I'm
like,
Len Hafer. I'm a freelance writer for IGN, and I'm here to take a quick look.
You're not actually attacking. It's all automatic.
So what are you doing?
You're just leveling all of your weapons, all of your things to attack more and faster and harder
But the
and
actual
better.
attack mechanic is just, it's happening.
Yeah, it's automatic. And
So if you die, your stuff hasn't been leveled up properly.
no, you just redo your run essentially.
I see.
And you kind of get the same items, but then it's all about which chests do you open and how do you level up every single item.
Yeah.
And so there's specific ones where it's like, do you want to hit harder? Do you want to hit faster?
Yeah.
And there are builds in the sense that some people will like max a certain stat. And it just gets to a point where it's so like addicting to see.
And is this because it looks like it could be from 2005. Is it a new game?
It is. And you know what's so cool? He used a bunch of free graphics. I think all the graphics are free.
Free graphics.
Yes, and this became a massive hit.
That's awesome.
I think in a way it like feels and looks nostalgic,
Yep.
which people like,
Yep.
but the actual gameplay is much more modern, very, very addicting dopamine hits.
Wow, that's crazy.
Have you played Arc Raiders yet?
No, I've watched Myth play it a lot. Did you see
Yeah.
Hamlin's yesterday?
I saw a clip, but I played Arc Raiders this morning to see
How was it?
what it's like. It seems fun, but I haven't played like the multiplayer stuff yet.
Have you heard of Arc Raiders?
No, I'm
It's
a rube.
I think it's a
He's-
three-person shooter, right?
He has too much going on in his life. Be invested in
Understandable.
I
video
still
games
play
like
plenty
this.
of. I'll confess that I play a lot of Fortnite, but I.
Hey,
See, that's
we
what I mean.
love
That's
Fortnite
why
here.
he doesn't understand when I'm like, oh, my nephew's a jock gamer. You're a jock gamer.
I guess I don't think of myself as a jock gamer. I just maybe I'm a little lazy. I'm just like playing this.
I think less so than jock, because I feel like you're open to all the game types, whereas jock gamers are not open to them.
Sure. Yeah, and I don't play Madden. Never played Madden. The sports games,
I
2K and whatever. Those I cannot get down with.
Yeah.
But much love.
Okay,
Just not, I
so
don't want to yuck somebody's yum.
So you guys are aware of what
You're
we're
very
doing today,
diplomatic.
right?
I'm kind of jealous, but
You guys-
much love. I'm gonna say that after being the biggest fucking hater on earth today. Much love though.
A small personal anecdote. Claudia's from Illinois, and we went home to visit her parents years ago, and it was right when Free Guy was in theaters, and I have such a vivid memory of being in this theater. I was clearly the oldest person in the theater, and this was years ago. But I remember your cameo in that movie, and that was probably like the hottest moment in the movie. Like people were like, "Oh shit."
No way.
There
That's
she
so
is.
cool.
Which
Well,
I
to
thought
be
was very
fair,
sweet.
I don't think it was just me. I think there was maybe also Jacksepticeye and some other gamers. So I
There
think
were a
that was
few,
like,
but
yeah,
your name was murmured throughout the theater.
that is so.
I thought that was pretty
heartwarming
genius.
for me. Thank you.
Oh my god, when we went to fucking France,
yeah,
to do our friend has this thing called like GP3 where it's like Grand Prix with Formula 4 cars.
Yeah,
and we went because we were the American broadcasters, and it was the most motionless I've ever felt in the presence of Poki's aura.
Okay,
and
wait.
motion.
Now let me give you some context. Hasan is evidently a huge, mega popular top streamer. I've been streaming for a long time, and interestingly enough, I don't know if it's like this with music, but in like creator spheres, I feel like there's certain like regions that are region locked. Like French creators watch French creators only.
Yep.
Spanish creators like are so tight knit and
Yeah.
usually watch the Spanish community. And French is my first language, so I got to collab with a bunch of French streamers.
That's
so
because you're Canadian. You're a French Canadian, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm Moroccan.
You're Moroccan Canadian.
And grew up in Canada. But either way, French influence. So
Got it.
I collabed with a bunch of French creators, so they know me there. And it's funny because Hasan is evidently so popular. He goes there.
They don't care.
Crickets. We walked up. There's like outside of the VIP section. Like there is this. Like we're on our way to our broadcast, like our broadcasting station, and there's this like VIP section that we're passing through.
Yeah.
And there's like hundreds of fans, like children going crazy, right? Like, and I walk out. I'm sure there's a clip because you filmed it. Did you post it?
I didn't post it.
You didn't post
But
it? Well,
was
thank you for
very
sparing me.
Oh, no worries.
But
I'm
it's
very
so funny
considerate
because
like that.
it's so
Or
funny
lazy.
because like I walk up, crickets.
They don't care.
You can hear a fucking pin drop, and then Pokey literally takes one step in the direction. Everyone goes, oh, it was like the SpongeBob moment. You know,
But
like
in the music,
with like Squidward and SpongeBob.
in the music world, there's plenty of that. Like the
aura,
oh, you pulled it up.
The clip, man.
Yeah, it's even worse because it's like this is from my stream. It's like extra embarrassing.
Actually looks like embarrassing. Okay, you guys will see what the aura, the generational aura loss actually looks like.
He's
when I walk out and
go
first, when I walk out and no one actually responds, and then Pokey walks out and then people freak out. You'll see it in a second.
Not the
Okay.
comparison.
Here, you can show the crowd. This is the crowd of people waiting outside the VIP area. As you can see, not a single person. Hi.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
I wore my biggest pants for these guys.
Come on, dude.
I wore.
Your
Look how
biggest
big my
pants-
pants
They
are.
were very big. They were very big.
They should have.
so
They should have
big.
known. They should have been like
If
this
you
guy.
jumped off the stairs, you'd float down.
Yeah, I wore my biggest fucking pants
Literally
for these guys,
parachute pants,
and
yeah.
not a single
And
person
this
noticed.
is in France, Paris,
Yeah.
for you. I
Yeah.
mean, the region lock thing is totally real in the music world
Oh,
too.
really?
And what I would say is, I would add on to that is, not only is it sort of region, you've done your homework there, and you have songs in, or you've worked in French and with French streamers. Like the other thing that's odd in the music world is just like which people are just super popular in certain places. So like I played Lollapalooza Paris this year, and like most festivals around the world and around the country have like a similar headliner lineup. So like Sabrina Carpenter's kind of headlined everything this year, and Tyler the Creator's kind of headlined everything this year, and like, you know, there's years where like it's Tame Impala everywhere. Doechie's been playing everything. Lollapalooza Paris this year, David Guetta, Macklemore headliners. Like
Wait, Macklemore
headlining
No
Lollapalooza
way.
Paris.
That makes me very happy.
Yeah, but
That's very
like,
interesting.
but to me, I'm like, well, that's interesting, right? Because he's
Yeah.
not French and he doesn't have songs in French, but they love him. They love him in Paris.
But then that makes me wonder, okay, has he done a lot of French collabs? What's the vibe? What sometimes
Maybe.
it really is just an audience thing. Like I've noticed
Maybe.
Yeah,
as a creator, the more I travel,
Le Mort.
Le Mort.
Le Mort.
Macklemore. Yeah, they love. That's why they're like, it's a French name.
Yeah.
My friend and musical partner this year, Ash, has a husband, John, and he's a drummer, and that's how I sort of know. I think of him as like John the drummer in his band Brooklyn the Bluff. And I was in an Indonesian restaurant called Sendok Garpo in Brisbane, Australia. Really good Indonesian place. And I heard clearly a white boy with some swag covering Love on Top by Beyonce. And I was like, what white boy,
Amazing.
white boy had the audacity
No, particularly with some swag.
with some swag to
Very
cover
important.
Love on Top? And I Shazammed it, and it is my friend Ash's husband, John. And I called him and I was like, bro, I was like, you're covering, I was like, I didn't even know you sing. And you're covering Love on Top in this on the
And you happen
stereo
to
in
hear
this
it.
in this restaurant I'm in Australia of all places. And he goes, what kind of restaurant is that? I go, it's an Indonesian restaurant. He goes, I'm huge in Indonesia.
That's so
Fucking
sick.
flex.
I was like, cool. But this is what I'm saying, this region locked thing.
Yeah.
It's like,
and different audiences will
Yeah.
respond to the
Yeah.
same thing very differently depending on the culture.
Yeah,
which I
it's true.
also find really interesting.
That's why I gotta, that's why I started streaming in Bilibili. I'm like, I'm trying to have motion in China.
Wait, did you actually stream on Bilibili?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was awesome. It was dope. We had like, so Speed apparently actually before he went to China, like basically built a following for like a couple months before he went to China to promote his China trip there, and that's why it was like so
Like
so
on
huge.
Xiaohongshu and
Yeah,
Bilibili
all
and
of it,
stuff?
like Rednote, Bilibili, Douyin,
Nice.
all of those places, right? And we didn't do that, but we should have done that. But while I was there, I was doing it, and it was, it was like my aunt is Chinese, and she was like, "Oh, I saw you on Rednote. Like I saw clips of yours going viral on Xiaohongshu." So that's what I'm
cute.
trying to do.
That happened
Build
a little
Chinese
bit
market.
when I in China when I did a stream with my friend Fauzia. So actually, she's an interesting case of this too, where she was an artist in America for a long time, went to China for a while, and she like blew up there. I feel like there are just certain things that sometimes other audiences appreciate more than in America potentially. But when I collabed with her, there were so many clips on like Rednote and stuff. I was like, oh wow, that's such a good way to explore other markets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, your mic is cutting out? Yeah, you got to yell a little bit into it.
Hello.
Okay.
I will yell. Wait, did you open the thing? You gotta.
What? Oh, the
Yeah, I want to see
I
it.
have two of them.
I got the last one from Pop Mart.
No, I know. These are
Like,
apparently
those are not
huge
easy to get.
Labubu.
No,
Yes.
these are super exclusive. They are
believe
super
it.
exclusive.
And
I
they're
don't have
so fucking cute.
Do I have
What?
a knife here or something? Hold on.
Bro,
I
just
gotta-
use your hands. Or nails. Thank you. She's great.
That was quick.
1 sec.
She's always listening. Okay, let's see.
Do you live in LA most of the time, or are you here on work? What are you here for?
So, LA is home base.
Got it.
But every year, it feels less so.
I feel you on that.
Really?
Yeah. Wait. So what did you think of China? Because you also
I
went. You went twice, right?
Freaking love it.
Yeah, but you got food poisoning the first time.
I'm in a very Chinese phase of my life right now. Like, I really, really love it. I find it so interesting because in terms of content, fashion, tech, sometimes they're just a little bit further ahead.
Totally.
I
baby.
Yeah, I did this like photo shoot. I went to certain stores, all this stuff that I'm like, this is what's going to be popular in America in 5 to 10 years.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And I got to showcase that to some of my audience, which was so fun.
That's
so I feel like even for work, it's really good, which is why I really want to go back.
Do you have a specific example, maybe tech-wise, that you were like, this thing just blew my mind?
I do. I don't know if it'll translate as well to a guy.
We'll see.
But I mean, I'm sure you've heard of like Instagram boyfriends.
Please walk me through it.
Well, usually if a girl really likes to take Instagram photos, they'll train their boyfriend to be really good at knowing
at the angle?
good Instagram angles. And the thing is, everybody has.
Okay, well then I'm an aspiring Instagram boyfriend.
I love that
Trying
for you.
my best.
You're leveling up to Instagram fiance.
Instagram fiance.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, there's kind of an art to taking a nice aesthetic IG photo.
Right.
Not just a person's angles, but like typically what's trendy, what looks good, a little bit moodier, how to make someone look cute and petite, poses, all this stuff. There are girls that you can hire who are trained at just being good at that.
Wow.
And specifically on like your like taking phone photos, and you just hire them for an hour or two. They take the most fire photos of you, hand them off, some digis, and just dip.
Crazy.
Like they have a person for everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really it's really impressive.
Like when you're traveling, you can literally hire a person off. Every app is interconnected.
Yes.
You have to get Alipay and WeChat.
And the Uber is like through those payment apps.
They don't have like any of the American apps, so they have like Didi is the Uber. They don't have Google Maps, so they have like a Chinese version of that. This is dope. Kaya immediately perked up. She thinks this is a chew toy for her. Look at her eyes.
Well,
She's
if
locked
all
in.
else fails,
She's locked
you
in.
do.
How much are these?
I think this was this is on resale. It's going for like $400. I think.
I think when you buy them, they're like $300 to $400.
And then
resale, it's
is
about
like-
double.
Yeah, 800.
Oh, okay,
2
my
to
bad.
3 times. Yeah.
Well, it's I think the retail price, like the OG actual
Yeah, it's
retail
like
price, if you can get it,
300-ish.
is like $250. But I don't know if you can get it on retail price anywhere right now because everyone
That was the last
resells
one
it.
at Pop Mart. I was like,
Yeah.
lucky.
Sorry.
You have to give one to Kaya. You better give one your nephew or Kaya.
My nephew doesn't fuck with one. He's too nerdy.
But maybe this will be his gateway. Aww. I'm so excited for today.
Yeah,
I love
so-
giving advice on things I have no business giving advice on, truly.
Yeah. So we are gonna do the notorious segment called Chadvice, which is an advice segment. We have a lot of people who have signed on for advice. A lot of people who are looking for advice. They're rudderless.
Oh, wait, what is that? You as a Lego?
Oh yeah, they wanted me to show you that because that's from you requested someone Photoshop that when we were in France and someone made it for you. Chat, do you still have it?
That was a small head joke. Yes.
I think it's like what I would look like as a Lego or something. Yeah. Hasan Lego by Queen Poki's request.
They did a great job. I must commend the Photoshop skills. Truly, that's not easy.
They even have the clip here as well.
Well done. Thank you to whoever said that. I feel like they really took my word to heart, and I appreciate that. That was like 2 months ago.
Yeah. No, they probably made it back then.
Thank you.
But all right, so we're gonna get into Discord here. Okay, and people are waiting already. They're waiting and they're ready for the stream, and they're getting pre-screened right now. There's hundreds of people. Obviously, we won't be able to get to every single person, but they're gonna come in with their issues, and we're gonna give them advice.
Were they pre-selected, or are we going random?
No, they're pre-selected. Yeah.
Oh, is it live? Like they're gonna talk?
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, that is how you guys did it. You pre-selected, but then you speak to them
Yeah,
one on
we
one.
pre-selected.
I was
They
watching
write
the
out their-
vanilla and adapt one this morning.
Yeah, that was.
Hello.
There's always some crazy. What's up, Morgan?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Pokey. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Phineas. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too.
All right, who do we got first?
Okay.
Thank you so much for doing the selection process, by the way, Frogan. I know it's a lot of mental work.
Tedious.
To go
I
through
love
all
doing
these.
it.
It's honestly, it's emotional
her and
work
Hannah
too.
both have been working for the last week or so, like carefully and meticulously crafting the most maximum content issues, and there are a lot
love
of
that
very
for us.
funny. I'm sure you will see. Morgan, you want to give us like a summary of what we should be expecting today, like a little teaser, maybe?
Yes. Okay. So we have falling in love with landlords' wives.
Wait, the landlord's wife, not even the landlord?
It's more ethical.
That's true, actually.
Okay, what else?
The girlfriend having a secret husband on the way. A girl getting Islamically married and then her husband lying about her age and telling her after. Being in love with a VTuber.
Oh, wow.
Classic.
A lot of stuff that, Phineas, you'll have experience in this field for sure, right?
He's too much of a jock gamer.
Yeah. Oh my God. This has this literally comes with like an ID product code and certificate if you want to resell
it's a collectible.
it. Wow.
There's so many more. It's all over the place. I tried to pick stuff that I think you guys could help out with.
I'm
All
happy to start anywhere.
All right, let's get started.
So the first person, their name is Cinder, and they go by they, them. And they'll tell you their story. Cinder, unmute, please.
Hello, Cinder.
Hey,
Welcome to
what's
Chad
up?
Vice.
Oh shit! I thought I.
No, you're in. We can hear you.
No, you're here. Cinder,
Oh,
we can hear you.
okay. Cool. All right, I'm gonna mute the stream so that it doesn't feedback for me.
Smart.
Okay, cool.
All right, Cinder, what seems to be the problem? Welcome to Chad Vice.
All right, so here's the situation. I've got this coworker of mine who's significantly older than me, that I get along really well with. There's like a mutual attraction between us. We've even gone as far as hanging out outside of work a couple times. We've made out once or twice. Like there's something between us. However, there's the wrench in the situation. He is married, wears a ring, but is polyamorous, and that's the secret. No one in the office knows that. Because it's not really their business, and it just opens a whole can of worms once you throw in the polyamory bit to it.
What kind of woke workplace is this?
Initials LZ. How about that?
But I don't know what that stands
cool.
for. But all right, let's keep going.
Good. So, and for the record, there is no reporting structure between us. We are coworkers. I
There's
don't
no
report
power
to
dynamic.
him.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. The only
That's
quote unquote
Susan.
power dynamic is there's a bit of an age gap, but that's about it. I'm not worried
how
about
good are we talking, if you don't mind me asking?
10 to 15 years.
Period.
Okay.
And wait, are workplace relationships kosher at your workplace?
Yes.
or no?
Okay. I will say. So a couple months ago, he came to me and he was like, "Hey, would you want to hang out outside of work sometime?" And I said yes, but like within the same day, a couple days later, I went to my direct reporting manager and I was like, hey, if I were to hang out with this person, would that throw in any wrench? Would that fuck things up for me? And he's like, no, as long as you're professional, nothing, like there's no reason to worry. And that's more or less what's been happening. But obviously I'm not going to tell people I kissed him or whatever. But it's less about that and less about the ethics of the relationship and more about workplace optics. Because it's gotten to the point now where on a couple occasions this coworker will like leave work early or like call out or something, I've had a couple coworkers come to me and ask why.
Wait, why are they asking you?
Because of your association, because they know you're close to this person?
They see us talking a lot, and they've also, on the 2 occasions that we hung out outside of work, I imagine they've seen me get into his car. So and
so they're coming in and they're like, hey, who's taking you home?
And that's the thing, because it's like, because there's nothing bad on paper. It's just he wears a ring. Everyone assumes it's a monogamous marriage.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, how
he
about
has a.
Is it an issue if he's just honest about it?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, but I think it's a matter of like, and like that's the thing. It could probably solve everything if he was just upfront about that. But I think part of it is like people are a little weird when it comes to polyamory, and then like I don't know exactly what the issue is there, but I've forfeited the reins on that because it's their relationship. They decided the boundaries between
does the wife know?
Does his partner know?
Yes, he has another girlfriend. She has another boyfriend. He has made jokes about he and her boyfriend taking her to Paris multiple times. So like it's established. It's just not work public.
So it's crossing. It's checked off on every avenue that it needs to be checked off on. And it's not even an issue in the workplace either. It's just that the polyamory, the perception of the polyamory is the bridge too far.
No, it's just the perception that there might be an affair, and especially considering the age gap as well. So, and like that's what I'm trying to avoid as much as possible. Right now, we've just kind of been playing it cool because we can't have those conversations in the office. We don't text, so it's a matter of like playing it as cool, as low-key as possible, but I'm also trying not to overcorrect by like avoiding him.
Is it kinky to just like have it be a little secret or no?
I mean, I guess, but like it's not necessarily what I'm in it for. It's just he's like, I don't know, everyone, like he's the only normal person I've met, weirdly enough. So like that's I don't know, and it's like the right amount of aloof, the right amount of like risk awareness. Like he's mature, he knows what he's doing, especially considering the added detail of his other girlfriend being someone who used to work in the company as well.
You have in recounting all this to us, you've been above board about everything, right? You went to somebody in your workplace to clear the sort of possibility of this, to make sure that you weren't crossing a line there. And
well,
you're
yeah, but not insinuating, like not on the dating, or like we're not even dating. It's just like a weird thing that's been going on. It's really it's undefined.
But it seems like the main issue is just that you feel uncomfortable with the idea that other people that you work with think that you're involved in an affair, which you're not, and you know that you're not. So to me, unless you disagree, like I would say that the thing you need to say to this person is, hey, I feel like you're making me look like we're having an affair because you're not being honest with your coworkers about your polyamory. That makes me uncomfortable.
I mean, that's part of it. I also just like, I could care less about what happens between us. I'm more worried about my own reputation because I'm also I'm the youngest in the workplace. I'm very like conscious about like one of my biggest insecurities is being seen as incapable and without agency because of how young I am.
Sure.
And that's the issue. There is agency. I'm capable of making my own decisions, and so is he. So that's less of the issue, and it's more that I'm worried that people are going to assume something inappropriate.
Yeah. Well, and it makes sense that they would assume it because this person isn't being transparent about what they're actually doing, which is polyamory.
And also, it's not like we're doing anything that would give them the idea anyway. Like I remember, like on Sunday, like late at night, he texted me like, "Hey, what do you want me to tell people if they ask why we left together?" And I'm like, "Just tell them we hung out, because there's no reason they should suspect anything different. If they do, that's their issue." But everyone I talk to about this are telling me like, "Oh, everyone knows, everyone's suspecting something," and like feeding into that paranoia. So I'm like, okay, well, you're not in the office with me. Like, no one, my direct reporting manager has been like, people notice change more than they notice occurrence, which has kind of chilled me out a little bit, because people are just going to gossip. That's fine. That's not what I'm worried about. But
I'm reading the chat right now. Are you comfortable disclosing your age? It's totally okay if you're not.
Mid-20s.
Got it.
Is this somewhere that you'd like to work at long term?
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Good one.
Thank you.
I would like to. It's my first step out of the customer service sphere. I've been there for 2.5 years already. It's just a recent development, and people have gone as far as to say like, "Oh, I'm glad you're finally stepping out of your shell and like being more sociable." Like, it's gone as far as like, these people, my management know that we work well together, so like on occasion that I need training for something, they will pair him with me because we get along. Like, there's no reason anyone suspects anything. It's just my own paranoia that someone might.
Well, I don't know if it's your paranoia. You've said
that
you've said that you're getting in their car on your way home from work. You've said that other people come to you when this person dips out early. So I don't know if that's necessarily paranoia. I mean, the paranoia would be that they're like, that's a terrible person, they're involved in an affair. They probably don't think that. But in terms of your connection with the person, it seems like there's some verifiable proof.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone to my direct reporting manager about that in particular.
Yeah, you're being very above board.
And he's like, "Well, if anyone makes like inappropriate comments about you and this coworker, tell me immediately," because he is like, he's aware, management's aware that there's nothing like weird going on. I think the only comment I've gotten is, "Hey, you look a little distracted," and that's about it. So I'm just trying to figure out a way to play it so it doesn't look like I'm avoiding him to save face, but also like, I don't know, making things as normal and like low key as possible.
So what do you feel like would solve all your problems?
Or not just that, I'm curious what you want out of this. Like, out of the relationship.
Is this like a long-term thing? Is it a fling? What's going on?
They've said a couple times that they don't really care what happens.
But I need specificity because I feel like you're either invested or you care.
That's
or
a good
both.
point. Glad you brought that up.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'm only invested because this seems like a plot line I would watch on a TV drama, and it's fun.
God, same.
Like, and like, I don't know. It's like the drama itself, like outside of what happens in the office, is fun. Like, there's some amount of like restraint on both our parts, I guess. It's fun. It's like a weird dynamic. Like, I'm not trying to date this person, and we've both established it's not going to be anything serious, and I'm not really looking for that for anything serious in general, much less with a coworker, because why the fuck would I do that? But like, it's just, it makes the work environment interesting, especially coming from someone who like keeps my head down. I'm just there to work, I'm not there to make friends. And then to meet someone who's like relatively normal and like also queer, also chronically ill, like a lot of stuff that we have in common. Like, I don't know, it feels nice to know someone in an office like that I can relate to.
Okay,
but
I think they need to. I think they need to come clean with their coworkers about their polyamory, and the reason they need to do that is because they are bringing their polyamory into the workplace. I think it would be a totally fair argument to be like, I don't talk about that at work, but they're having a thing with you.
I would suggest that if you guys wanted to go long term.
I'm not even saying about them. I'm just saying that person needs to be clear about it. If they're going to be doing that with anyone that they were, even if it's you for a very brief time and then you move on with your life, I think they need to be upfront with their coworkers. I have a feeling
though, given the age gap, they might not be willing to do that, especially if they're more senior at the workplace, whether that's like actually directly above you or just been there a long time. I don't know if this is the advice you want to hear, but I really think you got to do a cost-benefit analysis. Listen, I love messy shit as much as the next girl. That's why I'm here. But I don't want my own messy shit, you know? You got to get your messiness through a TV show. If you make your real life, like that might impede your career long term. And it might be fun for now. It might not be fun later.
Yeah, I have a strict don't shit where you eat policy in general. So I think workplace relationships are always going to be, they always end up becoming messy because all relationships often, you know, they're slated to end. There's always that likelihood. And when that happens, then there's like, you know, additional messiness in the workplace. And you got to factor that into this equation as well, depending on where you want to take it.
Yeah, if this is someone you're super serious about, it might be worth it. If this isn't,
Yeah, I mean, my hesitance is not enough has happened between us for me to have really any investment on what happens regardless. And like as long as like the workplace environment is like decent to work in, even if stuff between us falls apart, even if there's really not much between us to begin with, to be entirely fair, like I have no investment in whether or not this turns into something more than what it is. Like, again, as long as my reputation and the ability to work with him is untouched, and it more or less has been because we act like coworkers in the office because there's no reason or ability not to, then I don't know. Like, and on the issue of moving on, I wouldn't act that much differently anyway, because there's no
here's the thing.
indication on the outside.
Even if the way that you're acting isn't entirely different, it's the vibe. People can sense it. People can sense when two people got a little something going on. So even sometimes when you think you're being slick, you're not. And if there's really nothing going on, I don't think anyone would pick up on it, which would in a way protect you in terms of work. Whereas otherwise, if there starts being whisperings of like you being with a married person, that's just not something you deserve to be like as a part of your reputation when it comes to work, you know?
Or set up an elaborate lie and you tell
we are long lost distant cousins, and that's why we get along and kiss sometimes.
Yeah. Just if you want drama and you want to expand on the drama and the tea, which, you know, if you don't mind being at the center of said tea, you just craft an elaborate lie like kissing cousins, or I don't know. There was someone in the chat that suggested that you guys play Pokemon Go together, and you're like going to the international Pokemon Go championship, and he's helping you get there.
I mean, that's why we go to barcades. That's a good excuse. You hang out.
Okay,
together.
I was just giving you bad advice. I don't think you should do that.
Oh no, I know. Don't worry about it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but it's entirely dependent on where you want to take this relationship and what your level of comfort is. So if you're, you know, I think ultimately what's best is to be truthful to other people, especially if you feel like your coworkers are seeing you differently. But from my perspective, the best possible thing to do is just sever the romantic ties before
to the coworker.
Yeah,
because
before
I think you like the messiness more than you like him, and you can get messiness outside of work. Not worth it.
That's true.
Nice.
Just being honest. But let us know if there's anything else in particular we can help with.
Hopefully
Thank
that
you,
was helpful
Cinder.
for you, Chatter.
Nice to meet you.
I got it.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Have a good one, Cinder.
Yeah, you too.
We just started off on a just to
That was a
set the
kooky
standard.
booky one.
It's gonna be crazy.
Can't
It's gonna
wait.
get
Oh, they're
crazier
insane.
than-
The next one, their name is Bitchard, and they go by he, him. Bitchard, you're online.
What's up?
Hello.
Hello, how's it going? I'm Bitchard.
What's going on? What's your problem? Welcome to Chatvice. Is it Bitchard
it
like with a
Richard?
B?
Yeah, it's Bitchard with a B.
That's fun.
Okay,
That's
I like it.
Thank-
Is that short for?
Thank you.
Is the shorthand of that bitch? Like, is it-
Just gonna say.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
bitch.
can call me bitch if you like.
no, it's all good. All right, Bitchard, what's your problem? Welcome to Chatvice.
So my problem, for a little bit of background, I've did a league addiction for 10 years.
What addiction?
I stopped playing
You cut off.
League of Legends.
I knew it.
Oh no!
No one else would guess blank addiction and guess league but
Oh
me.
my God!
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh
Of
my
course, your
gosh.
name is Bitchard. You love punishment.
Not someone spamming
I
Pokis
do.
for you. Chill.
I was a support main too, so extra punishment. Anyway, so I was a big addict for a long time.
How many hours a day we talking?
Dropped out of college because of it.
You dropped out of college because of your league addiction.
Probably 10, 12.
10, 12 a day.
I've been there.
Yeah, it was bad. Anyway, so like it was getting to the point where obviously I dropped out of college. I got married in 2023 to my boyfriend, and
Wait, hold
he
on.
was a
What was
league
your
player
highest rank?
too.
Fuck your marriage. What was your
Oh no,
highest
it was only gold 4. Oh no,
12
only gold
hours
4.
a
You said
day.
gold
Years and only gold 4.
College dropout gold.
You dropped out of college for gold 4, bitch. That's crazy. Yo, hold on to this marriage.
Yes,
Okay?
yes, bro. It was for gold 4. Yes, I know.
Hold on to that marriage. They don't know. They
That
don't
man
know
loves you.
your past life, or do they know? Because if they know your past life and they still married you,
He
definitely
said 10
hold on
years,
extra
so I'm
hard.
assuming ongoing, not past.
Oh my god, that's part of the problem.
Oh.
So anyway, about 2 years ago, I decided enough is enough, and I decided never to play League again. Quit cold turkey.
Respect.
And I installed it, and I haven't played since. Well, that same day, I told my husband he was also never allowed to play League of Legends again.
Oh no.
And just this last week, we've had kind of a busy week, lots of chores to catch up on. He is like applying for promotion at his job and stuff. And so we've all been kind of like lacking in the motivation to do, just the amount of work that we're trying to do. And he was telling me he really needs to play a game of League of Legends because that's the only thing that will motivate him to do all of the chores that he do. And we had a big blow up fight a couple of days ago because of it. I told him that absolutely no, I will not allow him to play League of Legends, and he might as well cheat on me.
Do you feel that he has a similarly toxic relationship to League of Legends that you have yourself to League of Legends?
Similarly, no. Was it somewhat toxic still?
What's his rank?
I think that we got to go forward together on the same day, if I recall correctly.
Did he also spend 12 hours a day though and drop out of college to get the goal 4?
No, he was much better from me from the get.
He was much better at League than you were?
Yeah. At League from the get-go.
Well, I mean, this is tough, man, because I get it, right? Like if you have any issue with any kind of substance, let's call League of Legends a substance. It's hard to be around somebody indulging in the substance that you have a toxic relationship with. That's tough.
Very tough.
It's why sober people have sober friends a lot of the time, because it's easier. So, again, I think the challenge here is which way do you want to spin this, right? Are you going like, hey, you can do whatever you want. If I'm not around, especially, and I don't have to see it and hear it and miss it and crave it, then that would be great. That would be a really helpful thing for you to do for me. But I think, that's a semantic specific thing you'd have to ask for. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it is kind of controlling to say, hey, I can't do this thing, and so neither can you. And if they made up some arbitrary thing that they felt that they had a bad relationship with that you didn't, and they cut you off from it, that would also be challenging. So I don't know. I mean, that would be my proposal for you to your husband would be, hey, really hard for me to be around you playing this. Makes me want to play it so bad. Can you play it when I'm not around?
That's fair.
Yeah, that's more fair. It's like a toxic masculinity at play.
I knew he was jealous. I feel like Hasan has been holding his tongue.
I just this is
let loose, brother.
Hasan is only focused on the rank. I can tell.
Roast me, Hasan.
No, if it were left up to me, I had a crippling MOBA addiction for Dota when I was in high school, and that's why I quit cold turkey. And the reason why I don't touch it is because I know how toxic I get and how awful it is for me. And if it were up to me, I would make it illegal to play any MOBA games in general. I would go mobile
multiplayer online battle arena.
Not mobile, sorry. Yeah, multiplayer online battle arena. So Dota, League, all of those. Ask his
there are
main.
games
What's
where
your
it's
main?
Like team-based, online.
Oh, I was
is MOBA a category or literally a game you could buy?
You were a what? Wait,
Dota. Very close is the one he was playing.
Yeah,
MOBA is the genre. Dota is the game.
Wait, what's your main? Poki, you might need to hear this.
My main was Janna, the wind support.
Does that mean anything? I don't know.
These comments
no. Well, no. Well, no. Well,
Okay,
What?
12 hours a day on Jana. Oh no, cooked is what people are saying in the chat. I never even.
It was
played
only Jana too. I only played
Comments
Jana.
are like, bro, Jana.
Let him live. Let him live.
So,
Let me just say, it could be worse. Could be a worse support.
Well, also you could, all addiction is a sliding scale. You weren't, wheeling and dealing. You weren't doing,
this was
you weren't doing
life
black tar
crippling.
heroin and robbing banks.
This is the no. I think you should get addicted
the
to
gamer
heroin
equivalent
instead. I think.
All right, Hassan.
Yes,
All
I actually agree with Hassan
right,
here.
all
I think
right, all
that
Thought about
black tar
smoking-
heroin addiction is better than League.
Have you thought about getting addicted to cigarettes and smoking cigarettes
Good
instead?
Lord.
Because I feel like that would be life altering, but maybe you would look cool in the process, and there's no
Jesus Christ.
just
I've already replaced it with a
swap
marijuana
addictions.
addiction.
You already what? A marijuana addiction?
Already replaced League with a marijuana addiction.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, good.
Have
Good.
you
That is a
considered
market improvement.
actually speaking to an addiction therapist? You don't have to be like full blown severe addict to take some good advice from them.
That's probably true.
Damn, Dr.
I don't
Pokey
judge
coming
your
in
man.
clutch.
I'll tell you that much.
Well, anyway, back to your relationship. That would be the real thing to try to navigate would be, if you could help me by making this easier for me, then of course I don't want to restrict your behavior. I just don't want to hate my life all the time.
I also think if you worded it in that way instead of "No, you're not allowed," F you, they'd probably be more likely to do it.
Yeah.
Because they're your
That's
partner,
fair.
they care about you.
That's true.
Hmm.
And
Is there any way to
he's a
self-regulate
person,
though? Like,
he's a person that hates authority as well.
Who, you are a person who hates authority?
No,
They
the
are.
partner.
They are?
Oh, my
Yeah,
husband.
definitely don't go about it in an authoritative way.
Yes.
Go, please.
That's a good point.
They probably, I mean, they obviously love you because they went through your worst, right? Like they were with you
That's
through
true.
that.
And married them.
So clearly,
That's true.
Clearly they love you, and therefore, if you really think that there's no capacity to self-regulate here, then you could just take a stance that isn't so authoritarian necessarily, but like it's more so an ask for you, like where you can be like,
Yeah.
I really don't want to stop you from playing League of Legends, but I think like I can't. Like if I see you playing, like I'm afraid that I'm gonna relapse, and it's gonna fuck my life up, And then maybe you can talk to him that way.
Right. I think that's actually good advice, contrary to the title Chadvice. And I'm probably gonna actually try that.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
We wish you the best of luck.
Godspeed, Bitchard.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
What a incredible name.
Bitchard's fucking, that's
Fucking
Bitchard
League,
is
man.
bitchin'.
Fucking League. Oh my
Hey.
god.
The next person is named Sabrina, and their pronouns are she, her. Sabrina, you're on air.
Hi, Sabrina.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Welcome to Chat Vice, Sabrina. What's your problem?
Okay. So I need help with confidence boosters after being horribly rejected. Specifically, I have asked out 83 guys in my life, and they have all rejected me.
All 83?
Yes.
Whoa.
I after about the fifth one, I kept a tally in my notebook. So that's how I know it's about 83.
Is this
but
over the span of like a decade? How many?
Yeah.
What's the timeline?
About 5 years.
Someone do the math. What cadence
Wait,
is
not
that
one
per week?
success in 5 years.
Correct.
Can you give us an example of how you tend to ask
Yeah.
them out?
Good
Oh
call.
gosh. It depends on how I know them. Like if they were
Ask Hassan out right now.
No.
Or me. I could be an easier target.
It's more so like if you're someone like random, I guess, like at like a bar or something, and like I see that like you're pretty like attractive, I'd be like, oh, like hey, what's up? Like you're pretty cute. Like, do you want to go do something sometime? Like
That's pretty
along
chill.
those lines.
Pretty
But
nice,
then
chill way to ask somebody out. That's not intimidating.
Yeah.
I like
Is there
that.
any prior investment ahead of time with all 83, or is it just like random encounters at bars and stuff?
No, it's a stratification of random encounters, like collection of random encounters, people who I had university classes with, people who I'd been friends with for like 6-7 years before.
6-7 years.
Sorry.
No, you're all good. I'm
But,
sorry, actually.
I'm 34 years old, and I'm just letting you know, Sabrina, I hit the 6-7 when you said that. I apologize.
A dating app is for you. You gotta try.
Potentially.
You gotta try some Bumble, some Hinge. I have a buddy
That's
to tell a
great.
personal anecdote. I will tell a personal anecdote. I have a friend. I have a very metrosexual guy friend who is potentially bi-curious, but has only ever been with women. He comes across. He's very lovely, wonderful, charismatic. He's very effeminate. He's super well dressed. He comes across pretty
Love
gay.
that.
And
Everyone's saying, is it HasanAbi? No, he's not talking about
Hassan.
me.
Hassan is built like a fucking World War II tank or something. This is not who I'm talking about.
Like a Sherman.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll go out to some party or maybe go out and grab a drink together or something, and he'll hit it off with a girl. And oftentimes the girl will be like, that was a fun encounter with that gay guy. And he's very...
Okay, but sometimes those guys are the best to date.
100%. No, I 100% agree. And anyone would be lucky to date this guy. He's a real sweetheart. The challenge is just perception on this. And I told him, like, I was like, you gotta rip Hinge or Bumble, because you can be exactly the same person, but they just know going into it that you're interested in women and that you're on this dating app and that you're swiping on their photo or whatever. And it's like he's the exact same guy. He hasn't had to change one thing about his personality. It's just a perception-based thing. So I don't know. I really approve of dating apps for this exact reason. And have you? I guess the follow-up is: have you tried them? Have you tried dating apps?
I regret to inform that yes. And of the times that I have had matches with people, I've gotten ghosted, and that was about 15, 20 times.
Wait, is that counted in the 83?
You
Because that
got
doesn't
ghosted
count.
100% of the times?
Yeah, the 100% of the time, and no, that's not counted in the 83.
Okay, but like that's only 15, so you haven't tried yet.
It's 15 times on a dating app is like
Wait,
a slow
I have
Tuesday.
a question, Sabrina.
That should be like 1 week's time on a dating
I
app.
could crank that out on the shitter. Like that's not
No,
that's
but
nothing.
That is true.
That's only like matches, though. Like, and
No, that doesn't
nothing.
still. That doesn't mean
Still?
anything. Trust.
Can I
I
ask
do
you a
think
worse
dating apps
question?
are a bit of a game.
Can I ask you a worse question? Have you paid
Go
for
for
any
it.
of the dating apps? Have you ever paid for like the premium version of the dating apps?
Yes.
They're way better.
She say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
yes. But again, the 15 to me, the 15. I'm not intimidated by this 15 number. The other, like 70, the other 70 rejections are more intimidating. But the 15 is not super intimidating.
The thing is, though, is that one of the last rejections that I had was really, really bad. Like, he turned hostile. on
Walk us
me.
through it.
Yeah, please.
It was like pointing out all of my flaws one after another, and I was just like standing there,
mean.
like, oh, I didn't. Oh, sure.
That's a him problem.
Well, you
What a
kind of
weirdo.
dodged a
Like,
bullet there, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was also the one who was one of my friends for like the last 5 years, and I was like, oh, I didn't think that you thought I looked like a troll doll, but apparently I do, because you
A
just
what?
told me that.
He said that?
He said you look
Yeah.
like a what?
Was your friend? That's not.
Yeah, but then he
Something
finished
a
it off
friend
with the best bit where, so I'm mixed race, and the thing that he finished it off with was that I wasn't black enough for him.
Also peculiar.
Okay.
Yeah, very peculiar, especially because he was a white guy. So I was like, okay, interesting.
Wait, what?
Double peculiar.
Okay, this is going in so many directions that I did not foresee this going. Okay, so that's insane.
That whole exchange just kind of broke my confidence.
I mean, you dodged not a bullet, but a nuclear first strike. I think.
Has this all been in the same zip code, or are you moving around?
Moving around, because I'm from California, so this is partially in California, partially I went to school in Washington.
Got it.
So
Do you think there's a commonality between these occurrences? That makes sense.
I don't know. I was trying to analyze it to figure out, because I'm
Girl,
like,
me
it's
too.
not. I'm not going. I'm not going after the same type of guy. It's like totally different types, but just all
Maybe
rejection,
dating is
right?
just cooked and not worth pursuing. Maybe the right person will come to you.
No, I disagree on that. I think I
You're
was gonna,
not a girl in this
I
day
was
and
gonna go.
age.
I was gonna go in the exact opposite direction. I think you're not like you haven't.
You're not
swung
trying
enough.
hard enough.
No, not
I
that
think
she's not
sometimes-
trying hard enough, but like you just haven't swung enough.
times. I think sometimes it's different for
Yeah.
women.
Okay.
Do you have a type?
Ooh.
Not really. I mean, like intellectually more. So though I love I guess the one type is I like hair, like good hair. I don't know if that's a type thing, but
that's cute.
Okay. So no baldies.
No.
Okay. That's fine. What about height?
Just taller than me, I guess, which is easy.
How tall are you?
Like 5'5".
Okay, so pretty achievable.
Yeah, that's not okay. So you're
I think I have a good idea. Okay.
Here we go.
What's your age range?
No,
like how
what I'm
oldish are
looking
you?
for?
If you're comfortable saying.
I am 27.
27. Okay. Ladies in their mid-ish 20s in the chat right now, do you guys feel like dating is cooked?
I mean, they're on a Twitch chat, so they're gonna say
That's kind of. But
it's 100 million. Yes. It's
Okay.
Flying across the chat.
Someone saying yes,
I do feel
no
like
white
the
men.
dating market right now is a little bit complicated. So, how about for you guys, if there are any of you in a relationship, what have you found works well for you? Because I'm not going to lie, the stories I hear from my friends also, I feel like the market's not hot right now. And unfortunately, like it's really scary with strangers.
Not a buyer's market.
Exactly. Be funny, meet someone you love, let it just happen.
Have you thought about dating women?
No, I don't have any attraction there.
Yeah, not for you.
Okay. All right.
I will
Fair
say, I don't want you to stress about it too much. I think
Yeah,
sometimes
you're quite young.
Yeah, love is one of those things that the more you chase after it, people can kind of tell.
And have you
they're
ever-
not really attracted. Sorry to interrupt.
I interrupted you. It was my bad.
Sometimes they don't really like that kind of energy. So sometimes it's better to just take it easy. If I were you, I would do more data analysis and either swing more times or spend 2-3 months not swinging at all and see what you learn. Because that's kind of just life. Yeah, you take data, you optimize, and hopefully you'll come across that right person or figure out how to better come across them.
I mean, all it takes is one. So I say keep swinging.
Unless you're polyamorous, which is also cool.
Do you have you ever been asked out?
No.
Got it.
Never.
Have you ever been like, have you ever had a close friend where you're like, I think there's a vibe there, and then you ask them out and there turns out there's not a vibe?
Yes, but then also that's also kind of the situation currently too, because I reconnected with people from my past, and that's also kind of why I'm looking for advice to be like, do I shoot? Do I even try to shoot
You can
my
always
shot?
try.
When you go out, do you go out with your friends or do you go out by yourself?
Most of the time myself, because my friends aren't local at the moment.
Okay. So you're going out by yourself.
You're super brave. You're a real courageous person.
Yeah, you're already nailing like the advice that I would give to most people, which is like
Put
go
yourself
out,
out
put
there.
yourself out there and talk to as many people as possible. But I also don't think you should just be pursuing people as though you want to date them and just go out there like you're looking for friends. You know what I mean? Because you already have that social courage. And now I think that is the most difficult hurdle to clear for many people. Like the fact that you're doing it on your own is admirable. So when in your shoes, if I was going out, I would be not necessarily be so data focused and also so so focused on like achieving a target or something, but just casually going through the motions of being social. And then see where that takes you. Maybe you develop some friends in the local area that you're in, and then you go out with them, and then you end up maybe through that extended friendship circle, you find some new people. You never really know. It's a very chaotic environment out there. But I think that your approach so far, if I were to make an assessment off of the limited information that I have, is a little bit too data driven.
Okay.
It's almost too like mathematical, too calculated. I would just because that's just not how this stuff works.
Have you thought about trying like a good luck Chuck sort of scenario where you have a friend who does some sort of spell or something, and then you meet the love of your life after that?
Go see a witch.
It works super well for like Katherine Heigl in movies.
Oh, that's a movie.
Are you big like? Do you have a bunch of hobbies? You go out and do go to an arcade or go play bowling or something?
Yeah, I go to conventions a lot.
Like anime?
Yes.
Nice.
And, my hobby is cosplay, so I have a lot of friends and conventions to go to. So
nice. I mean, it sounds like
you approach men. Sorry to cut you off. Have you approached men at those situations?
You can bet so.
Yes and no, but most of the time I don't because I usually cosplay men.
That's so cool.
So
I guess I could.
I mean, if you hit it off with anybody, try it out. Well, good luck. And it sounds like your life is you have a pretty rich life aside from this unfortunate growing roster of rejections. So
the void of loneliness.
Yeah, but otherwise I feel like, you got passion and enthusiasm. And do you have a job you like or a job that you feel well compensated for?
Let me guess. Actuarial sciences.
No.
Okay, you're not a quant.
No.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm unfortunately the administrative assistant.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound
low
bad.
level.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I do want to add, you sound like such a sweet, lovely gal. You really, really do. Not that, I don't know.
Good luck.
If I should say this or how, it really is like a good luck mark, though.
Yeah.
I would wonder, like, if you ever get close to someone who's actually kind and maybe tells you if there's a reason for the ghosting or for the whatever in a way that isn't rude or like that other guy. What he said was just weird.
I mean, he's
I
just
think
racist.
sometimes,
Like that long-term friend you had is racist
He was very
fetishizer.
I think sometimes like nice people in our lives can tell us like, oh, maybe you come off a little intimidating or this or that. I just feel like your personality seems too lovely. Like there must be maybe something else. Not that it's your fault, but maybe something that guys are picking up that you don't know, and maybe a friend could tell you. But either way, it's never a bad call to not focus too much on that.
Yeah, I say keep swinging. Someone in the chat said next rejection, ask them why. No, we're moving away from data analysis, not further in the direction.
I don't know.
I actually considered making a Google form to like send out.
You should do that. Very sweet.
Okay. No, that's not sweet. Don't encourage
Are you
her.
neurodivergent perchance? Not that obviously it's bad to be, but I'm curious. I'm like that too.
I'm not diagnosed, but I took the same test that Hasan did, and I did get like 130. So
What'd
maybe
you get, Hasan?
127. I don't have a roster though. I just like trains.
Hasan, we're looking at 3 screens right now.
Okay, well that's normal. I need to be dialed in on everything that's going on.
But it's different. It's manifesting differently.
Yeah.
It's a different chart.
That's so funny.
Well, as someone who has a similar rad score to you, Chatter, like I was saying,
you were like, "Oh, thanks for the labubu. I already have this one." I think the score seems accurate.
Okay, well, she has a higher one, so
by 3 points.
So look, all I'm gonna say is,
1%.
all I'm gonna say is very dating is very vibes based and not as analytical as the way you're approaching
don't
it.
Understand that. You got to speak in their language. What if they're not a vibey person? Like, what does a vibe mean?
I think she has good vibes.
I think she has good vibes, but maybe she doesn't interpret the vibes from others.
I think like 83 rejections is nothing. Like I've been rejected a million times. There are so many people out there in the universe. There are. No, I'm serious. Like it literally doesn't
Mostly
matter
on planet Earth.
And the fact that you have gone through, I don't know, 82 rejections and then went for the 83rd implies that you have a lot of social courage, which is
and
good.
Tenacity.
Yeah, and I think that's what's necessary in this dating marketplace. So you know, you just got to keep on trucking and
I would
find
like-
someone with similar hobbies and maybe also has a similar rad score to you.
And maybe try to find somebody with a similar number of rejections.
That's
I would
easy, I think.
politely add that I do feel like there are some discrepancies between how women go about dating and men go about dating nowadays. So if anything, maybe you should find some similar girlfriends around your age and talk to them about this stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like you could learn a lot. Either people in a similar predicament and also people who are in happy relationships. I actually think that's your best bet.
Okay.
I wish you the best luck, and
Yeah,
I
good
really
luck.
think you're lovely.
Yeah, you've been really sweet to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I have empathy
and thank
for
you guys
this.
for your advice.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chatter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Billboard, if you have the money.
Oh, I like that.
It's crazy.
Are you the one? Photo of your face, Sabrina, and then are you the one?
And then it's a Google form link.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a Google form QR code.
I'm a big fan of a Google form, so I can't hate on her for
6'5"
that.
multi-millionaire chat. I've been rejected a million times. First of all,
I'm
do you think
6'4".
this is yeah, I am 6'4". And do you think this is how I materialized on the planet? Like, do you think that I did not go through my own personal experiences leading up to this very moment? And secondly, even now, yes, the answer is yes. You're not going to be the right person for every single person. I think it's good that people reject you and people reject me as well, which is because the alternative is worse. The alternative is that you're stuck in you're stuck in this relationship hell, I guess, with someone who's not the right fit for you. So yeah, I think it's a healthy thing. Rejection is healthy. Okay? And it's actually really good if you can get used to being rejected and that doesn't deter you from continuing on with your pursuits.
I think it's healthy to get used to rejection in all aspects of your life.
Absolutely.
Also, career. I feel like that'll get you so far. Oh, I love the saying, rejection is just redirection. Like the thing that's meant for you will be for you.
To be honest, growing up fat is the only reason he's not evil now as a man over 6 feet tall. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's the other
But
one.
it's also true,
The other one
probably.
to piggyback off your quote is that I always like a successful person has failed so many more times than you've ever even tried.
So true.
Which is pretty much true.
You don't really get it the first bat. Sorry, quick question. You got any snacks?
Yeah, what do you want?
He's got
I got
Vicodin
mad
over there and some Zyn.
I got
Some
mad.
Zyn.
I
Wait, you
have,
didn't let me sniff the cigarette.
yeah, we have copious
I
amounts of
am
snacks.
into many kinds
It's
of
protein.
snacks. So
I have Chinese cigarettes here. Here you go.
thank you so much.
Chunghwa.
Are these different than regular?
What are you sniffing them for? Just the odor?
Is this? I don't think that's how a normal cigarette smells. No, that smells like tea to me.
We got
That's how a normal cigarette
questions.
smells.
Oh, really?
Pokey, questions, popcorn. What do you want? There's
I
mad like
love-
protein bars and stuff too, different kinds.
I like savory, and I want one protein bar. If you have the barbell one, I
We
love
got-
a
I think I
protein
got
bar and
Barbells.
a savory. Thank you.
Yeah, see, they know they.
I can
they
also
said it's
order
The
food.
peanut butter one.
I didn't realize. I
Yeah.
ate
Wait,
before you guys
cigarettes too?
came.
Or
'cause I-
these?
unlit ones, yeah, which is what they smell like.
Oh,
Do me a favor and never mention the Built Bars in public ever again.
The
Wait, what? Built bars? Why?
Yeah, so those are my
Built Bar?
shits.
Oh,
You
is
can't
it
find
hard
them
to find?
anywhere. Yes.
Oh yeah. Do you want to try one of those? They're marshmallow protein bars. They're fucking insane.
Like insanely good.
Yeah.
They're so good.
I'll look
Wait,
at
hey,
one.
can you grab a Built
Wait,
bar too?
Frogan, what kind of gelatin is in that marshmallow, my girl?
Oh, I don't know. It's not haram if you don't know,
Oh
you
my
know?
God.
here.
You just got fucking halal check, Morgan. God damn.
Unintentional. I thought you knew.
Haram police is in the building.
Hassan, you know you've gotten like 400 subs. You
I
don't
know,
even
but I don't want to call it out
blink.
because I have guests here.
I'll call it out for you because
Okay.
I feel bad. Harvuka and then like this Prince Zulu.
Prince of Zulu.
I think has gifted literally 1 billion subscriptions.
Yeah, that's
Thank
true.
you.
Prince of Zulu, thank you for the 700 gifted subs. Kaya, it is not food for you, girl.
I'm great. Thanks for the offer, though. I really appreciate you.
Someone said, be careful in dating in cons, please. Okay.
In cons?
Like conventions.
Oh, cons.
One thing you should never do is date in Hoscord. Chatters.
Are you speaking from experience?
Hell no. You think I'd ever talk to any of them?
Damn.
Talks to them all day.
There's also an improper power imbalance there because Frogan is a mod.
That's true.
Mod
No, but-
versus Hoscord regular.
Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. I'd rather talk to a Redditor at
You
that
sure you don't want
point.
one of these? I got two.
I'm okay for now. You
But
never
if
know,
it
though.
looks really
as
good,
you eat it, if
I
I'm like,
got you.
oh my god, I just had like the largest burrito possible
where?
before I got here. Tacos Delta.
Nice.
I feel like I've heard of that
I like
place
it a lot.
recently.
Elise,
Never had
thank you
though.
for the 10 gift of subs.
Thank you.
Okay. All
So
right.
the
Who's
next person.
next?
The next person is named Fur, and their pronouns are she, they.
Okay.
All right, Fur, you're on air.
Hello, Fur. Welcome to Chat Vice. What's your problem?
Hi. Well, first of all, hi Pookie, hi Phineas, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Fan. So let's start with this. So my former is important. I'll get back to that later. Owes me over like 80 euros. You can make the conversion to freedom money if you want. It's pretty much around the same. Ever since we went to this trip to Copenhagen in August, which was really cool. We went some other friends. Thing is that he had come from another trip in some other place and he had gotten his wallet and his passport stolen before coming here. So he had no way.
Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, like he
She's
basically
flying
like
off this protein
I'm an
bar.
active listener.
yeah, like he has stopped getting lost, but that's something I'll get to that later. But yeah, it's like an issue. Thing is that like he had no way of paying for anything.
I just commented, is this Greta?
It's messed up.
Oh my god. I mean, honestly, like yeah, I'll get to that later because it's like a huge thing.
Whether or not you're Greta Thunberg is the next thing that you're
We'll
going
get to that later.
Like, am I that clockable? I mean, like, both of us are autistic, so maybe it's just like the autistic accent. I mean, who knows? But yeah,
not
like
the other accent. It's the autism accent that we build.
you never know. I mean, English is my first language, so it's just like a mix of 100,000 accents. Anyway, yeah. Thing is that like it's not the first time that he loses things. Like it's probably like around the third time he's lost his wallet since I first met him. Thing is that like ever since I met him, we used to like have like we never really did anything, but it was like kind of like I don't know, like I had a crush on him. He just didn't acknowledge it, but it was like we were friends. Like we had lots of things in common. We used to talk a lot, but it never got anywhere because I am an absolute coward and I am terrified of rejection, just like a lot of people.
That's so cute.
Okay.
Yeah, at least I'm self-aware about it. It's just that, yeah, but we'll get to
Are
that.
you Dutch? Where are you from? What country?
I'm from Mexico.
Sorry?
I'm from Mexico. I don't live there right now, but
You
I
have
am.
such a like European, like Danish Dutch accent.
We're in Copenhagen.
I mean, I learned English
They
in
have
Mexico.
planes in Mexico. They can travel to Europe.
Yeah, like now we're a socialist paradise, so we have everything.
I thought maybe
Nice.
she'd been
Yeah.
there for a while, is what I mean.
Yeah, that's kind of what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Viva la
Yeah,
raza.
like-
But go on.
Yeah, thing is that like I recently like got over my crush because of the thing about him owing me money, and I got pissed about it. Also, I realized and I found out from other friends that it was like unrequited, so I eventually got over it. Thing is that with this person, like I feel bad about asking for the money back. Like it's not the first time that he's owed me money, but it's the first time that he owes me this much.
How much
Things
total?
that-
How much money does he owe you total?
Right, it's 80. Like before he paid me back some of it, the highest amount he ever owed me was like over 200 euros.
Okay.
But like he started paying back piece by piece because like he felt way too bad about it. But it's been like 6 months and he still hasn't like answered to any of my texts when I ask him like how is this going. Like I'm aware that he has like financial issues. Like we're both Latinos living in Europe, so it's obviously hard. Like he has some problems with his work visas and like obviously like it's not as easy for him to pay me back as fast as I would want him to. It's just like the ghosting and the not saying anything about it. Like I'm aware that he does this a lot to other people, that he just like doesn't want to, like he basically just doesn't talk about it or like pretends that it's not happening so that people would stop asking him about it. And like it's become like an inside joke in our friend group. Like we have a huge friend group that we share.
Do you
so
still
it's
have
like
a crush on him?
not anymore, but it's like been really recent that I'm trying to get over it. That's where the problem comes. The thing is that I feel bad asking him for the money, but I don't know if it's just because I actually feel bad about his situation or if I'm still like not really over it and I'm just not realizing it.
If I was you, I would take this as more of a reason to get the hell over him.
Yeah,
Not
no
all-
broke
Yeah.
boys. No broke boys.
No, it's more so like I'm sure we've all maybe met someone at some point or other that is notorious for asking for money and never paying people back. That's why I really recommend people don't lend money that they aren't comfortable fully losing.
Yep.
Because some people just have financial issues and cannot confront it, it's deeper than just you. So I don't want you to take it personal either. You just realize I'm gonna get anything from
How
him.
hot is this guy?
I mean, like, honestly, pretty hot. That was part of the issues. Like, I mean, it's not something that's going to like keep me in there forever. Like, I'm bi, so like I'm usually more like leaded towards women. Like, it's the one guy that I have had a crush on in a long time, which is probably a huge red flag. Like, I was mostly like going out with women before, so like I'm probably like just going to very low fruit probably. But it was like, I don't know, like we were used to be really close. We had a lot of like university activities together, so it was hard to avoid each other. So maybe that's part of it. But like, I am starting to get over it. My issue is, how do I get over the feeling bad about keeping him, like keep asking for the money back? Because like, I don't want to feel like a landlord that's just like harassing him for the money, but also like, it's my money.
Do you really need the money back? Like, being serious, like, is that like money you really need?
That's the thing. Like, I don't really need it.
All
like,
right.
Oh,
then I mean, like, again, like,
no, you want to keep the conversation going with this guy. That's why you want to have this guy in the back of your mind at all times. And I feel like the money is the way to do it for yourself.
I mean, kind of, but also like, I mean, yeah.
To me, I'm sorry that this person owes you money. Never a good feeling to be owed money. And yeah, I think to me, if I'm putting on my legal, advice hat, I'd be like, congrats, it's not $1,000 or $20,000. Like, you got off relatively unscathed, considering that you've just told me that you don't really need that money back in the scheme of your life. Yeah. So you've learned your lesson, which is sad. It's sad to learn your lesson that this person that you find attractive and maybe like their personality is like not a reliable person. Always sad to learn shit like that. But when you said 200, I was like, oh my god, she's in it for $200,000. So I'm happy to know that it's only €200.
Well, at least we kind of got.
I know that's 340 American dollars, but
I'm glad we kind of got to the root cause, which I think is you kind of holding on to this crush and not getting over the crush via him not paying you back, or that being like a line of connection between the two of you. If I was you, I know it's hard to just like get over emotional things on your own. What I love is a well-written closure text. Even if someone's not giving you closure, give it to yourself. I would literally write a big old text, be like, I thought you're pretty cool. Kind of sucks that you're ghosting the fact that you owe me money, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, don't be mean, but just write it in a way that makes you feel like you are emotionally processing the situation, telling them what you want to tell them, again, without being mean. And then I think just literally hitting send on that feels amazing, at least to me. Whether they respond or not, you're like, okay, well, I know where I'm headed, and they know too.
I think the real problem here isn't the money at all. I think you are having a hard time cutting ties with this person because you still have a crush on them, and in your mind, holding on to the €80 or however much remains from the overall debt is your way of staying interconnected with this person.
Yes, but then what does she do about it?
Yeah, no, I think you should just ghost the person, delete the number, forget about it, start dating some tall, blonde Copenhagen guys.
Or girls.
Honestly.
They're tall. Both genders are tall over there.
I mean, like, the issue here is that, like, I probably would love to, like, cut every single kind of tie we have. Thing is that because we are still, like, involved, I mean, we both do, like, university debating, but we are, like, more in the managing kind of part of it, and we are basically unable to fully avoid each other unless we actually quit. This is like quitting a sport. So I probably will like get around to like just send a strongly worded message to vent it, but
send a strongly worded message every time you see this person in person, because it sounds like you can't avoid them. Do one of these gestures. Open hand. Give me back my €200. This every time. Yeah, I guarantee you they will start to avoid you.
or just like,
which is their
fault. Just like hit him with the cold shoulder when you see them, and also next time you see them, have a bunch of studs with you, and just be like,
you could also wear clothing with money on it. That would be kind of cool. Okay, shirts covered in
pay me my money.
Yeah, euros, or pay me. Shirts say pay me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
dollar bill,
subtle things like
something.
that.
I will say, if you guys have overlap in terms of friends and hobbies and whatnot, just make sure that this strongly worded message is something that you wouldn't mind other people seeing. And it just like really shows him like, hey, you fucked up.
Yeah,
and,
Good
I'm
point.
done with it.
Good point. Yeah, your friends in common too, right? You go like, I like that person. They just owe me money, and it's been a long time, and
And I'm really sad that they're not answering me.
yeah,
And doesn't
so
that suck?
that's pretty. Anybody can empathize.
Well, the friends already know that he's a bit of a deadbeat. Like they know that
Yeah.
already.
Sounds like it.
Like that's what I was gonna say. Like I don't think that like I mean very few of my friends know that I have a crush on him because I never really like told a lot of people. I just like never got around to it. But a lot of people have a similar issue, just not with this much money. Like he just keeps borrowing money for coffees, like pathologically, like it's a thing. So like people, if I told him that, like if I was pissed about it, I'm sure that my friends wouldn't like judge me for that. So that's actually like good advice, actually.
What do you think he spent your money on? Like rent or something more flashy?
I mean, like he lives on his own, and his family is still like he's from Colombia, and they all live back there. So he sends a lot of money back to them. So like he's not.
He sent your money back to his family. I like that.
I mean,
That's kind of like a Robin Hood sort of a thing. That's kind of awesome. He's washing it. It's crossing over, into different jurisdictions.
Maybe I should be giving him more money. Who knows?
Oh my gosh, honey,
Somebody commented W reparations.
No, you're still doing this. You're still doing it. You're doing it. You want.
I think your heart is in it, and you need to figure out a way to get your heart out of it. Which, again, for me, strongly worded letter.
And from my perspective, go hook up with some girls and some guys out there that are not this guy. Get your mind off this guy, because you guys kiss one time, right? That's it.
I mean, and also like getting taller guys, and it's probably not an issue. I'm like 4'11". I'm like super tiny, so literally any guy that's not like less than 5, whatever.
Also,
is gonna
you're Latino in like the whitest place on the planet. You're automatically you're OP. You're OP in Europe. They think brunettes are like a exotic species in general, even brunette white people. So you are so overpowered in Nordic countries in general. So you shouldn't have a hard time anyway.
Oof, trying to get my competitive advantage to use that.
There you
my
go.
God.
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
Good luck, and
so much.
I believe you'll move past this, whatever ways feels more comfortable.
Thank you for.
I hope. Yeah.
Nice meeting you,
Have a good
Fern.
day. Thank you.
Yeah, the other side of the story is that he's also OP. If he's like tall, Colombian, attractive guy,
Well, that's why he keeps
probably why he's
forgetting
a
his
fucking
wallet.
dickhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised everybody in the friend group is like, yeah, he does that. And
I like
no
the
one
idea that
cares.
his family is just like, this fool is crushing. He sends us so much money.
Well, he's probably keeping up appearances in other.
Yeah, but he's running around
areas of his life.
Copenhagen,
Yeah.
borrowing money left and right.
Oh, my wallet again.
Family, like he's doing very well.
I didn't
out
even
there.
know that there were Mexicans in Copenhagen.
Well, they do have planes over there.
Yeah. I know, but they don't take them over there. That's what I'm saying. They don't take it all the way to Copenhagen normally.
Copenhagen's nice, man.
I fucking love Copenhagen.
Nice place.
There and honestly, a lot of European places where you can bike. I
agree.
love a bikeable
I'm my
place.
happiest on a bike.
Me
I
too.
totally agree.
You'll love China then. All right, who do we got next?
Next person is Puffins, and their pronouns are he, him. Puffins, you're on air.
Puffin.
Welcome, Puffin.
Hey,
What's your
Puffin.
problem?
You're
Welcome
making
to
me
Chat Vice.
hungry for that Trader Joe's Puffin cereal, dude.
Puffins is shy.
Puffin, you're
Okay.
muted still. Unmute yourself.
Oops. Hi,
There we
everyone.
go.
Hey, Puffins.
Oopsies. So my problem, I'll just get right into it. I have a gay dad. That's not my problem. So
Thank you.
It's just
he's dating-
prelim.
So I'm 27.
Okay.
And he's dating like a 30-year-old Brazilian twink.
How old is your dad?
My dad is like 60.
He's pulling.
I mean, it's
He
normal.
He's got game.
Yeah, he's killing it.
Okay.
Okay.
So like background context, he came out when I was like 20, so like 4 or 5 years ago. Or I'm 27, so like 7 years ago. And they've been
Mhm.
dating for like 5-ish years. So they started dating when he was 25, which is very important because I feel like that's when the problematic age gap problem starts to like not matter quite as much.
Okay.
Also,
and he's like,
I feel like the math is different for gays.
Yeah,
You're implying that there's
especially
gay
'cause,
math.
like,
Yeah.
Got us.
there's a lot of gay
Clarifying.
math. But like, so he came out late in life, right? So it's kind of like, oh, he's going back to like see what they missed. But now he like lives. They like live together. And the issue that I have is like, I'm the twinks age, right? So when we're sitting around talking, when we're sitting around talking, he'll be like, yeah, this is like when you had a Game Boy and you were like playing Pokemon, or like, oh, this
These are
reminds
the
me of like
analogies.
Moon
Who's making these analogies? Your father?
Your dad is making
No,
those?
the twink. No, the
twink?
twink.
Wait,
My
so
dad is
what-
sitting there not having any idea what any of these things are.
Oh, so you and the what else could we call this person that your dad
Your
is dating?
dad's partner.
Let's my dad.
Fake
Yeah,
name?
my dad's partner.
I like
let's call him
calling it
Chris.
the twink.
All right, you can. I'll
Like it's
call
a
him.
villain in your life.
You're, wait, but who's the? Yeah, do you have a? Are you taking umbrage with your dad's partner, with your dad for dating such a young partner?
I don't really have an issue with my dad's partner. Like, you know, he's fine. He's perfectly nice. We get along. Whatever.
You can talk about Pokemon and your Game Boy or whatever.
Yeah, we talk about Pokemon and moon shoes and growing
Did you
up
say
in the
blue
early
shoes
2000s.
or moon shoes? What did you say?
You know, like the moon shoes, like
Uh-huh,
the little
got it.
bouncy ones.
Because I bet your dad would get in on the blue chew conversation just for, you know,
Oh,
the record.
Okay,
I hate
continue,
that I know.
Puffin.
Yeah.
I'll listen to podcast
So
advertisements.
the,
That's how I
the
know about
issue
it.
that I kind of have is like, it's kind of uncomfortable not being able
The
to
dynamic.
like, yeah, like that's a peer of mine.
Understandable.
Dating my dad,
Mhm.
who is like, is it like appropriate to call him like a sweater vest gay? Does that like give background?
Can you define?
Like very waspy. Grew
Wait,
up
is your
in like
dad
a,
the sweater
Oh.
vest gay or the twink?
Yeah. My dad.
Yeah, okay.
Silicon
Grew up very
Valley.
like he like grew up gardening. Like as soon as I knew he was gay, it was like an oh yeah. But beforehand, I would have been like, oh no, he's just kind of like a feminine guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Kinda
mean,
deal.
look,
You
the
painted a
dynamic
good
here.
picture for us.
Yeah, the dynamic here is obviously that you want what's best for your dad and you want him to be happy and he's living his best gay life, right?
But that
and
the
he's
dynamic makes you a little bit uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
so do you live with your dad still? Is that what it is?
No, my parents are split, and I live with my mom.
What's your sexual orientation?
Figuring it out.
Got it. Well, to me, the easiest way to solve this is to date somebody your dad's age.
Oh,
Got him.
I have thought
And
about
then
that.
someday you guys will both have to make a truce.
They can
Yeah, see
swap.
how he
Yeah.
likes it.
Oh.
Give him a taste of his medicine,
Wow.
his own medicine.
That's some good matchmaking.
I mean,
oh my
I feel
god!
like
But then, like, if we go on like a bonding excursion, me and the twink are gonna go to like a barcade, and him and whatever my like old sugar daddy are gonna go to like some weird museum.
But that sounds great.
okay, yeah, it's getting a little
getting
freaky.
better and better.
It's getting a little freaky. So
That's a TV show I would watch.
no, my point is like if you're not living with him, but you do see him every now and then, but they're getting more serious. I feel like, I mean, I don't have a lot of experience in this field, but what I would say is like, if you want your dad to live his best gay life, I think for the time being, you know, just letting him do his thing and working through the motions is probably the best thing to do. Even though it's a little weird for you, right?
Yeah,
you
because
just
I've
gotta-
like I've voiced an opinion beforehand and like tried to tell him like, hey, I'm worried about problematic power dynamics, and this is a pretty big age gap that you're introducing to a pretty like waspy family that's gonna have a lot of opinions.
And what did
Are
he
you?
say?
So-
Is your family the waspy family?
Both sides are pretty waspy.
Your dad's partner's side is also waspy.
My dad's partner is very Brazilian.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gathering.
But my dad's both of my parents are
Yes,
white.
both of your parents. Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let him. I think let him enjoy himself because, like, at the end of the day, I mean, he is like your dad's partner
Making
is
up for a lot
30,
of lost time.
right? Like he's 30 years old. It's not like he's a child. You
Have
know?
you ever seen the movie Beginners?
No, I haven't.
It's one of my favorite movies ever. Actually, it's directed by Mike Mills, whose work I love. But it is to some degree sort of about exactly this vibe. You should check it out. Pretty great.
I definitely will.
I have a quick question. So Is the issue here how you feel when you're around them? Or do you have concerns about their dynamic that make you uncomfortable as someone who can probably relate to his partner more, potentially, in terms of your age?
A little bit of both. It's definitely like me personally, it's a little bit uncomfortable sitting there and having like his partner try and like relate to me on an age level, like relating to things of like when we were children, and like, that kind of thing
Like trying and
versus,
succeeding at relating. To
yeah. Yeah, like it's
Doesn't
weird
need
that
to
he
try,
like
just
gets
relates.
it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand
He's
being
like 1997 was wild.
I understand being with being uncomfortable with this dynamic. I totally get that. It's a little strange. Having said that,
Yeah.
this would be borderline or completely unacceptable if you were like in your early 20s, as opposed to the fact that your dad is in his 60s, but your dad's boyfriend is in his 30s, and at a certain point, it's like it's just. You gotta you gotta place his level of comfort, especially as someone who's like only recently come out and is going through the motions and experiences. Like, I don't know how long lasting this relationship will be, and even if it is long lasting, even if this relationship is long lasting, I think ultimately by that point it will get less weird for you anyway.
It's been
I
like
don't
4 or
think it's
5 years so far.
Yeah, I don't think it's about whether like this age dynamic is ethical or legal. Okay, clearly it's legal, right? I think maybe you feel like if you were in your dad's shoes or the other person's shoes, you wouldn't do that. So maybe it's a disagreement of like how you would go about things in a way, or feeling like a disconnect between you and your father. I feel like if I was you, I might, if anything, want to get to know the relationship a little bit better and to know whether or not there is a weird dynamic there or not. If there is, I would talk to my father about that. If there isn't, maybe you'll grow to actually love the relationship and it's actually healthy. It's really, really hard to tell just knowing ages.
I also feel like I have a little bit of like some weird reverse prejudice here, where if your dad was 16, he was dating like a 25-year-old, 30-year-old woman, I might be more kind of dubious about the whole thing. But the fact that it's a gay relationship makes me be like, great, cool. I don't know.
Well, also,
It's
and
so
also
weird.
because he like recently came out.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
It's not like I'm dumping your mom who was my age and I'm just dating a younger,
younger lady.
woman. Like he's like, I've made a whole big life change,
I actually kind of understand the gay math part where it's like when you have a smaller dating pool, the dynamics are different. But ultimately, I feel like given the age range, like you really don't know until you get to know the relationship. Sometimes it's perfectly normal, and sometimes it really is an unhealthy dynamic.
Like how much does it bother you? Like it's like it's really ruining your relationship with your dad? Because if that's the case, then you should have a conversation with him about it and be like, Dad, this dude is my age. What the fuck are you doing?
No, my dad and I still chill. It doesn't it affects like holidays because like I live at my mom's and he'll come over and like visit because I can't get to his house because I'm disabled. And he lives on a hill, which is hard in a wheelchair. But he'll my grandmother isn't doing so well, so we like go as a family and visit her, and my mom will bring me there, and like my dad and his partner will also be there, and the like in front of my mom being like kind of like cuddled up and like hands on legs and like sharing their stories of their travels and like going to Europe and all of these things. Like it's part of it's hard for me to hear in that context, and part of it's hard to see like in front of my mom too.
Yeah, is your mom loving all of this? How's your mom feeling about all this?
So I didn't learn, he didn't come out to me and my brother until a year after he came out to my mom, and they had done like 8 months of couples therapy on how to come out to me and my brother correctly.
Wow, they were trying their best.
That's sweet.
So they really did do like an immense amount of work, and my mom got a lot of it out in those 8 months. But of course, there's still some resentment and some like being the divorced wife being like, Jesus Christ, my ex-husband is dating somebody who's as old as my son.
Yeah.
Because I think he is actually a little bit younger than my oldest brother.
Is your mom dating anybody?
No, and hasn't since.
does she seem to have a desire to, or is she's like, no, that's not my priority?
Not particularly. I thought that she was trying for a little while. She like had a friend, that was like staying around a little bit, but that just like kind of fizzled out, and that all just sort of like her interest just went away completely.
Someone in the chat says that your mom should also date a 30-year-old. I don't think that's the appropriate.
I brought it up.
Unless she finds a 30-year-old that she is in a wonderful relationship with. I mean, how would you feel if your mom was dating a 30-year-old?
Weirdly better.
Okay.
Because then it's like balanced out.
It cancels out the dynamics.
Oh, it's because you're saying it cancels it out.
But if
Okay.
your dad was not dating somebody at all, or was dating somebody his own age, and your mom was the one dating somebody way younger, how would that feel? Thought experiment.
That would offset it again.
Understood. Yeah.
Because it's like,
I think it feels like an uneven dynamic, and that would in a way.
Because it's like definitely part of it is my dad being off like doing his living his best gay life, and I'm not living with that. I'm living with my mom, who's not living her best gay life, who I want to be living her best gay life, but is sort of just like on her own accord for sure. Just sort of like, she volunteers, she does her thing. We live in like a nice community that she's a part of.
Yeah.
She does her own stuff. But
Seems like you're very
just,
empathetic towards your mom. Yeah. Which is great.
Oh my God, she's a saint. I cannot say enough good about her.
That's wonderful.
Okay, wait. I have one question before I give my little bitsy of Chadvice. Question. When you are around your father and his partner, do you get a feeling that the dynamic is unhealthy? Or do you feel like the discomfort is more so on your end?
It like, on the surface, the first thing that hits me is I'm worried that that the partner is looking for a sugar daddy from my dad. But then like the partner is working like an insanely good job. Like for a company that if I said the name, everyone would understand that this kid is doing really well.
Okay. I think maybe a good first step is next time you guys are all together as a family, if you notice that there's something they do or talk about, and you being the empathetic, kind person you are, you see that causes discomfort for your mom, I actually think it's totally reasonable to talk to your dad about that and be like, hey, I know you're really happy. I'm happy for you, but I think maybe mom gets sad when you talk about this and that because that's just not where she's at in life. So like in your own free time, go ahead, do as you please. But maybe when it comes to family time, let's do something that doesn't cause discomfort like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like be a little bit more mindful.
Yes, exactly.
Good advice.
It's all things considered. I feel like, judging by what you've told us so far, this has been like a very healthy separation. I feel like it could have been much, much worse overall.
Like
from your
you
parents.
couldn't write it out in a healthier way.
Yeah.
Yeah, like everybody wants the best for each other. So I think if there's just like slight discomfort, I'm sure they'd be very open to accommodating and just, as you guys said, being more mindful about what you say, how you act.
Maybe your dad's partner starts to dress sort of older, starts to put a little bit of fake gray in their hair. Maybe they walk with
for like the one or two time you guys
maybe
get together.
they sort of talk
Or
in a kind of
he takes it as like cosplaying.
Yeah, like a Morgan Freeman, Michael Caine kind of.
Like you take an acting class.
Ask your dad to hook your mama with a stud, preferably one of the Twink's friends.
I've brought that up and she is not interested.
Okay, never mind. Okay, well, you swing and a miss sometimes.
I've been throwing out balls, you miss every shot that you don't take.
I agree.
Puffins.
Okay, well, thank you, Puffin.
Thank you so much, Puffin.
Thank you guys so much.
Wish you the best of luck. That reminded me so much of like when me and my girlfriends get together and we're all like, blah, 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 this happened, my dating life, and this guy, blah, blah, blah. And then we'll yap for like 2 hours straight. And at the end, Lily goes, well, me and Michael are good. Like we're all just talking shit. She goes, me and Michael are doing great. So sometimes you just got to know when and where.
All right, who do we got on next? I have to go pee while you bring this next person in.
All right, Frogan, we're here if you're ready.
Sorry, I was muted. The next person is named Steve, and he goes by him. Steve, you're on air.
Hey guys.
Hi Steve.
Yes, hey Pokey. Hey chat.
Wait, before you start, did you like the Built Bar?
I didn't try the Built Bar. Oh, me. You're asking me?
Yeah, no, yeah, you, Pokey.
I had the barbell one, and it was very good. If you wanted one.
Okay.
It's really good.
Maybe 2 questions from now.
I got ahead of myself there.
No, Steve, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So the story is about like
Also,
my first
Hassan's not here. We
relationship.
could say anything right now. We could just go
It's
crazy.
oh my god, yes. If
Yeah.
you wanted to talk shit on his stream while he wasn't around, you're welcome to. It's not my stream. I don't care.
He doesn't do gaming streams, and he always lies about them. He needs to play
Oh,
Dispatch.
I
now.
know. He is known to be.
Should I continue with the story?
chronic
or should I-
gaming
Sorry
liar.
sorry to derail us. I apologize. I'm not being professional.
No, you're totally fine. The best thing about Chadvice is there's no professionalism at all.
Yep. We are not licensed to do this. Me, not licensed to do anything, really.
All right. What's your
Should
what's
I
your
do
ahead.
this?
what's your conundrum?
Okay, so her family was like really conservative, like not like the white kind of conservative. She like the really, really conservative
Ah, got it.
part. I didn't like grow up in like a Western country. Like she wasn't allowed to date. She wasn't
Who
allowed to
is
do
she
anything with
to you? Your girlfriend? Your ex-girlfriend?
my ex.
Ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm getting
Okay.
to it.
Got it.
Then I had to break up at the end of high school because she was really controlling.
Oh, can you give
I would-
examples, please?
Like she was against me having any female friends, and I had to cut off a lot of people because of her.
Been
But
there. Not good.
after I broke up with her, her family found out about us because she got really depressed, and we also like smoked weed, and that didn't go really well. So then she was prohibited from going to uni. Like she was smarter than me.
Where are you
but
from, Chatter?
She was basically Turkey. HasanAbi.
What in the educational gatekeeping?
Why
That's
I'm gonna quit
so
you.
odd.
Anyways, I felt really bad
Steve
about
is not
that.
a Turkish name.
Yeah, it's not my real name. I'm getting to it. I can't really say my real name.
Fair enough.
Hadi bakalım.
Anyways, her family didn't
Silivri
stop there.
soğuktur, Silivri soğuktur.
Çok daha kötü abi. Her family then hired like a. By the way, her father had like connections to the FETÖ movement. So they had some mafia connections as well. Anyways, after we broke up, her family paid a gang to beat me up. But when they came to my house, I had already left for uni. So I didn't get beat up. But they also looked for me in like the country I'm in, but they couldn't find me.
Oh my god.
Like a year or two passed.
This is why we're
she
going by
contacted
Steve.
me. She contacted me through like Pinterest DMs because that's the only thing she had access to.
Pinterest DMs?
Yeah, it was insane. I got random DMs on there.
Wow.
I learned that she's in like a really bad situation with her parents,
Sounds
like a
like
really shit one. She's getting abused and stuff. And I'm thinking of offering her to basically run away and come to the country I'm in. But I think the only way she would be like okay with it is like if I dated her, which I don't really want to do that much because of
No,
No, you
don't
should not
do
go
that.
about
Don't do that.
relationships in like a saving way. To be
Also-
honest,
Juvenile.
to be honest, you're all like they're already kind of after you. If I was you, I would help her in the sense of like advice and do whatever you can. But I don't know if you should like take it on as a responsibility because I feel like the mafia is
it
gonna
also
get
puts
you.
my life in danger. I feel like,
Yeah.
but like I'm also like kind of young, and I've like never had like a relationship like that before, so I
Well,
don't
you
even
left
know if
this
I'll-
relationship because you were feeling
Yeah, but
like you were being
what if I
controlled.
make
Like
it work?
to me, that's
What
the
if I
root
make
of
it
this.
work?
If you were in a great relationship and then her family found out and then they banned her from going to uni and they sent the mafia after you, it would be sort of romantic.
There-
But you already
No,
had
no,
broken
no.
up with this person.
This is a big
Yeah.
problem. This is a big
Yeah.
problem in general. Also, you're gonna get in trouble because of her connections, regardless
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Turkey as well. Not just like because
I don't go back to Turkey anymore.
no. I would stay away. You dodged a bullet. It was good. It's just
But
I
also,
think you just
like,
gotta
respond-
respectfully be
because
like,
Don't
"I
let
gotta
it
cut
reel you
ties
back
here."
in.
Like, too. Like
Sorry,
I
dude.
kind of ruined her life too.
You got a lot of empathy
So-
for her. That's sad. Yeah, I super understand. You know, I hope she is able to, you know, get herself out of these fucked up situations. But doesn't. Yeah,
No,
definitely
the-
not your
the-
fault.
Is it not my responsibility to like?
No.
You had to run away from the country you were in.
No, I don't think it's your responsibility at all. That's crazy.
I
Especially
also
considering the entanglement that is associated with this. For your own personal safety, I would 100% stay away.
you might feel
Okay.
guilty, which is sweet. You're probably just very empathetic and you care for her. But also, like, you're two people who decided to see each other, and you both had certain issues from it, but you've also kind of paid for it already with the mafia situation.
Well,
so.
and also the challenge here is that
Yeah, I think it's
on
about
feeling
myself.
responsible or whatever, it's like you actually, from your story, you already had broken up when her family found out, because it sounds like they found out because she was distraught.
Very sad, yeah.
So in reality, the fact that you guys had already broken up, she was actually safe. She just was emotional about whatever, distraught, and then her family found out, and then they brought the hammer down. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like you kind of skated through all this perfectly.
Also, if you are with this person, you bring this person next to you, you bring this person around you, they will find you and they will kill you. So don't even that is not a good idea. No, not that it's a trap or whatever. They will kill her and kill you. I would just not touch that with a 10-foot pole in your circumstances. It seems like you got off as clean as you possibly could. It's not a good idea at all.
We want to hear from you in a year, not be concerned.
Yeah, I was also worried because like the gang that was after me, like the gang they hired, also has like activities in the country I'm in. So,
Okay, yeah. No need to elaborate further. I already got it. I'm telling you right now, I would stay away. Definitely stay away. Delete the Pinterest account. What the fuck? Why do you? Oğlum Pinterest mi kullanıyorsun? Ne yapıyorsun Pinterest'te?
Kızlaştırdı abi, açmadım.
Just delete the Pinterest account as well.
Yeah.
Because it's not like what the chatter is talking about is not necessarily just like a mafia situation. It runs deeper than that. So I would recommend you stay away from all of that. You wash your hands of that. If someone asks you, you just you're just like, I don't know who any of these people are. You just cut all association and all ties entirely.
Yeah, that's what my friend told me too. I should do that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
I wish you the best luck. Please stay safe.
See you guys.
Goodbye.
All right, bye.
We
for the non-Turkish chatters in the community who are confused.
What level mafia are we talking here?
When he said like the person is like the girl is from a Fethullah Gülen family. Remember when I talked to you guys about this, about how like there is a CIA asset called Fethullah Gülen who passed away recently. He's a Muslim cleric that used to live in the Poconos. And this was the parallel state that they had created in Turkey that facilitated a coup that failed. And then in the aftermath of that, the Erdogan administration basically used that as an opportunity to crack down on any kind of dissent whatsoever. But like there was a little bit of validity for why they were cracking down on some of the elements, because it was like a direct parallel state that they had created alongside the CIA in Turkey. And there's deep religious ties there as well. So they straight up, they have a very long reach. So it's not just, it's not nothing to play around with at all. So he definitely dodged a bullet. And there are stories like this where like some people will think that they can escape to Europe, and then
they come find you.
They'll do honor killings and shit too. So it's not, it's nothing to play around with.
I already got the vibe when he said that they punished their daughter by not allowing her to go to university. I know the vibe.
Yeah.
Very, very, very intense.
All right.
Okay, the next one has a little bit of a trigger warning for sexual assault. Their name is E, and they go by all pronouns. E, you're on air.
Hi, E.
Hello, E. Welcome to Chatvice. What's your problem?
Hello. So basically, my friend, in quotations, used part of my life story in a short film without my consent, and they won 2 awards for it. Pretty much, I worked on a song in 2022 with this friend who we were in a band. We had made an album before this. And unfortunately, because of Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico, the film was canceled because it kind of like destroyed the bridge to the filming location. So I forgot about it. I just like left it alone. And then September of this year, my friend made the short film for a local film festival, and they posted the trailer. I saw it on Instagram. It had the song with my voice in it. and I was excited. I congratulated them in a message, and they responded that everyone working on the short loved the song. I personally was not a super fan of it, but I was excited to be a part of it in any way. I got really excited and I reserved the tickets, for the premiere for the film fest in October. This happened October 28th. I didn't tell my friend I'd be going because I wanted to surprise them. And I saw them walking into the theater, and I said hi, I hugged them, but I quickly rushed into the theater. I had taken my mom and my brother with me, and we sat through about an hour plus worth of shorts. And the last one was my friend's short film, the one with the trailer that has me singing in the parts that I wrote for the song we worked on together. So the song starts, but no voice. All the vocals were cut from the song. And I start noticing similarities between an assault that happened to me in 2018 and the plot, along with specific details and even things I had felt in relation to the assault. When the credits rolled, nearly everything was credited to them, not even our band. And as soon as it was over, I darted out of the theater as quick as I could. My brother knew about the assault, and he was pretty much furious. My mom was just confused because, like me, she had assumed my voice would be in it. She didn't know about it. I didn't think I'd have to sit through a visual sci-fi retelling of my trauma. And I had told this friend in confidence about what happened to me as a way to connect, build trust and confidence so that we could potentially make better music together. Because it had been, since 2016 we started making music together. So now I just feel like I want to give up music forever. I've been betrayed before, but not like this. And what do? I want to take action and confront them, but the only proof I have is an estranged friend as a witness. So, I don't know what to do.
For starters, I'm so sorry you experienced that you had to sit through this visual retelling that you didn't consent to of something so terrible that you went through. I can't imagine. It sends shivers down my spine. I'm really, really sorry you went through that. Have you spoken to them at all since then, beforehand? Was this something you thought that they were capable of doing? Did it just come as a complete shock? Because I cannot fathom someone doing that without taking you into consideration, even in some small way. Or maybe was this a little intentional on their end, hence why they cut you out so that you would from the song, so that you would have no say?
I don't know if you cut out. I'm not sure if I heard everything. I just heard if I had to say. So pretty much, I didn't think that they were capable of taking intimate details about something I had said and writing, a whole entire short film. This friend is an author and has several books published, comics, and I didn't assume that they were going to use that, but I did assume that they weren't going to credit me for the song, even if my voice was in it, because their father had taken the album that we had made in, I think it was 2016, 2017, and credited our band and I don't know if I'm remembering this properly, but I think my friend was compensated for arranging the music, and I wasn't. And I didn't even know that it was in a movie until 2 years later. So I haven't seen it. I have the link to it. I refuse to watch it now because I just feel really betrayed. My voice is in the other movie, but I just I'm beside myself kind of. You know what I mean? I really
your voice is in the other. Have you seen the other movie or no?
My voice is in the other movie. I've only seen the trailer. And it was in another film festival in Europe, and that one I'm not sure if it won awards, but it got acclaim, and I'm just I'm trembling right now because I'm angry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, and let us know if you ever need a pause. We don't mind. Do you know if this person is very well connected?
Yes, this person is pretty well connected. I'm pretty sure that if they ever see this, they're gonna know who I am, what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure that there are people watching that know me and know the situation because I've said it. But I have maybe said it to a handful of people this assault that happened to me I've also only said to a handful of people. And to be honest with you, this is the kind of friend that blames everything on their ADHD and kind of is like, oh, I forgot that you told me this. So it's just like randomly all these facts
Oh,
pop
I
up
hate
in this
people like
film.
that. They have
Yeah,
like
I know.
selective memory that always benefits them and never you.
I know, but it's like, how can that be an excuse? Because like, I haven't confronted this person, but I feel like that can't be like that can't be the case because there's specific details, and I can say them if you guys want to, because like I want this person, if they see this, to know how I feel about this.
It's up
And
to
it's
your
like,
comfort level, really.
so okay, and this is like it's like pretty it not complicated, but like it's a long story. So 2017 Hurricane Maria happened and I was displaced and I lived in New York, and I also, like, my then boyfriend moved to Philly, so we were like commuting and stuff. And during Maria, like right after Maria, while we were still in Puerto Rico, he told me that he was like gonna help his dad's friend move some boxes, and then he ended up telling me that they slept together. And me being a naive little person who was like, oh, we were never official, you know, like, it's whatever, it's okay. So we just like continued seeing each other, and even when we moved. So I kept commuting and stuff, but he was gonna go to university in Philly, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it at that. You know, I don't want to take you away from university, but I can't afford to stay in New York. I was I don't know if I can go into detail. I was working for project-based Section 8 housing, like forming tenant associations so that they could keep affordability in their buildings. I was doing a lot of research and stuff like that, and it was just like a lot. It was very daunting. I did my best. I don't think I was my best at that job, but I did my best, and I was just drained and exhausted. So I moved back in with my parents. I break up with them, with my ex, and my roommate, who was my childhood friend, who is the witness to the assault that happened. I was really anxious one day because my ex, at the time boyfriend, told me that I got an interview in this newspaper and they're interviewing me about the displacement and all that. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And then he told me that he really liked her, and I got really jealous. So I went to a bar with my friend. I told them like, hey, listen, I can't anymore. I just need to like let loose, just let go. So I go to this bar and I have a rum and coke. And then my friend like starts dancing with someone. They're like, oh, this is like, you know, great, whatever. I met this person, I'm really enthralled. So they go off on their own with that person. And then I'm just like sitting alone, just enjoying the vibes and music. And this guy sits next to me. And he starts talking to me, and we're like talking, we hit it off a little bit, and he tells me he's a nurse. And then I start asking him about what he does, and like, it's fine. And then he says, what are you drinking? And I go, rum and coke. And he gives me a rum and coke. And this is a detail that my friend added in the film. I had only had one drink. And then this person brought me another one, and me, naive me, being, I think, like 22 years old at the time, I was roofied. I don't know if I can say that, but pretty much, yeah. I was very naive, very stressed. So like, I was assaulted right after that, and then I told my friend, let's get out of here. I kind of told my friend what happened, but I never told my ex what happened. So I broke it off with him, and I left. And then a month after I had left, my, at the time, best friend, who's estranged now, just because we just distance time, we stopped talking, called me and told me that they were dating my ex, even though they lived in two separate places. So it's like two separate cities. So then I was like, oh my God. And then a month after that, October actually.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but your friend that knew about the assault did this.
No, well, yes. My friend that knew about the assault told me that they were dating my ex. And I only broke up with my ex because like I didn't want them to feel obligated to, like, I was still in love with my ex, basically. And they knew that. And they started dating. So
I also want to say you're not naive for not having known or thought that someone would root for you. It's absolutely not your fault.
Yeah.
That's really fucked
I
up.
was too trusting. Yeah, I was too trusting.
Also, your estranged friend is kind of a dick.
A little bit, but I mean,
not a little bit. No, your former friend is definitely a dick. Like if they knew that you still have feelings for this person and they establish a relationship with that person, they're an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, I still love them. We've known each other since we were 9 years old. It's like at the time, naive again. I was like, oh, I'm just so happy that they found each other, and that, because like the trauma of being in a hurricane where literally for 2 weeks straight, all I was eating was canned tuna fish and avocados, and I wanted to vomit, and I never ate avocados for like 3 years after that. Basically, like, I understood like the trauma that we all went through together. So it was like, I guess whatever, it's fine, be happy. But like,
That's very sweet of you, but do be mindful of how much people consider you versus how much you consider them.
Yeah, I think I probably consider people more than I should. But like a month after that, not even a month, I want to say October, basically, he gets hit by a truck on his way to work, and he passes away in the hospital the next morning.
God. Wait, your ex-boyfriend did?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Did she
It wasn't a
follow
hit and
all
run,
of this
thank
in
God.
the movie too?
No. But what I'm trying to say is that the grief of that, I was grieving really, really hard.
Mhm.
So like 7 months later, I am back in Puerto Rico for my brother's graduation, and my friend who made the short film is a tattoo artist, and he goes, "Oh, why don't you like I need people to tattoo. You want me to test on you?" And I was like, you know what? I have a grief that I need to get over. Sure. So he tattooed me on my side. And basically, like the only tattoo I have, it's really painful. And then like basically like this friend that did this intimate thing on me, that tattooed me to hide this grief, basically like betrays me in this way that I just like can't comprehend. It's like I'm so frustrated.
Thank you for sharing, and I hope maybe it made you feel a little bit better to share all of that. I do want to say in regards to the movie, when you spoke about it, or the short film, I was a little bit concerned because the fact that she took you out of the song the fact that they took you out of the song makes me worried that they consulted with a lawyer to figure out what they could and couldn't do without you going after them. So if you have the means to, I also think speaking to a lawyer about this would be good, and not just asking like, hey, can I go after them? Because that's very, very complicated. But frankly, if anything, asking what can I or can I not speak about publicly, and talk to them, the person who did this to you, and tell them how fucked up it was that they did this to you. And however that conversation goes also informs what you can do to feel better in this situation where, frankly, you were treated very poorly.
Yeah, lawyer, therapy, and then closure in that order. Or
No, I mean,
lawyer, closure, and therapy.
Yeah, last night I actually went to group therapy for it. So I mean,
Oh,
I feel
that's
a little bit
good.
better, but I'm frustrated on like what to do, because like this friend is a new parent. They have a new kid, and I really don't want to like fuck up their life. And
The
like,
one who made the short?
Yes, the one who made the short.
Why are
And
you
also
still
it's like-
calling him a friend?
Yeah. One, that's not your friend, honey. Two,
I know.
Even if they have a kid or 10, that doesn't really excuse them being so shitty to you.
And also, like, I mean, this is a different, separate tangent, but the idea of folding somebody that you know's personal experience into your, fictional work, not unheard of, but the
Yeah.
idea that they didn't
Without
say
talking
to
to it
you,
is
"Hey,
crazy.
I was very moved by this. I want to use some elements of this in a thing. I'll keep it vague. I won't make it your like the idea that they wouldn't communicate these things. Even aside from that, the idea that they wouldn't communicate to you, hey, heads up, your voice whatever. I think you're totally right about the legal
That they
ramifications. I think that's super smart and true. But to me, again, it's like and also think about how you would have felt being consulted about those things, right? I mean, to me, you know, you would have had the opportunity to say, no, I don't want any of that, or I feel terrible about that. But the fact that you weren't even asked means you never had the opportunity to have any sort of say in any of this. So it's not, you're not treated well in this situation by this person. You know, and you've said that they're well connected and they seem to have some sort of a powerful father who's compensated them and not you. And it's all very unfortunate. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I think, you know, and then the other element of this, and I'm, you know, you already know this, everybody knows this, but like mostly any lawyer, any litigation of any kind is expensive for you going right into it. So it's all, you know, a terrible scenario. I would say that, you know, any legal counsel that you can try to get for free or cheaply is great. If you ask your friend who asks their friend if they have a, you know, relative or somebody that you know,
I can speak to you briefly
can
about
talk
it.
to you, you know, free consult, that would be wonderful, because I'd love for you to not pay money in this scenario. You know, I feel like the easiest case scenarios would be like cease and desists or something, but I don't know how legally viable that is, as much as I would like for you to be able to achieve that. I don't know how legally viable it is.
You should also be ready for the prospect of like the legal challenge not working in your favor. Okay. And I have a fourth option on top of everything else, because I said lawyer, closure, and then therapy, right? And the fourth option is, because in the beginning you said you wanted to quit music because of all these experiences. Then the fourth option is you pour all of your trauma into an album and you just fucking do diss tracks. You call out this person by name.
No, not by name. Legal ramifications.
Okay, maybe not by name, but
you
like,
talk to a lawyer and say,
clear,
how can I communicate this without being legally liable for communicating this? And I promise you there are so many ways.
Use the maybe throughout the therapy, you will find out that maybe you're too kind to people. And then after that, you'll go on your revenge arc, and then you'll dump that revenge and the feeling of vengeance into your art. And then you use that.
It is a good motivator.
You use that as a therapeutic outlet. And then you just cook this person, and then you win a bunch of Grammys.
And we'll be there.
And Phineas will be there, and he'll be like, "Oh my God!" Like
I'll be crying.
This is I met this person. I met this person online.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, if there's any really good advice I would give you, would be don't stop making music. You know, you've got this big thing that has impacted your life, and it's terrible. But
sometimes that's where the best art comes from.
Yeah, stopping doing, and I also, you know, you don't have to put it out or whatever, but making the thing that you like to do privately, even though you've been burned, you know, keep doing the thing you're passionate about. If you could snap your fingers, obviously none of it would have happened, but if you could snap your fingers now and something were to happen, you know, what would that be in a fantasy world? Would the film be unviewable for, you know, anybody? Would it be scrubbed? Would you
get a recognition for it?
Yeah. Would you get financially compensated? What would be the thing that would make you sleep best at night now?
And when you speak to a lawyer, specifically speak to that aspect, because sometimes it's not money. Sometimes, unfortunately, it might be an apology, but you might not get that. I have a feeling that if you speak to this person, they will be very careful not to say anything so that they're not.
Of guilt.
Yes, exactly. I fear they'll really avoid that, which then avoids you getting closure. But I'm sure there's maybe something else, whether it's allowing yourself to talk about the experience publicly so other people can put two and two together. It's really up to you.
So much of this chat right now is so kind of like sue, lawyer.
It's not that easy.
It's just so expensive for the person trying to take legal action. And then, you know, law is so, you know, murky and complicated. And it's like the you know, double whammy of spending a bunch of money and then not achieving what you're hoping to achieve is the challenge here to me. It's like,
On top of that, I don't think it would be fun to keep digging up your trauma, really.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, that happens a lot in any legal complications. I
mean,
no, go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, like when Phineas was saying about like if I could snap my fingers and what I would want. To be honest with you, it's like I was literally telling my brother on the way here that like to my house, sorry, that basically like I would turn back the clock and have him say, "Hey, I want to use your story in this thing. Can I use it?"
And you'd say no.
Yes. No, I would say yes. I really don't care that he used it.
You
I
care that he didn't ask you.
care that he didn't tell me anything, that he didn't communicate. That's all I care about is that like
He didn't ask you.
and not even afterward. It's been weeks. It's been a month, basically 1 month
Okay,
since
well,
I saw it.
Listen,
Yeah, like
sorry to cut you off, but to me,
No, sorry.
that answer, and I find it very moving that you feel that way. And to me, that answer is sort of best case scenario, because it's the thing that you'd be the most likely to get, is that you could say that to him truthfully and honestly and say, "Hey, if you had asked me to use this, material and experience, if you'd asked me, I would have said yes to you, and you didn't give me the opportunity to do that. And that makes me feel terrible. And that, to me, that would, that would be stunning to say to a person, and would hopefully, if they're a decent person at all, would lead them to go, wow, I'm so sorry."
That's what I was going to say. Like, how they respond to that will be very, very telling of their character and whether or not
But they've already
is
fucked
any
her over.
friendship
No,
there.
they're. I don't.
No, some people are really that clueless. You really don't know, especially if they haven't
Well, they're afraid,
experienced
right?
that level of trauma as well. Or they're like, oh, let me, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission.
Well, and to me, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And to me, the reason behind not asking you in the first place is a fear that you would say no, which is a terrible reason not to ask you. But I think for you to say to them, "That's so stupid of you," I would have said yes.
Yeah.
I would have said yes. All I want is to be considered and cared for. And I told you a thing that I have not told many people in my life, that was a incredibly personal, traumatic event. And again, you've failed to give me the opportunity to say yes to you, to consent to this.
I was going to say, I think that's kind of the through line, explaining to them like, hey, what you did, I didn't consent to, just like the trauma that you retold on my behalf.
The reason why I keep stressing the fact that this person fucked you over, though, is because like
They definitely did.
Even if they
Even
were
if they
nice to
apologize,
you,
probably
and
not
if they were
someone to have in
if they
your
were
life,
apologetic
yeah.
in the circumstance, that could just simply be them being apologetic in the circumstance because they did get your consent. But the very fact that they violated your consent initially to tell your story like this, and even cut you out, and also from the song, and also on top of that,
but
previously
Hassan,
having their dad.
she's never going to feel the way about that person that she did before. It's really just about the sort of actionable, like you're right. Of
I'm
course,
just saying,
you're
be
right.
careful and don't.
But they're going to be careful. There's no way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like
There's
she's
no
too,
way that they're going to be like, it's
I
all
feel
good,
like,
baby.
I feel like she's too trusting.
Do these have like nicotine on them or anything?
Well.
Regular.
Just making sure.
Well,
Everything
if they make the movie that was canceled, I wouldn't say no if they asked me to make music for it, because then I would know that I'm being compensated and also credited. But
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we're running super short on time.
Oh yeah.
And we have other people. If we could wrap this one up, please. I'm so
all right?
sorry.
Can I wrap this up one way?
Yes.
I assume you want to protect your anonymity on this stream, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm curious on a personal level to hear your music. Maybe your moderator or somebody can privately. I won't air it out. I don't want to, jeopardize your anonymity. But
He's gonna blast it on
That's so
TikTok.
sweet.
well, I'm just
W.
excited to hear your music. So that's what I wanted to bring up here, because I don't want you to, whatever, feel like you're exposing yourself. But if you're making art, I'd love to hear it.
To tag on to that, if you don't get emotional closure through this person, you really might, by instances like this, where like sharing your story in a way that protected, you can meet other people who share similar interests. And I feel like that can be sometimes more healing than trying to look for it from the person who hurt us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll get you guys
I will
connected.
I'll get their links from them and I'll send it to Hassan.
All right.
You're
Thank you for
litigious.
coming on.
You have a law degree or something like that?
No, I've just been online a very long time.
No, everyone always hates the sue button in these communities. They've always.
I dare you.
I'm also actually, now that you've said that, I'm very interested in, or I've watched so many shows about lawyers. and lawyer related things.
All's
So I feel
Fair.
like that
Watching a lot of All's Fair.
I'm all caught up. I wouldn't say it's the best one out there, but
Um,
it's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a very American thing to be this litigious. I don't understand
No,
it.
the
I
thing-
also-
I find the legal system
Here to be.
so dubious.
It's
and
such
so,
a game in and of itself. It has
so
nothing to do with who's right or
easily
wrong.
manipulatable on the side of the defense.
Yes.
The
Yes.
person who is,
actually the wronged party.
Yeah, the wronged
Yeah.
party it's not, and it's very theatrical. I've had some legal disputes, and it's like these people sit around and they get red in the face and they talk about how you deserve $1 million for something, and then they counter, and then at the end of the day you end up paying $100,000 or something, and they're like, "This is a great deal," and you're like, fucking 2 hours ago you told me I I deserved $1 million. Now I'm paying
It's
money.
really no
It's a
fun.
bad vibe.
Mhm.
So I'm not anti-justice. I'm very pro-justice. I just wish that
I
the
wish the
legal
system was too.
was pro-justice.
All right, who do we got next?
Question before we continue. How much longer do you want to go?
I said till
Because-
5, but we can keep going. I mean, it depends.
I got about
I
like
know.
450.
450?
He needs us to leave at 450.
Okay.
That's probably like one more.
Should we do? Okay. Should we do 2 more? Because there's one I want to for sure do, and then.
Yeah, we can keep it short.
Let's try.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Cool. So the next one is a Hoscord relationship. Actually.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
Do you know what that means?
My Discord.
I don't know what it means.
Because I feel like,
But is it a relationship
by the way,
with
this is
people
a
in
sign
the
of me
Discord?
thinking you're normal. I think most people don't know what Discord is actually. So a Hoscord relationship. I'm very excited.
I'm not on Discord, so I'm only
Well, you
aware
are
by
right now.
proxy.
This is being done through
I
the
understand.
Discord
I'm just
server.
saying I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't have an account here.
An active user.
Yeah.
Let me get them 1 second.
Oh boy.
I feel like this is going to be such a big highlight for them. Like you are litigating their issue.
Yeah, you're sort of like their god.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'm sorry.
They
The
met
way
through
they-
you,
the way
and now
they-
you're going to give the
Hello?
final confession.
The way they mistreat
It's like
me.
when you ask a priest, like, is our
It's
relationship
Hassan.
kosher?
The way they mistreat me in there, you don't understand. All right.
Hello?
Who are you, Chatter? And what's your problem? Welcome to Chat Vice.
My username is King Deckle. I go by he, him.
Hello.
So basically, my situation is that this is true. I met my girlfriend on Hoscord.
I think.
And
Go on.
and so what happened was I said something about the city I live in. She mentioned that she was moving into the same metro area. We keep talking. We move our conversation to DMs. I told her, like, if you need a IRL friend for a new city, I'd be happy to hang out with you sometime.
W
We
risk.
became IRL friends for, like, platonic friends for several months until, it kind of evolved. I asked her out. So, I wouldn't say it was like e-dating or whatever. It was like actual in-person getting to know each other and asking her out and having a real life relationship.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was that so we started dating in February of this year, and it was nice. But at this, she then had some pretty bad financial problems and some pretty severe mental health problems too, and so she had to move back to with her family across the country. I live in the U.S. And it was an unfortunate move because she didn't want to do it. Part of the wrinkle is that she had to move her family. Even they're very accepting, but she's trans, and she had to move back in with them in Texas, which Texas sucks for trans people. But she's doing okay though. She's she's got a job. She's starting to work on rectifying her financial troubles. But the problem is we're now in a long distance relationship and it is difficult. Both of us want to be with each other really bad. But it's challenging. I mean, it's well known that long distance relationships are challenging. And both of us are still kind of struggling on our own financial stuff, and she's improving, but we both had setbacks during these months that we've been in long distance. So I guess my ask is, what advice do you have for a situation like this?
Oof.
Long distance, brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
really
is it?
But you're not the first people to do long distance. It's doable.
Yeah. It's just, we miss each other. That's it. Like, I mean, we talked about it and that how we, it's, we want to be together in person. Like, but it's just not possible right now. And she has a plan to maybe come back in April next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's if everything goes right. She's able to keep her job. She's able to keep making the same money. So there is a time frame. It's just, it's, I don't know. We both really want to be back together. We were really happy when we were both kind of living close.
Can you travel to Texas? Like, or are you also?
I actually did travel to Texas like a month ago to see her. And we actually had some fun for a couple days. So yeah, I did travel to Texas. It was nice.
How long is the flight from wherever you maybe?
It's Texas? It was like 3.5 hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I say something? Maybe mean. I hope it's not mean. Just putting that out there. I feel like I'm catching a weird vibe. Like, are you unsure? Because if I really liked someone and we were in a long distance relationship and they were maybe gonna move back in 6 months,
Yeah,
I'd
it would
be
be
like,
almost
okay.
over.
Yeah, you just
I feel
wait
like
it
it
out.
wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah, e-sex.
Like, we got FaceTime. You guys are already on Discord.
Yeah.
Maybe calling each other kid. Maybe not. But like, is there something more?
I mean, we're having fun remotely. We're playing games together pretty weekly over Discord.
But like, even when you said, "Oh, I went to see them for a couple days and we actually had fun," is there something more going on here? Is it more like you don't know if it's worth the trade-off? Like, you're not so sure about the relationship to commit to long distance for another however many more months?
I think. I mean,
that's uncertainty right there.
I'm not sure.
Oh no. Okay, go on.
But like, I don't know. Like,
okay, now specify that I don't know.
It's. I mean, there have been a couple times throughout this during this long distance period where we sort of gotten frustrated with each other. I'm trying to remember the exact reason.
If you don't remember the reason, you can talk about the vibe. They're equivalent. Like, what is the sentiment and issue that occurs between you two?
Well, it's mostly about like, okay, so she really struggles with self-esteem issues. And a lot of the times when it gets really bad, she'll sort of self-deprecate. And it's hard as her partner who really likes her to hear that.
Aww. You're like, do you think I have bad taste? Stop saying that about yourself.
Yeah, that's actually what I've said. Yeah, like, I'm like, you don't have, you're not, I don't feel like she's dragging me down like she says she is sometimes. But it is, it's difficult.
Okay.
And she feels like because she had to move, it's put a stress, like she's been a burden on me. And I don't really feel the same, but.
So where is your uncertainty coming from if you don't feel the same?
I really hope she's able to figure out, like, I guess my uncertainty is with whether she's able to take care of herself, I guess. And
try to take care of herself in what way?
Like, work through her insecurities. I think he's saying.
Yeah. And she's in therapy.
He wants her to work through her insecurities.
Okay, but again, can I be mean for a second? Everybody has insecurities. Is this an insecurity that like directly impacts your life, or is she like, I think I'm not cute today? Like, that's not really a big deal. So what is it really?
It's well, she like it's more like she said like she thinks like I should find someone better.
Now, do you feel the same way?
Yeah, you do. Are you trying to believe her?
I mean, no. I
respect you, man, but that's a very uncertain.
I'm not gonna be mean, but I'm gonna be blunt. Have you dated a trans person before?
Yes.
You have. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then, you can make the distinction on whether or not this is like, a more sensitive subject rather than just like regular insecurities that you
Like
can work
gender
through.
dysmorphia, potentially? Or
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right term.
But ultimately, I think Poki's right, where it's okay. You should be helpful, and if you love this person, you should help her work through her insecurities. But the fact that you have some concerns kind of makes me feel like you might have you have some additional hangups that this long distance.
How long did you date before this person moved away?
About 6 or 7 months.
And then they moved away how many months ago?
2 months ago. Like
Okay.
in September.
Was it pretty much great until they moved away, or was it fraught? It's okay if it's fraught.
It was a little fraught.
And then the long distance is making it more fraught.
I mean, look, I've been in some long distance relationships. I find them really hard. I mean, like,
And you need to be sure to overcome an obstacle like that.
Yeah, you're what's so fun about sharing a life with somebody is all the stuff you do that they're a part of, and whatever that means, even if that's as simple as hanging out at each other's apartments, or if that's going to see a movie together or taking a walk around together. It's all this shared experience, and then you distill that down into like a 10-minute phone call every day. And it's very hard, and you have separate friends and they have separate friends. I find it very hard.
But I do feel like what really helps long distance relationships from my experience is having a goal.
Yeah.
So if she might be back in 6 months, I feel like it should be okay. So I feel like the issue is deeper than the long distance.
All right. I guess I'll have to work on that and figure out what that is or something. Thank you for the advice.
Oh, it's all good. I really hope none of what I said was mean. If anything, I think this might have been a good opportunity for you to realize that there's more, and maybe that you haven't expressed that enough, whether it's to yourself or to anyone else. So I'd maybe consult a trusted friend and do it in a way where like you're really not holding back.
Who will listen to me, and I also talk about it with my therapist.
Oh, that's good. Well, listen, you'll figure it out, and maybe this is the pragmatic part of me, but honestly, worst case, you could also say, hey,
let's get back together in April.
Yes, exactly that. Like, if this is meant to be, let's see each other in April.
I
But
think
for
she
now,
was gonna move back just for him, though.
Oh,
I
is that
know.
true? I don't think so. I feel like she
All
probably
right.
doesn't
Well,
want
I'll just say
be
I
in
live in a
Texas.
blue state that's a lot more friendly.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like she'd want to be there either way.
Okay.
Yes, we actually had that conversation where she would move back up here, whether or not
Oh, okay.
it was for me.
Sure.
I have to wrap it up, unfortunately. I think.
Okay.
No
All
worries.
right.
Thank you for
Chad.
sharing.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
speak
Thank
to
you
you.
so
Good
much.
luck.
You have a good one.
Frogan,
There's
if
one-
the next person you pull is the other Hoscorder in this equation, I'm gonna end the broadcast right now.
Wait, that's
Frogan, I gotta go. It's my time.
bye.
Oh,
Nice meeting you.
Phineas.
What?
The next one is so good. I promise.
But it's
Aw.
not 3 minutes. You know what I mean?
All right. Well,
Yeah,
maybe.
I know.
Is it Phineas related?
No, it's Muslim marriage related.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's
gee.
much love. Like, that's not my area of expertise.
Yeah. This is okay.
Imagine
I think Pokey and I can handle
Something
this.
I'm an expert in. It's Muslim marriage. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay. Hey,
All right.
what a treat to meet
Masha
you.
Allah,
It was really nice
Phineas.
Thanks for the gift. This is so
I
sweet.
feel like we're pretty good at this now.
Next time I know I'm gonna be where you are. I'll bring you something.
That's very
Good to see you,
sweet.
big dog.
Tell
you for
Claudia I
coming
said
on.
hi.
Have a great rest of your night. I will. That's so
Okay.
sweet of you. Bye, shot.
Get home safe.
Bye, Hoscord.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Okay. Well, let me fix some stuff up here real quick. Okay. Hold on.
Oh, this is gonna be so tea.
It's Pokey. It's like actually insane.
I know you brought this one just for me.
I'm so
Tea.
excited.
Okay. All right. Here. Let's
Thank you.
pull
Okay,
this
this is a
thing.
final one.
Okay. Let's do
Her
it.
name is Ellie, and pronouns are she/her. Ellie, you're on air.
Hello, Ellie. Welcome to Chat Vice. What's your problem?
So I'm 34 and I got married recently.
Congrats.
And sorry, I'm really nervous.
That's okay. Take your time. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Always helps.
Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't
worry,
reach
we're
out.
here. Oh, it does help
no,
to
I'm
turn
not.
off chat.
I'm not even.
Chat always makes
I'm not
me
even looking at
emotional.
screen.
Okay.
So my husband lied to me about his age, and I found out when I was booking our honeymoon tickets.
Odd.
How much?
Yeah, can you describe?
Like lying by how much?
Okay, so like when we met, he was like, "Oh, I'm 47," and me, I don't mind an age gap. That's fine. I'm in my 30s. I'm an adult. But at 10, he's like 23 years older than me, and
Okay,
I found
so
out
he's,
when I was
he's
booking
57.
He's 57, yeah.
God damn. I mean, how attractive is this man? He
Good
looks young,
skincare
huh?
routine.
He looks really like he takes care of himself. He doesn't look his age. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he looks 47 is what you're saying.
Ay, 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 ay.
That's
But, like,
crazy.
then he
Go on.
Wait, so this
Go
person
on.
lied to you and you guys got married?
After the Nikah, I found out.
That's very common.
Wait,
Very, very, very common.
like-
Have you ever heard of the series Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Or
Yeah,
whatever?
that's true, but that's like-
27 million part series.
I know, but that's so uncommon that it was a viral TikTok, I feel like.
But it's common occurrence.
Okay, that's crazy. So he's 57 instead of 47. That's 10 extra years.
Have you brought it up to him?
No.
Oh,
It's
damn.
like I found out I was booking I was checking in for our tickets to Cancun. So I had to spend like 11 days with that knowledge and not like explode. I came back and only talked to like my friends about it, but they also don't know what the hell to do, you know?
Wait, so let's get a little bit more detail in here. So how long did you guys know each other for before this marriage?
He worked with like a family member of mine for like about 5 years, and I've known him like personally for a year.
So you guys knew each other for a year. Wait, Frogan said it was a Muslim marriage. Is that
Yeah.
So is
Meaning
this like
you're
a family?
both Muslim, or meaning you got married
No.
religiously and
He's
not
part of my
legally?
culture.
What's up? What'd you say?
Me?
Yeah.
sorry, what?
He's not part of he's like a revert.
Oh, you're Muslim and he reverted.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Did he do that for you or just in general?
No, he was a revert for like a long time.
Okay. Okay.
And did you guys get married legally?
I didn't submit the paper yet.
Oh, shit. Hey,
Legally we're not, but like the sheikh signed the paper, and so did my brother, and so did he. So
they can unsign it.
But you didn't
was
submit.
sold.
So it's not even like a legal marriage yet.
No, I literally haven't submitted the papers to the city yet.
Girl, I'm telling you, that's a sign from God.
Yeah.
That timing is a sign from God.
Yeah, I mean, look, I make a lot of jokes at the expense of reverts and converts in general. So I'm not gonna I am a little biased here. I'm gonna be honest, but like what are the qualities of this person over the course of the year that like led you into falling in love with this person or assuming that you could live the rest of your life with this person, and have they changed dramatically now that this like major, like if he had told you he was 57 from the jump and not 47, like would this have been a major deal breaker? Because the fact that he lied is already 100%. A deal breaker in and of itself. Oh, the other aspect would have been a deal breaker too.
Yeah. I set like I was on a specific dating website and I set parameters to like my age. So 48.
Oh.
If I wanted older, I would have set the parameters older.
No, for sure. Okay. Yeah. You gotta. Yeah. Don't submit that paper is what I would say. I'm gonna be honest.
How are you feeling about it?
My super religious cousin was like, that's a reason that you could just go to a sheikh and you'd be divorced.
True. Okay, for starters, you did nothing wrong. You're all good. I'm trying to
I
figure
know,
out
but it's
what.
embarrassing.
Not on your end, okay? It's embarrassing on his end.
Yeah, for
For
sure.
being a big fat fucking liar. Sorry, I don't know what happened. The
And also-
filter
and-
off. Phineas is gone.
And also, embarrassment doesn't mean that you just like white knuckle through this thing for, however many years.
Would you rather have a moment of embarrassment or a lifetime?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. How are you feeling about it? Like, do you want to stay with them? Do you feel like you're done?
I don't think she does.
I just want to make sure before I lead you astray or anything.
Before she goes extra hard.
Yeah.
So hard.
Oh, that's very understandable. And I'm really sorry because that is a huge deception, and lies like that suck because it makes you think, okay, if you can lie about your age for this long and to this degree, even past the day that we get married, what else can you lie about? That's really the worst part.
In my head, I was just wondering, how didn't he catch on that I know?
Wait, sorry, how do you know that he knows?
I had to check us in, so he gave me his passport.
Oh, like, has he caught on that you know, or you know that he knows that you know?
No, he doesn't know that I know that.
Oh,
But what was he thinking? Like, was he just like, oh, she's bad at math? Like, what the fuck?
Or not thinking.
Yeah, maybe he was like, oh, maybe he was like, I already bagged her. I don't need to lie anymore. Unfortunately, I can imagine a lot of guys thinking that way. But he doesn't know you didn't submit the papers.
But like, would you be, if this is a major misunderstanding somehow and you confront him with this information and he's like, oh, there was like issue with the paperwork initially. I don't think that's the case here, but like,
I typoed 4 instead of 5.
Would that be like, would that make up for it? Where you'd be like, oh, okay, good. Like we're down. We're still, we're still in it then. Like he's perfect if he's 47, but if he's 57, he's out is the question I have for you.
I don't think it matters. It's more so that he's a liar. 57, 47. He probably gonna be lying until he's 6, 7, 8, sorry, and older.
Yeah.
Like age is something for her to decide when she meets a person at whatever age, right? The thing is, I feel like that's straight out the window now.
No, for sure. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that like maybe there was a mistake somewhere. I don't know.
Like on his passport.
Oh, what I wanted to do, like to confront him, is like have like a therapist between us. You know.
Honestly, I don't think that's a bad idea. Yeah.
Just be like, yo, are you lying? Because
what if he lies then in front of the therapist?
Have his passport ready. Have his passport ready.
Yeah, did you take a pic
you
of the
should
passport?
take a photo of it. Yeah, I think you should document everything. Yeah,
that's good.
Mhm.
Okay, so throw him a birthday party with his family. True. That's a good call. That's actually kind of not a bad idea.
it's in February. I could wait.
And then, oh my God. Okay, that's
no, I don't
sinister.
wish you 2-3 months of
no, don't lock
that
in.
resentment being pent
Especially
up.
without like putting in the paperwork. He's gonna be like, oh, are we
The
married or
easy
what?
part is that we don't live with each other right now.
Pardon?
The easy part is that we don't live with each other right now.
Good, thank God.
Okay.
He lives in a different city.
I do unfortunately feel like it might have been a situation where he was just trying to get to the finish line and then figured you would accept him regardless afterwards. And the thing is, you sound really kind. You maybe would have accepted him, but the issue, again, at this point is not the age. It's the fact that he could lie to you about something like that for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think is completely unacceptable. Okay, here's an alternative. He's already 57. Does he make a lot of money? You just wait it through. Okay? He's going to take a wrong step going up the stairs in about like 5 years.
Is this? I've heard a great saying in Islam.
He runs marathons.
You know, your money's my money,
He
my
runs
money's my money.
marathons? Fuck. Okay, no, you got to get out, girl. That dude's
Oh,
going to
like
live
he's living
forever.
till 100? Damn.
He takes vitamins. He's trying to live.
Oh no!
He takes vitamins.
No, he's not going out anytime soon. Okay,
No.
never mind.
What is the sign of? Like, from God, I didn't even sign the papers.
Okay, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. You
Yeah,
should.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you should consult your friends about
Mm-hmm.
the situation, get some feedback from them. But I assume that they're going to give you the same feedback, including you said your religious cousin is. I mean, it's not a valid even. It's not even like a valid Islamic marriage, right?
No,
if
you need
he
it invalid
if he
by lying to
lied,
me.
if he lied in the process, like it's already invalid regardless. Like
very messed up.
Yeah.
So you're good. Yeah. See, there's a Pakistani Mango says, as a Muslim, this is not a valid marriage. Lying on marriage nikah is haram.
Mm-hmm.
So
I feel like you already know what you want to do and how you want to go about it. So I'm curious if there's anything else you feel kind of hung up on.
is the birthday wrong on the legal paperwork for the marriage certificate?
Is the birthday wrong? No.
Yeah. Is his birthday wrong on there?
No, I did that after I checked this in.
Oh, so you put his right birthday on there?
Yeah, and I made him sign it at the bottom, and I was like, I'm just gonna hold on to this.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy was thinking. Yeah, I think Poki's right. He was just like, all right, we locked it down. It's good. She can't say no after this. Yeah. Okay,
Which makes him
Frogan wants
also
to
a
ask a
little
question.
dumb, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Oh, no. I say leave his ass. That's all I'm going to say. Don't ask
Oh.
me for advice.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to ask a question. You said I'm gonna.
No.
ask a-
After.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No. I think we're united in our advice. You got to leave his ass.
Oh yeah, sorry. Is there anything else you feel kind of hung up on?
No.
Can I ask you?
Aw,
Wait.
it
I
must
need
be
more.
a lot
I need.
to emotionally
I want to
process.
ask a couple more questions. Like, so what if
Yeah.
he put the wrong age in the dating app? Like, has he ever like talked about age? Have you guys ever talked
Has
about
he
age?
doubled down on the 47?
Yeah. Like, has he ever just been like?
He did.
Yeah,
He
I love
did.
being a 47-year-old. Like, us 40-year-olds. Like, man.
He
that's-
said, not in my 47 years have I.
Oh, so he's just, oh my God, he's lying all the time. So he's like, yeah, oh man, remember 7 years ago when I was 40 when this thing happened? That's crazy.
What if he has severe amnesia?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's fucked.
What
That's
is?
terrible. That's so crazy.
He's
I'm
more
glad.
likely a liar.
Look, Kismet, you found out and you didn't finalize the paperwork, so that's Kismet, right? Like you're good. Use this to your advantage.
If I don't submit in 90 days, then it's not valid in our city.
I think you got to confront him ASAP and maybe figure out the best way to go about it for the annulment of the marriage. Whether that's asking a sheikh, if I'm pronouncing that right, or talking to your friends, or just figuring out how can I document this and make sure that I'm in the clear.
All right.
Oh, my honey. It's not your fault. You don't deserve this. And
Yeah.
trust, this is a sign God's telling you, no, another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
And then next time we go back to the app, you do the age stuff. You can just ask again, and even find
going
different.
back?
Oh, you're not going back to the app?
You think I'm going back after this?
Give her some time.
Okay,
Hey,
maybe not
after
the
some
app.
time, after some time.
Maybe not the app. Okay.
After some time, on date 5, you say, could I check your passport? Just wondering.
Yeah, Austin Ox is a good question. Ask him about historical events that happened when he was a teenager and see how prepared he is.
You know a little bit too much about World War whatever.
Yeah, we need to check in with you on a future Chadvice chatter next time. You got to give us
Okay.
updates on what happened, what took place.
Okay.
Ask him how he felt during 9/11. And then
Where he was during
and then
9/11.
quickly be like, were you
Reverse
in high school?
engineer his
Were you in high
real
school or
age.
college?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see how he reacts.
How old were we?
How you feeling?
All right.
One day at a time.
All right. Well, this was a lovely conversation. Thank you for sharing with us. Hopefully, we were helpful. And
Wish you the best.
We're gonna
You got
hear
this.
from you hopefully in the future with a much better update.
I hope so too.
Hopefully.
All right.
Can
what
I
were
ask
you
a
gonna say,
question?
Morgan?
Should I refollow this guy that ghosted me on Instagram? But hear me out. He ghosted. So I started talking to him a year ago, and it was honestly when I got banned for 30 days. I was really bored, and I went on dating apps because I had nothing else to do. And I met this guy right before, and then he said he saw me on the front page of Reddit.
As
Saw the things I said, and he said I was funny. But we talked a lot. We talked for almost 2 months, and we'd play Call of Duty together. And the night before I started streaming again, he's like, "Good luck, you're gonna kill it." And then he never talked to me ever again. And I was like, "Okay, T."
Well, he's a
And then a
Redditor.
week-
Drop his ass. The fuck are you
But he's
doing?
also he was 6'7". He was so tall. He was a basketball player.
Whatever.
And then
Still a Redditor.
a week A week later,
Still ghosted
he-
you. Age
A
ready,
week
whatever. He
later-
ghosted you. Wait, did
I
he like
know.
ghost you?
Yeah, he just like stopped talking to me, but he like still followed me on Instagram. And then a week later,
Was
he
it
hard
like
launched
a
a
casual? We talked, and one day we kind of didn't, or like he refused to answer you, and it was weird.
It was weird, and I like I sent like well, I was like hard headed low key, but then I like a couple days after he didn't talk to me. We usually talked like all day every day.
Mhm.
I was like, hey, like how are you? And I got no response. And then a week later, he hard launched a whole ass girlfriend.
What are you
doing,
Morgan?
Girl, not only do I unfollow, block, I tell the government. No, I'm kidding. I tell the girlfriend potentially. That's a little
I
too.
didn't. I thought about it, but
Thought about it. Do it.
no. But then I was like, I got over it. But then like lately, he's been coming up as a person I may know on Instagram. I'm like, oh my god, like he's definitely creeping me. So I should follow him again.
No. What
This
are you
is what
doing?
I mean by the market is so bad for us to even be considering these things.
What are you saying
No.
and doing? That's insane. No, for your own sanity.
For my own sanity, girl, don't do it. Think
That's
of me.
crazy. That's not even a question. This is
Like, Pokey will be disappointed.
This is not even chat advice. This is just like the most normal advice. No. No, find another go watch a basketball game and pick another 6'7" guy.
They're not that easy to find.
Yeah, regardless.
It's gonna be okay.
Regardless, like
He
you're
ghosted me for a girl that was so much taller than me, and honestly, I commend him for that because
Don't commend him for anything. Hello? Stand up.
Yeah, no, 6'7" is too tall anyway. I'm telling you, you're out of your mind. This is
I'm literally
ridiculous.
6'2" myself though, so I needed somebody tall.
I can see her thinking on whether or not what you just said currently is correct or not.
I don't want to minimize whatever height struggles she might have.
I'm kidding. I don't have
Say,
any.
what do you value
she's
more,
lying.
honesty in character or height? It's up to you.
What are you talking about?
Well, she's a little tall. She's not
Nope,
six.
she's not.
What?
Yeah. Frogan is 6'2" in the same way that the previous husband was 47. Exactly. Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, I don't know. I really didn't think about him for a long time, and then I keep seeing him in my suggested people I may know. I was like, interesting.
Block.
No, yeah, block the dude. Move
Don't
on.
let Instagram features control you. You should control them.
Yeah,
okay?
the algorithm has fried your brain.
Mute shit,
If I block, it's gonna look like I
shit,
care.
I'm not interested in shit.
No.
Otherwise, your brain is not even your brain anymore.
Yeah, no, that's
True.
crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god, I can't believe you asked that question.
No, but to be honest, this is real life dating nowadays.
That's crazy.
It's tough.
All
It's
right.
okay.
I won't follow him.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
proud of you. I'm really proud of you.
Well, thank you so much
did think
for
about
compiling this wonderful list of people.
Yes,
and
I'm sure it
sorry.
wasn't easy,
I
so thank
apologize
you.
to the people that we couldn't get to. There were some real interesting stories there, and thank you so much,
time.
Pokey, for coming on,
It was a
and
pleasure.
Phineas as well.
I love drama that's not mine. Smiley face.
Yeah, and no gaming. Come on, I've done.
But
I've
you
done-
promised you would play Dispatch.
Oh my god, it's 6 hours and 21 minutes. I'm tired. Yeah, I used a lot of brain power here.
Dispatch requires not that much brain power, to be
no,
honest.
I can't
It's
get.
fun though. It's fun.
Okay, you know what? I'll play Dispatch after this. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Pokey, for coming on.
Are you lying?
No, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play
Okay,
Dispatch.
you can lie on your own. Don't lie on. Don't lie around. They'll associate the lie with me. No.
Okay, all right. Well, but like I said, thank you for coming on. I'm gonna flip over to Dispatch right now, chat.
Thanks for having me. Nice seeing you guys chat.
And thank you for the gifts.
Oh, you're so welcome. I hope.
Yeah, I have it right there. I already put it back there.
Oh.
Yeah.
A
2020
Labubu for
chopper.
everyone. Bye, chat. You guys are so sweet. Thank you to everybody that came on. I think, some people have fun sharing their stories, but I know for many it is not easy. But chat, whether it's on stream or in your personal lives, do emotionally share, do get things off of your chest. It's very healthy and will help you process things more than you think.
All right.
All right, dab me up, brother.
Okay.
Kaya,
All right.
watch out, lady.
Bye. Have fun playing Dispatch.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. All right, everybody. It's Dispatch time. I'm gonna get into that right now. Okay. Promises made, promises kept. Despite the fact that I despite the fact that your boy is tired, you know. Blonde Blazer stands in. After all the rejections that I just experienced secondhand, it's tough for me. It's tough for me to dive in and potentially encounter another rejection. Push through it, build the habit. Chatters, y'all are talking like this is fucking working out, dude. It's crazy. Okay. That was fun though. I had a good time. I hope you guys did you guys have a good time? Did you enjoy it? Confidence is like a muscle, and so is dating, and so is working out. What does this guy say? I'm going to cancel myself the next time Hasan lies about gaming. Okay, well, I'm not even fucking lying now. So, Akanel89 and Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted. Uber Chatter, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Set a time limit per story. I mean, Bzella13, thank you for the 10 gifted. Listen. It's not gaming at 6 hours is also a muscle. Listen, the problem is actually, I don't know what I'm saying. What is that shit brown background? What are you talking about? All right, let's do it. Episode 4, restructure. Employees should be aware that if they enter a personal relationship with a subordinate employee, a conflict of interest may exist, which requires full disclosure to the company. SDN. Oh, my background. Okay, SDN Employee Handbook, page 8. Oh no, we're gonna replay the initial part that I quit. Oh no, I'm peeing glue. Don't worry, everyone left the house. Oh no, I can't believe I'm rewatching this segment. What? That's so devastating. This is my favorite game, I swear to God. I love licking sniz.
Seasons change, and I tried hard just to soften you.
God, I'm such a fucking loser. I don't even know that Invisagirl, Chad is flicking the bean to me. Ooh, blonde babies. Oh God. Oh, so many options.
Oh, that was a great prank. Oh my God. Oh, we pulled the best pranks. You have no idea what a dummy.
She was tight with Sonar. Never understood why. But then again, I don't know a whole lot about demonic shit. That's a thing, right? Like Richie's stuff. If I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, best to keep an eye on her. The problem with only cutting one of them is now you gotta deal with their pissy friends poisoning the rest of the team.
Come on, Chase. It's harmless. Who doesn't love an office prank?
Me, motherfucker. Don't even think about it. That's why I would've cut him.
Should I move it top left? The camera? Like further up? Is that better? Maybe?
All starting with that asshole. Why's she staring at you? Don't you got some work to do?
Don't you got some dementia to onset?
That one stung a little.
I know a
Blazer's
secret.
looking at backfilling your open spot with Phenomenon or Waterboy. You should think about who you'd want.
One of them is the poster boy of SDN and the other guy pukes water. What am I missing?
We now go live to the 405 where an unusual scene is unfolding.
Shit, he looks rough.
Not like that, please.
Sorry. I was watching that. Oh, sorry.
Looks like there's no wrong answer.
Well, sometimes it's more about the person than the powers. And good thing, because
Do Waterboy, he's good? You're fucking delusional.
All right, it wasn't that funny.
I hate Phenomenon, but... Oh, wait. What the fuck?
Protopulse test 7, pilot ready. We good out there?
You can talk, I can hear you.
Oh, we good. All you, Mecha Man.
System power. Simple locomotion. Complex locomotion.
Levels are stable. We onto something, bro. This is it. This is gonna be it. Never do that move in a fight.
I've never not done this in a fight, boy.
No! Oh! Why do I hate Phenomenon? Fuck that guy. He stole my lady.
Rotor pulse test 7. Failure.
He cucked me.
We'll get there.
Royd, you gotta move your fucking ass on this development. I need to beat Phenomeman's ass.
Royd, what is all this stuff?
Whole network expect me to process all the confiscated stuff. Cause we the bottom branch for SDN.
Okay, you guys don't understand. I want to bring Phenomeman onto the team so I can basically order him around and then literally cuck him ultimately. Like, I bring Phenomeman onto the team. I bring him onto the team. I'm his boss. And at his weakest point, not only am I bossing him around, but also I fuck his ex-girlfriend. He called me small. I don't think you understand. He called me small. He said I was small and that I would fall from simply the impact. It's such a violent cuck. Goddamn, what are you, the CEO of SAG? Don't go full screen with that zip, bro. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Watch out, he has a laser on you. Hurt people, hurt people. Let's continue.
We catch all kind of shit work, bro.
Did you just give me an up-down?
We take one bad guy stuff and use them for catch the other bad guy.
You have your game censored right now? No, I don't. The fuck are you talking about? No, I don't. You saw Invisigal's titties, dude. What do you mean? You just literally watched. You saw Invisigal jorking her peanuts. Jorking her cleanits.
Only good thing, a lot of upgrade possibilities.
You ever jerk off in this thing?
You low, Vizzy.
I mean, obviously you have, right? I should really be asking how often.
Hey, come on. I gotta work on this.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Just want to know why the buttons are sticky.
Ah, what the fuck?
She's joking, Royd, in her very specific, off-putting way that she jokes.
Is she?
You two got one weird energy going on, huh? Can you handle this HR violation some other place? I got work, yeah?
Oh, she won't me. She won't me. She won't me.
All day.
That's gonna be tough, because Blazer sent me to get you like half an hour ago, so...
Seduce Roy, please? No. Oh!
Shit. Blazer.
What
Sorry.
the fuck?
You know
Oh
what?
my
I can
god.
come back.
Oh no, don't worry. I got this thing tonight, and they were supposed to send the dress yesterday. This isn't why you're here, but can you zip me up?
Oh my god. Are you
it's not
fucking
mine.
joking?
By the way, they make me wear it, and it's back in the bag by midnight.
What is happening today?
What's that?
What's happening today? The thing you're going to.
SDN sponsoring a dinner gala thing. Radiant Valor, a night of triumph.
Why does that sound like a propaganda rally? There.
Thank you. Yeah, it does kind of sound like some sort of fascist-themed prom. What do you think? They were making alterations
Your
all morning.
areola's showing?
You look great. Yeah, it's nice.
Great. Yeah,
Oh!
thanks. My nipple's out.
A slight hue shift, Emma.
Oh, I didn't
would
even
tell you
realize.
if, like your nipple was.
Oh my god, I didn't even fucking realize her nipple was out. Oh no. Oh, I fucked up. No, last save 1 minute ago. Wait, hold on. No. We're safe scumming. I didn't even, honest to God. Okay. Can I say something? That's how halal I am, bro. I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, you guys say I'm so horny, but I didn't even fucking, I'm on my phone. No, I don't even know where my fucking phone is, actually. But no, honest to God, I wasn't even looking at her titties like that. I wasn't even looking at her tits like that, chat. Straight up. Like, I genuinely, dude, I wasn't even looking. See, I should have been looking at her tits.
Shit, Blazer. Sorry. You know what? I can come
I
back.
should have been.
don't
The
worry.
lesson
I
to
got
learn
this
here
thing tonight, and they
is
were
that I
supposed to
should have
send
been
the dress
looking at her
yesterday.
pubes.
This isn't why you're here, but can you zip me up? It's not mine. By the way, they make me wear it, and it's back in the bag by midnight.
Your areola is showing. I didn't even look because I'm so
What's
honest.
happening
I was
today?
looking at her beautiful
The thing
face.
you're going to.
SDN's.
I was looking at her beautiful face. Chad. Stop. What the fuck? I was not looking at her
Sponsoring a
Oreos.
dinner gala thing. Radiant Valor, a night of triumph.
Why does that sound like a propaganda rally? There.
Thank you.
Yeah, I save scum.
It
I
does
save
kinda
scum
sound
because
like
I would
some
never.
sort of fascist-themed prom.
Yeah, see, I see it now.
What do you think?
I see it now.
They were making alterations all morning.
No cause for alarm, but a little bit of your areola is out. It's like a slight hue shift.
Oh, I don't think I've heard someone say areola out loud before.
I fucked up. I should have said your dress is too small, right? That's probably the right thing to say. I shouldn't have said aureola. I fucked up. Do I save scum again? Nah, fuck it. We ball.
A ton now.
All right, for real now. How do I look? The breakup story is out, so I might be getting more attention than I'm comfortable with.
I say incredible. Fuck. Was I too forward?
Look incredible.
Thanks.
Blonde Blazer will remember that.
I was supposed to be going with him, but I don't think he's going to be making it.
Oh my God, is she asking me? Is
The
she
downtown
asking
branch
me?
dropped him. Indefinite suspension.
Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
I'd like for you to talk to him.
Me? Why me?
You're the pep talk guy. You've been through a transition recently yourself. I think he could use some perspective.
Like perspective to join the Z team? Chase mentioned it.
Yeah, the only candidates that make sense are him or Waterboy. And at the moment, it's close. Mostly, I'd like you to get him out of the parking lot. Oh, and tell him to stop with the edible arrangements. He keeps sending them, but with all melon.
That's disgusting. I'll see what I can do. Hey, you phenomenon man. How you doing, bud?
I have been better, Robert Robertson. The blonde blazer and I have ended our relationship.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm sorry for your loss.
It's very abrupt. One moment we were savoring uni straight from the urchin. Next moment, I'm contemplating flying into the sun, absorbing all its energy and casting this planet into infinite darkness so that I never have to see her or anyone else ever again. Maybe then I would be free of the torment in my soul. And maybe then I could quiet my mind to these destructive thoughts.
Please don't extinguish the sun, phenomenon.
Fucking Chadvice again, dude.
Do you?
Chadvice
These days
after
I
hours.
find its ability to rise each morning irritatingly optimistic. Do you think there is someone else? Perhaps another lover could be the cause of all this. Maybe she met a person.
Chat, will he kill me? Is it game over if I tell him I kissed her? Don't do it. I kind of want to get my get back, but I'm worried that like she's going to get mad. I feel like if I tell him, she's going to get mad and then she's going to fuck me up. It's going to fuck my chances up. I'm so scared. I don't care about him beating my ass. I have plot armor, but I'm worried about losing blonde babe. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. It can only good happen. Do it, bro. Oh my God. Everyone in the chat just wants me to fuck this up.
An
All right,
actual
whatever.
person. I am not a person. I just resemble one anatomically.
Look, phenomenon, I'm only telling you this because I don't want you hearing it from someone else. I kiss Blazer. Before you incinerate me, it's worth noting I had no idea she was in a relationship.
This happened while we were together? It just gets worse.
No, hold on. She didn't kiss me. She didn't do anything wrong. I kissed her.
So you are to blame for my sadness.
Maybe, but I doubt it. I'd guess this is something she was thinking about for a while. I'm not that good of a kisser.
What?
I now believe that you had nothing to do with our breakup. It seems the velocity with which I sat up has shot shards of glass into your chest.
Well, shit.
That's crazy.
Where's the shootout?
Parking lot. Didn't think taking a desk job would have me bleeding this often. What are you doing here?
I had a dream last night that we were fucking.
Oh!
Usually I don't remember my dreams, but this one was pretty vivid.
How did I do?
I didn't finish.
She's lying.
What I asked. We're talking about me. So this is why you've been acting so weird all day.
I'm doing that thing where I imagine being with someone, you know? See how it feels, how it looks.
She's lying.
You know, like trying
she
on a
nutted.
dress.
She went invisible.
You were there.
I could have been. I could be anywhere.
And you chose to be here.
Oh, sorry. I tried not to. I tried not to do that.
Don't worry about it, water boy.
God damn
Bathrooms
it,
are
bro.
for shitting after your first coffee and picking shrapnel out of your chest. Not for whatever this is.
Ugh! You ruined this for me!
Oh, she's pissed because she wanted to fuck.
My apologies.
Yeah, L water shit. Bro, this is why he's fat, dog. Is water shit gonna cuck me every time, chat?
Can't believe Sonar's gone. This is a load of shite.
He may have been a pervert, but he was our pervert.
Well, I'm glad you're still with us.
I am glad as well. Strange.
Oh, yeah. First, let's fucking take care of this shit. Wait, why can't I spend the skill points? What's happening? Whose skill points need to be spent? Oh, it's hers. Well, I need to get more intellect up, because I need to get her intellect up, because,
Help us get this stuff out of the dorm, yeah? You guys do that kind of stuff, right?
carry the belongings down 2 flights of stairs. That's a golem.
I've been hearing a lot about some guy named Chad. I think he's trying to summon a demon.
Wait, wasn't there a cult of Chad?
Chad? Yeah.
Malevola, do you know where this church is located? You can take a look and...
Oh, not interested.
Maybe we send someone in, have them pretend to be interested in joining the cult.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the full. Read through their lies, learn through their motives. Okay, she's got high enough intellect. Malevola doesn't want to do it. Is that what it is?
Off to cutting Sona? No, you're on your own.
God damn it, you fucking suck, dude. I'll bring in a yap or two.
Match my tempo. Prism, have you finished the book I lent you?
Girl, I'm a slow reader, alright? Besides, you promised fairy sex, and so far...
It has to build.
Resuscitate any survivors if able. If not, rush them to the hospital. Fuck. Do I have a speed player? I mean, I have a mobility play here, but I don't have anything for...
Whatever. Okay.
Flambe can fly?
A.
True. Just flambe? I don't think so. Because it says... Yeah, flying doesn't play a role in this. It's mobility. It needs to be a mobility.
Why?
Or Malevola, because she has portals. Just trust Flambe. Okay, but he fell in the water, Chad. I feel like you guys are trying to fucking cook me. Like, I don't know if I'm overthinking it or not, but I feel like you're cooking
I
me.
love
Just
looking at the
shush,
beautiful homes in the
shush,
city
shush,
and
shush.
knowing I'll never own one.
Oh my god, I almost didn't make it.
Oh, I'ma stay with it.
It's 3rd and 7 in the UCG red zone, and tensions have boiled over into a full-on fist fight.
Return piece of the football game using your fists.
Oi, my eyes are down here.
I'm there.
Coop, can I borrow your mask? I got a date tonight at this masquerade thingy.
You may not.
See, this is why people think you're a bitch.
They want us to drink blue liquid from a chalice as a loyalty
Return it
test.
tomorrow morning, or I will cut out your tongue.
Power through it? No, they don't have that. Pretend to take a sip. Explain that you're allergic. We got enough knowledge and charisma, so I think we can do both of these. But explain is probably better. Let's see. Power, you doofus? No, power is vitality. Shut the fuck up.
I'm confused.
No, I chose the right one. You guys are so stupid. Why are you like this, Chad? Actually, why are you like this? Why are you fucking like this? I don't understand. There's like so many people in the chat that are just like, I feel like actively working against me. Now that we got 5 on the mobility, I've studied the blade and I will help you. Yeah, no, I sometimes chat is just genuinely giving me the wrong stuff, but wrong details. But doing so in a way where they're like, doing so in a way where they think they're right. Give Vizzy int. It's not a stream of HasanAbi isn't beefing with chat. It's true. Ignore chat on everything. Make your own decisions. People are always weird in these types of games. Hasan acting like he's never streamed. True. I think I'm gonna go. I got 5 on vigor. I'm gonna go with charisma, I think. And then she's already 6 on charisma and 5 on combat. So I should probably hit her with like maybe mobility. Just make her a little bit better rounded, or maybe intellect. And then for her, she's already charisma. Oh, she can't upgrade yet right now. Wait, what the fuck? I can't upgrade Golem either. Prism needs int. Okay. Skill points unspent. I should do 1 more combat for Coop. Coop is like the most well-rounded, I feel like.
Where the hell'd you go? Job's not finished. Dude, we need you to bring everything up to our new place.
The fuck? Bro, fucking chill. I don't even have anything here. Like, I guess I could just wait and then send Golem again. The driver's out of the car but isn't responding. Rush them because I have mobility. Yeah, cooked it. That's why I went in. What did you guys say I should do? Why did that? Okay, let's see. Brawl of the football game. Oh my God. Absolutely cooked it. Let's freaking go, fam.
Looking good out there.
Oh my God, I'm crushing it so far. All right, we'll do, I don't know, we'll do fucking Golem alone.
Oh, what's it going to be this time? Yeah, I've been trying to smile more, but...
Tagging with the girl? I can't do it with the girl. There is no girl, just Golem. Mal needs mobility, charisma, or combat points. Okay. Search through the inbound retrograms, identify and disarm the bomb. Fuck, who do I do? Who's the int? Who's the int for that?
Hey, this is Jason from Nostalgia Alley. Someone just dropped off a box of games with a note saying there's a bomb inside one of them. Can you send someone?
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife.
Coop alone, or should I do Coop and Prism?
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Alright, that's easy. That's done. That's
We need
done.
to send somebody else. This is too much.
We're out of somebody's. You're gonna have to make do.
Which game is
like my
hiding the
first
bomb?
manager. I fired his ass.
Wait, what
this
the
is
fuck?
Fucking bullshit. We can't be everywhere at once.
Telltale is Wolf Among Us, right?
It's clear that cutting sonar has left us vulnerable. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Wolf
but
Among Us is Telltale, but Man Bomber seems like it would be the bomb one.
Longer, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, well, Karma's a fucking bitch, huh, Robert?
If I'm metagaming, I'm going Wolf Among Us because it's like Wolf inside us. I got so much brain. It's over. Deactivate is yeah. I got a 10 out of 10 on the brain.
I'm stacking mad ups today, baby.
What the fuck is this shit, bro? Uh-oh. Oh, thank God.
That's better. Much better.
What should I add to Golem? I feel like maybe mobility. You got to be more economic with sending 1 or 2 people, or vigor. Tank them out. All right, I'll keep spamming. And then for Malevola, what was it for Malevola? Vigor, int, charisma, no more combat. Mobility or charisma or combat points. Don't spread stats. You have synergy. Fuck it. You guys keep telling me to make all the characters all rounded, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
The CEO of Brand Tech, Millman Brandt, hasn't been seen for days, and the board is asking SDN to do a wellness check.
Only Sonar was here, considering he actually fucking knows who all these assholes are.
Well, he's not, so we're going to have to go check on the assholes ourselves.
You handle this one then. Takes an asshole to know an asshole.
Oh no, that's the fucking. Oh, I can't even fucking. I don't have. I can't believe she fucking hates us, man. Send Prison and Coop. I can't send both. I have to send either one after dumping coffee. Don't do it. Let the guy die. He's a CEO. I don't want to waste the coffee potentially. I wonder if it'll be enough for the rest to go out.
Hey, it's Rory Casey. One of my teachers called out if there has to be someone at SDN who can teach a jiu-jitsu class.
Wait, which one was the int one? Punch up for this is easy. Yeah, that's fine.
Point for the road?
It's not going to be enough time.
Graceful, but deadly. Is there a knife sharpener on?
Demo. Destroy the remains of the dilapidated. Oh, this is easy.
On my way.
Okay. I don't think I should double on this.
I think I'm done here.
You're clocking out early?
Mate, cut me if you want, but I'm out.
Oh,
He's a
God.
mind reader. She has X-ray vision. Together they are the ultimate invasion of privacy. Oh, sorry, is this SDN? We need help.
Wanna dance?
If anyone needs some more hands-on training, I'll be in the gym until the end of the shift.
Okay. Let's see if he did it. Oh, 20%. What the fuck? He had enough combat, though. Fuck, he failed.
You win some, you lose some. Sometimes you lose some more than you win some.
Unlucky. I thought it was enough for the combat.
We tried to do it ourselves, but then I remembered my motto in life. Why do it when you can make someone else do it?
Fucked. I'm so fucked. There's so much going on. Come on, come on. 32? Really? Come on! Double fail. Okay, if I send a
Use me head.
punch up doesn't receive any debuffs from injuries, he cannot be down. Okay, that's good. But also, I feel like if I send, what is happening? Oh my God, this is a sequence of failure. Get in there, get in there. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Okay.
Didn't think you'd pull that off.
Fuck, told you to send Prism. No matter how high the stats, you need one more to increase the probability. Lamau. No, I see that. This game is making you miss Sonar. Chatters. I had to cut one, and I think Coop is better than Sonar. I don't even know what they fucking
Cleared
do.
everyone out already, but like someone called us about a bomb in one of the theaters.
This is cooked. We don't even have a fucking. If you put Prism second, she clones the first person on the third slot, bro. Yeah. I already used the coffee. Ugh. Charisma? No, dude. What the fuck? Combat? I think intellect. Problem with this one is like it's not a solo dolo act for Golem.
At the mall. Of youths just rushing us and looting the shops.
There's no way that if you got rid of Coop, there wouldn't be a different member doing the same thing for her this episode. Yeah, I assume. Detain the minors, but do not use force.
Mediate the argument.
Oh, I'll get to the bottom of this shit. Too bad there's no Grammy for this.
Assemble the furniture. Catch all of the looters. Why is fucking Flambe taking so long to goddamn rest? I don't even want to use Flambe. And I can't use Invisigal for catching. I'm just gonna let the fucking mall looters go. And I'm gonna, fuck it, I'm sending Golem.
Fucking rocks. It's time for Phil's walk. What? No, Phil's my dog. Can you just, like, walk him around the park?
Lamo, HasanAbi's acting like San Jose police training. I don't know who to send to fucking hero training right now. Hold on. I guess I have only this to use here, because otherwise I'm gonna lose it. Right?
Too many
fuck,
things.
I lost it.
Phenomenon still on the 405, just past him. He's gone from shaking his fist at cars to sadly directing traffic.
Well, at least he's putting his newfound pain to use.
I had no idea Blazer was such a heartbreaker.
Is that surprising?
I'm just impressed. Didn't think she had it in her.
Maybe you
Which
shouldn't be
movie
so
theater should we
quick to
search
judge
first?
people.
What the fuck?
Gross. You sound just like her.
You calling me a heartbreaker?
In your dreams.
Oh, decision fatigue game? I don't even know. I don't even. Standing alive. Us. Walking Dead. Okay. Crawl through the vents. Activate the AC to freeze the bomb. Neither is gonna work. He has no mobility, and he has no brain. It's. I don't know. I mean, fuck it. He has no mobility and no brain. It's not gonna work. Yeah.
Well,
fuck me.
better luck next time, right?
All right, I'm sending Invisigal here.
I work better alone.
Oh my god, everything is out of control. With their connections, Invisigal can reveal the number of slots and crime type and on hover for certain calls before they happen. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, double XP. That's a fucking incredible skill.
Hey, it's Jerry from Comic Pug. We got a gift of some Mega Man replicas, but with all the bomb threats going on, we just want to be sure.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Please tell me you didn't fucking fail again. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, thank God.
Ding ding!
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I thought you fucking failed that too. I was gonna be pissed, dude. What should I do here? I already pumped her. Prism needs charisma, int, or combat. I know. I guess int, because she's already fairly skilled on that front. I'll give charisma to this guy. Which Mecha Man contains the bomb? How am I supposed to know, man? How am I supposed to fucking know? How am I? This one I don't know. It's you, Blue. Not this one. It was the mini Mecha Man Prime. It's flying around the shop and blasting. Stop it before it detonates. I mean, I can do hit, I can jump. I'm maxed out on everything. Chatters are so convincing when they tell me I need to do something.
Great. I'ma drink my spicy water.
And then they just have no clue what the fuck's going on. God damn it. 10 successes, 3 failures, 2 misses. That was ass, bro. That was ass. Let's be real.
Still working on that? Aren't these the best? I love the green ones, the green dew.
All yours. Take the whole thing if you want.
Awesome. My lucky day. I know what's for lunch or dinner. Probably. Now. Sorry,
You are a loser, bro.
Meeting with Invisible.
Oh,
I
God
fucking
damn it.
hate
You threw my
Waterboy.
noodles away? My initials were literally on the box and everything. Fuck!
I don't read things. Sometimes it's different, like a logo, but it's probably still good.
I don't want the fucking trash noodles, wet fart boy.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Whatever, it was an accident. Just aim your dick up and water piss it off.
That's not... You... I'm gonna go rinse off.
How would you like to have to walk around work the rest of the day with shit all over you?
I don't know, I don't think about that, because it was...
Hold on, I gotta grab a water. Oh, never mind. It was right behind me. Well. Okay, bro. Yeah, I'm thirsty. It has nothing to do with fucking water, boy.
What happened? Because I'm not a fucking idiot food thrower awayer.
It was an accident. You don't have to be a bully about it. You want this in your report?
What, you're gonna snitch on me? You're just being a soft bitch about it. Bully? How am I being a bully? In fact, if it's in my hair, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Good luck, bitch.
Well, I got bad news for you.
Flom, bitch.
Hey, Robert, could you... Oh, you have stuff on your face. What happened here?
I don't want to be a snitch, but Flambe accidentally made a mess.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you should probably go get cleaned up, then, you know, accident or not, wipe up this mess you made.
Yes.
Okay, whatever that was. Listen, Robert. Jesus. Anyway, you talked to Chase. Who's it gonna be? Banana Man or Waterboy?
And these two are my only options.
For now, yeah. Obviously, we can revisit it, but Waterboy is already a trainee, sorta, and you already know Phenomena Man got cut by DTLA. Thanks for getting him out of the parking lot, by the way. It might also help to get, you know, an actual good person on your...
It's crazy how much chat wants Waterboy. Like, chat is so desperate for Waterboy, and I can't tell if you guys are memeing or if you're actually horny for Waterboy. I feel like Phenomena Man is way better. I don't know why Waterboy kind of grosses me out. I don't know, maybe because his superpower is throwing up on people. Chat sees themselves. Yeah, I see why. I mean, Phenomena Man is going to have fucking probably 0 skills right now because he's depressed. And I assume he gets goated later on. And I suspect the same will happen to Waterboy as well. Just think about the last set of missions. What difference would Waterboy have made? Nothing. He would have fucking thrown up on the... I'm gonna jump. Please, I'm crying. I'm gonna jump. Please, he is literally the GOAT. Honey Lays, you're the one who said you wanted to tie Waterboy to a fucking chair and spam the tip of his penis with a vibrator until he squirted. That's crazy. Okay, and yeah, I just feel like you have a serious dog in this fight and a serious dog in you that you need to get out. Okay? You need to go flick the bean a little bit before and then come back. I don't know what you want. He's the GOAT. I did. Okay. You have to stop saying that. I will never.
team, which I'm positive both of them are.
Let's go with Waterboy. I think he deserves a shot, and he seems shockingly more stable than Phenomena Man at the moment.
I hear ya. I might have him take care of this mess before he starts, but yeah, let's go with it. I'll let him know. He really looks up to you.
Does he look up to me, or... Wait, does he know I'm Mecha Man?
Yeah, but he said he won't tell anyone.
I guess that's good.
I'll let him know. You'll see him in the roster for your next dispatch.
Wait, we pulled it? Oh, I didn't even see the poll. We pulled it. Biggest mistake of my life. It was rigged. Both options were Waterboy. Oh, fuck you guys, man. You know what? Maybe my haters are right. Maybe I am captive to my chat.
Hey, I leave. It's my clothes. They're waterproof-ish.
Yeah, that's gonna clog.
No. I do this. See?
Waffle Stomp?
Did it real?
Waffle Stomp? That's your fucking pick, chatters? God damn, y'all are fucking whole ass losers, man. Chat wanted the Waffle Stomper? You want to fuck the guy who waffle stomps. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Chat picked him because he's a projection of themselves? Fuck me.
Blaze had a plan.
Blonde, Miss Blaze. She talked to me.
Whole ass loser this guy is.
Thanks for picking me. I'm just to join you.
Jazzed. The word is jazzed, and we're jazzed to have you too, bud. I'm even reasonably optimistic that you deserve it. See you next shift.
Oh, it's too late. I made my decisions.
Hey, team. We appreciate you doing your best last shift under the circumstances, but we are here to help. More specifically, Waterboy is here to help.
Sup?
Excuse me?
Oh my God, his stats.
He may be new to this,
Oh
but
my God, his
Robert and I
stats.
believe he will make a great addition to the team.
This is bullshit.
Good morning.
Last save less than a minute ago. Now I can't even save scum. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, why did I listen to chat? What a dummy I am, bro. Y'all are fucking ass. Just don't be dramatic. Just send him to training with Blonde Blazer. Yeah, let me waste training on the fucking whole ass loser, bro.
Evie? This is a joke, right?
Wait, maybe. Is it a joke?
Nope, Waterboy, it's not a joke.
Cool, Leo.
We have reason to believe that Mr. Vanderstank's life will be in danger at a meeting today.
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife.
Ugh. I mean, let me see. Look at this fucking loser, bro. Look at this goddamn loser. Are you serious? Look at this fucking loser. Ask Twitch for a new chat. As a 3x dispatch MLG winner, I'm telling you, you made the right choice. All right, we need a mobility pick here.
Okay, I'm your guy.
Solo water boy. So chat said solo water boy. So he can die? Let water boy become water man? Yeah, let me just keep sending water boy solo on all these fucking missions, dude. Maybe Invisigal for double XP and then coup. Death to water boy.
Your wish is my
demand.
hero
Training. I could have done that, but I'll do it later.
Command. Huddle. Guys, watch. Look out.
Seriously, dude? What the fuck?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Apologize. It's my fault.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I get wet when nervous. Malevola, please to, go team with, glad to be here.
Robert, you cut Sonar and you replaced him with the fucking wet guy?
That's right.
You know that Sonar could turn into a bat.
I'm well aware.
How is wet guy better than a bat? Well, at least he can lecture people to death.
Chat, shut the fuck up. Malevola is right. What the fuck are we doing, bro? What are we doing? No, I'm not gonna train Prism. I need to train fucking water bitch. Are you kidding me?
These one-on-ones seem to be really working out. I think I could make this training a regular thing, you know?
Y'all are fucking ass, bro. He hurt our girl Invisigal. I know. Look at her. She looks bruised and battered and beaten up. Why can't you see his potential? Because he smells like wet dog. He looks like he smells like wet dog, okay? That's why I can't see the fucking potential. Anyway, you know he smells sour, 100%. Use the synergy partner system, please. True, I forgot. What is it, synergy? Who has... Punch Up has synergy with someone. I forget who it was. What is it, Golem? Malevola and Sonar had synergy too, but I cooked it. Invisigal and Golem. Punch Up with Coup. What do I even lean into for water, bitch? Vigor and mobility? Combat? Really? He's a blank slate? I know, but I don't know. What do I need? I need more vigor, I think. Do I need int? 6 int, 1 int, 2 int, 4 int, 3 int. Yeah, I need int more. And then on the mobility front, I got 5 mobility, 2, 2, 1, 5, or 1 mobility, 6 mobility, 4 mobility. I got decent amounts of mobility. You need vigor? You're missing a vigor man? I thought Golem was my vigor man. And Punch Up too.
Hey, so we're a little down on new subscribers this month. Think you can spare a hero to do some recruiting?
How the fuck are we supposed to do this? You could try charming them with your winning personality.
Team is looking good. No, team is looking ass right now. I'll send Prism.
Good opportunity to show the sweeter side of your ex-criminal crew at SDN.
Yeah, I can't believe Sweet Talker went with Emily last season.
Physicality is
perfect for each other.
Well, he's not charming, and he's not good looking either. I don't want to send Malevola right now because I want to use Malevola on a double team so she can heal. But I guess she's not exactly physical.
Fair play.
Fuck it.
All right, but I call dibs on Little Spoon.
If you were a civvy, what would your job be?
Oh, I feel like working at a gas station. That'd be pretty
why
chill.
can't I send him?
Store?
Yeah, right. You hate pets.
What's her
I
second?
hate pets with bad attitude.
What
Train
pets have
water
good
squirt?
attitudes?
Snakes. They're just chilling.
I can't put water squirt in here for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't mind being a janitor, but I always wanted to be a hero.
Oh, he's got jokes.
Don't quit your day job, kid.
This is my job. Day job.
Listen, you tried and you suck. It happens. The important thing is you suck. And you know this now.
Turn the charm up. Wait, what happened? No one seems to be interested. Be mysterious. Read a book? Fuck. Our shit is on flambe. Fuck me. Oh, he's not going to be able to. He has no mobility. I'm cooked. And he's stupid. Yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, so close.
How do we fail such a basic task, man?
We've tracked down the assassin's temporary base of operations.
Alright, hack that shit. Hack the world, baby. Hacker man.
Bullshit.
Oops. Okay, word. Right down.
Asshole.
Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, yeah, I fucked it up again. Watching Hasan play is like watching an ape discover fire. I'm trying to trap it, but I keep fucking it up. No. What am I doing? What the fuck? My brain is not working. Someone needs training day with Blazer. Wait, why can't I do it? Oh, it can't come to me, right? Okay. What was it? Left, up. And then the other one was what? Left, up. Right, down, right? Left, up. Right, down. Video game journalist level gameplay. Shut up, bitch.
The hero to put on a show? We need Terrence the Turtle to beat someone up. For
Fake fight the mascot, make it look convincing, but pull your punches. He's gonna be bad at this, but Chad is just bitter about you dissing the water waffle. Water boy? Mal and water boy? No, I'm sending Mal with the injured person to fucking fix it.
You are about to feel so much better.
Yeah, to fucking heal the
So
injured
am
person.
I.
Shut up. Take down the located assassins, identify the location of their boss. Oh, fuck. Then Flambe's gonna flame on also. Send water boy. I hate you motherfuckers so much. Bro, fuck water boy, bro. I mean, I'm dumping everybody in here. I don't even know what I'm doing no more. Fuck it, YOLO.
Water bitch almost took me out back there.
Is there a return policy on this motherfucker?
Yeah, maybe we get someone who doesn't suck instead.
Sorry for the puddles. It's involuntary.
Ease up. It's his first day.
Can it be his last day, too?
Well, if he's so awful, show him the ropes.
Because some things you just can't teach.
Okay, sounds like quitter talk to me.
You calling us quitters?
Prove me wrong.
Hello, dispatcher. Would you like to play a little game? Perhaps a brain teaser?
Ugh, I hate this asshole. Careful, he's tricky.
His name's Brain Teaser. How tricky can he be?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Use Synergy, Golem, and Invisigal. He's the GOAT. Hasan just doesn't know how to play this game. It's true. Yeah, Waterboy's the water goat. I just don't understand it. Have you used your items? I only have one item, chatter. Shut up. Charisma? Make him vigor and int? Sure. Why not? Look at all this. The fucking city's on fire.
Attention. Answer my riddles. 1, 2, 3, and I will gladly turn myself in.
I don't have any brain guys in here.
Or I could also just track you down.
Bro's gonna be vomiting everywhere with reckless abandon without any charisma. I need to do the training too. Fuck, I don't know. I just don't so much
Hey,
going on.
so there's a no, baby, tiny kaiju on the beach. It's actually pretty cute, but like, where is its mom?
Send Golem alone.
I got you. I got you.
There's a retired DN hero
Oh shit, Astroman. I remember him when I was a kid.
Poor guy. I've been there.
Really?
Before I joined the Z team, I didn't have a pot to piss in.
He had to borrow one of mine.
You got good taste. Oh, this one sounds fun.
I want to do this one, but it's like solve his riddles. I don't have an int player here. The int player is sleeping. Stats don't matter. Really?
Let's maybe not start a war here with an elite assassin organization.
Convince their boss to
Try
leave
asking them
Torrens.
to leave nicely.
Oh fuck! All my Rizzlers are out. Mal and Punch? No. I guess Punch Up is needing of a heal, but I wanted to heal Invisigal.
Yeah. Pain and gain. That's a hell of a deal.
Oh, dang.
You can adopt it?
Baby right there. I know what I gotta do.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, that's sick. Okay, solve his riddles. You know what? Fuck it. I'm sending in Waterboy solo. Who cares? Fuck it. Let him die.
Go, B-team!
How about you go back to wiping up spills, janitor?
Excuse me.
Who do I train? Because Waterboy's skills are not unlocked yet. So I don't know. I was waiting for Waterboy water shit to get his skill unlocked so I could train him, but maybe Coop.
Of course.
Golem upgrade OP. Prism or Coop.
Ta-ta.
Ah, fuck it, I'll do Coop. We'll start with an easy one. What's my favorite game? The Wolf Within Us, The Wolves Inside Us, The Wolves Have Eyes, Humor the Brain Teaser, The Wolf Among Us, The Wolves Inside Us, maybe? Oh, I hope I didn't fuck this up. What about my favorite movie? Walking Dead? Waking Dead? Like The Walking Dead? Oh, it's the opposite. Standing Alive. Instead of The Walking Dead, Standing Alive. Who was my greatest enemy of all time? Mecha Man Prime, Mecha Man Astral, Mecha Man Blue. And then it's Mecha Man Prime then. Which was the bomb answer.
Well, a deal's a deal, dispatcher. Come and get me. I've been waiting downstairs in the lobby for
Water
at least
Chad?
30 minutes.
Is this Water Chad? Did he cook? Water Goat? I did the fucking answers. It wasn't Water Boy. Shut the fuck up.
Can I go home now?
If plays in the first slot, Coop now gains +3 combat. If plays in the second slot, she gains 3 mobility. If Coop is sent on a call that fails, she will reattempt it. Ooh, that's a crazy one. I don't know. All right, one lesser solo. Gosh, she's fucking so goated. And then I have Water Bitch over here doing nothing. Doing absolutely nothing. Chad is going to give you a new intro of We Are Water Boy to the tune of We Are Charlie Kirk at this rate. One is the trash ability. Can't believe you got baited. He's a new hire. Train him, man. I am training him. I'm fucking training him. What do you want from me? I'm training his bitch ass. You need to stop. Fuck you. You need to stop. Hassan, look at what you're doing. You're making a team of nerds. Yeah, well, I'm a freaking nerd too, so. Oh no, this is not gonna work, brother. Oh, I missed it. I fucking boofed it.
We're off on that one. I can do better.
Oh, shit. 8 calls, 8 successes, 2 failures. That's not bad. I'll take it.
Not only did you cut one of their dumb shit criminal buddies, you're also forcing them to work with
an actual good person that wants to be a hero.
I was gonna go with Wet Baby Bitch Boy, but yeah, we can go with yours.
Yeah, let's go with mine.
Hey, kid. Love you.
Love you too, Unc.
Don't fuck this up.
Protect Water Boy from bullying? No. If I'm gonna make his ass work, I'm gonna bully his ass the whole way until he proves to me otherwise. Until he proves to me that he's capable of taking on these tasks and he's not just a bitch. Moment of truth, lock the fuck in. Yeah, I think Depressed Superman would have been better.
Hey, Mom. Hey, honey.
Damn. Oh, the go-to choice is coming? Oh no. Am I gonna have to choose between Blonde Babe and Invisigal here? Don't make me choose. Don't make me choose. Oh no. Oh no. I can't do that. Oh, that's crazy. Invisigal already flicked the bean to the boy. The Invisibean. Oh, chat's gonna hate me. I know you dumb fucks want the alt visibility in the chat. Oh God, you're such a loser, Waterboy. God damn it. It's making me feel bad.
Those, they make fun of my issue, my stutter.
Here, hold the beef. It'll help. I don't think it's a stutter.
What? Can you not? It's happening right currently. This very right now. You can't? I'm concerned. I'm worried.
What you need is to believe in yourself. I don't think you have a stutter. I think you have a confidence issue. You're worried you're gonna say the wrong thing so you won't finish a sentence.
God, now I feel so bad about him.
I'm blowing your mind. What are you afraid of with the C-Team? I mean, seriously, what's the worst that could happen?
I don't know, they call me useless. They call me, I don't know, they think I suck.
See? They say that all the time. You worrying about it didn't stop a thing. So fuck them. Fuck me, fuck everybody. From now on, stop caring what anyone else thinks. It smells very chemically in here.
God damn it. Now I feel bad that I bullied him. He didn't hear it, so it's fine.
What you watching? Technically, you're still on the clock. Didn't peg you as a rom-com fan.
If I'm on the clock, you shouldn't be pegging me with anything, Robert.
Oh!
It's extremely inappropriate.
Oh!
Especially since I'm usually the pegger, not the peggy.
Noted. Well, tell me how it is. I wanted to see that one.
There's still a
At least 20 minutes of trailers. I always forget what I'm watching by the time the movie starts.
Same. You going solo?
I'm a loner, Robbie. A rebel. That night, feel bad asking people to pay when I'm just gonna sneak in. The only lame thing is I can't get snacks.
Floating buckets of popcorn do tend to draw a lot of attention.
Ah, but I miss it. I miss popcorn.
Oh, she's asking. Oh, up for a late dinner? That's what Blonde Blazer just texted me. Still at the office, up for a late dinner? Oh, hell no. Oh, it's easy. Oh, dude. Chat. Dude, no. No, you guys are so fucking busted. You know I have to do it. Listen, you know I have to do it. Also, you already saw her flick her bean to me. So you already saw it. You basically saw everything you needed to see. But Blondie, we don't know about her.
See you tomorrow. No spoilers.
Yep, have.
Unsubbing? Are you kidding me? It's the right choice. You're fucking delusional. Look at her! Look at her!
Wait,
Sure. What's up?
this.
Also, she kind of gave me the ick when she was like, I'm a loner. I'm sorry. When she said, I'm a loner, I was like, okay, well, I got the ick, so you're gonna stay a loner, okay? Y'all are fucking wrong. You see a golden retriever ass woman, and I know for a fact, you see a fucking Clydesdale horse of a woman, and you get intimidated. This is why a lot of attractive women always complain about how men are too afraid to approach them and how lonely they are. Okay? That's what it is. Because motherfuckers like you are like, oh, she would never actually give me the time of day. I bet she can have any man that she wants. Meanwhile, she is primed and ready, okay? She was making a movie quote from PV's Big Adventure. She was being sarcastic. Yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever. Also, I'm Turkish, okay? Blondes are exotic. You see boring blonde bitch, lol, that just ended a relationship. Ha ha ha, gooner. I know that this is the right take. I hope Blonde Blazer gets a Mar-a-Lago face. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're being racist. You see a blonde woman and you automatically assume they're going to have conservative makeup on. Okay? It's fucked up. Blonde Bob, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Inoya, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You're forgetting Invisigal is the buy choice and you have a lot of women in here? Listen, I already gave you guys Water Boy. I need to have something for myself, okay? I gave you water, bitch. Now I get to hang out with Blonde Blazer.
What I look like.
I don't totally know what you mean, but okay.
Powers make me. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna show you. Are you good with that?
I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen, so this is very exciting.
What the fuck?
Temper your expectations.
Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? Did I just get fucking catfished? Okay. Wait, no, the amulet is off. What is gonna happen to me and her? Oh my gosh, she's still smoking hot. She's just not blonde. Who cares? That's what you get? I don't give a shit. I don't care that she's not blonde. You guys are dumb as fuck. Y'all think I give a fuck about her being blonde? Okay. I thought... Oh my God, you're so stupid, chat. Oh no, I can't believe she's not blonde. Okay, she did the reverse. She did the reverse Mar-a-Lago phase. I don't give a fuck. She's still a baddie.
Are you kidding? I can't tell if are you joking or am I joking?
It's a big difference.
You're what? What? 2 inches shorter?
And a brunette. Come on, it's. Okay, maybe if I wasn't called Blonde Blazer, I wouldn't be so self-conscious about it. People have expectations, and they never meet me first. It's always the superhero. It's hard to live up to.
Oh my God. Fucking yes! That was frame 1. I frame 1 that shit. Oh my God. Hey, get fucked to all the Invisigal lovers out there, okay? Yo!
Less of a mistake than the first one.
A little bit.
I'll take a little bit.
Hey, I'm Mandy.
Robert. It's really nice to meet you, Mandy.
Likewise. Would you like to have dinner with me, Robert?
I would love that.
Oh, I bet you Invisigal is like in the corner watching, pissed off.
Whoa, you fancy.
Well, it's all Michelin stars when you're on a date with me.
Oh, so this is a date.
If you think it is, it is.
Oh my god.
Did you know
Oh my
that
god, this
Michelin
is so
star ratings
cool.
were created
This
by
is
the
awesome.
tire company? They gave high ratings to restaurants away from the cities to get people to drive more and buy new tires.
Shut up, Robert. You're such
I'm
a
both
fucking
in
nerd.
shock and really unsure what to do with this information.
God damn
I
it,
felt
Robert.
the same.
Waterboy, you don't have to do that anymore.
Oh.
He's allowed to go home, right?
Yes, I'm not running a sweatshop. Hey, Waterboy, go home. What does he think that I could possibly be saying that would make him keep going? You sure you don't miss the blonde?
Look, I actually prefer brunettes, so this is...
You kissed a cop for hire for your information? I'll kiss her on the downstairs too, brother. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Shut the fuck up. What are you kidding me? Oh no, all of a sudden she's not blonde. Like I give a fuck. Oh my god.
Great.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually...
I'll kiss her right in the
Ask
sniz.
you to dye your hair.
Oh, wow. What a coincidence.
I know. Crazy.
Wow, this was sick. This was sick. This was a great episode. Hey, great episode. Okay. The devs are a fan of you. They learned that Michelin shit here. At least one. Uno Mas? No, we're not doing that. Back shots to the blue. Yep. 54% added Waterboy. We learned 41%. What? That's the minority? The majority went with Invisigal? Oh, y'all are... Okay, see what... You know what this is? You know what this is? Y'all saw her flicking the bean and you went with the safe choice. You went 38% through a protein shake. 79% warned about Blonde Blazer about her dress. 28% confessed to kissing Blonde Blazer. 41% adopted the baby kaiju. 80% of players failed to save all 3 businesses from the brain teaser. 22% correctly answered all the brain teaser questions. Most say hero was Coup. You performed better than 40% play. Oh, fuck. You activated a hero's power 33 times. Your most successful hero was Coup. You sent the perfect hero for a call 2 times. You barely succeeded on a call 2 times. I'm so fucking washed. Vizzy Truthers clear. Vizzy Truthers clear nothing. Okay. That'll be all for today, of course. It's 8 hours. Swallowed my spit. I got a little too excited there, chat. Listen. I think this was a great time, and there's gonna be even more great times tomorrow. Okay? So get ready for it. I don't want to hear nothing from this chat going forward about the decision-making structure, okay? Because some of you guys led me astray, okay? Some of you guys led me astray. Dookie-ass wallpaper. Okay, shut up. I'm a simple man, okay? I'm a simple-ass man.
Starting off the day, all the chatter's trickling in.
I can't believe there was this much animosity towards Blonde Blazer, who's not even blonde. Like, and you thought I would get upset.
Los Angeles, California.
You thought I would get fucking upset, dude. Y'all are crazy. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Dispatch episode 5. How many episodes are out so far?
Just begun.
Because I'm worried I'm going to catch up at this rate. I'm speeding through this. I'm burning through it. I'm going to do Arc Raiders 2 tomorrow. So there will be more gaming than you can even imagine. Anyway, love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show Chadvice. In all the ways the right